Chapter 1638. The divine physique Yifan might be rising up once more. At this moment, this was the thought in everyone's mind. They were all indescribably shocked. A person who was confirmed to be half-crippled had already gone into seclusion without any light or future. Yet today, he was going to defy the heavens. Millions of streaks of fiery light gathered strand after strand from the clouds in all directions, turning into the most resplendent divine splendor, illuminating the clear void sky. Yifan sat there, his body turning into a Tao furnace, accepting the baptism of all Tao origin flames. His body was undergoing a type of indescribable transformation. Kill him! Someone roared, launching an even more ferocious attack. Anyone could see that he was developing in a good direction. Perhaps he might walk out of his lowest point, and once again ascend to the peak. This was a result that many people didn't want to see, especially when the divine court's forces were in confrontation with the celestial court. They were destined to be enemies, so how could they tolerate this type of thing happening? The various great commanders exerted force together. The 8 great armies' Tao patterns surged wave after wave like furious waves, drowning out everything and smashing towards Yifan. He was like duckweed, rising and falling in the vast ocean, but he never sank, persevering and indomitable. His willpower never wavered. The people of the divine court naturally saw that Yifan was using this opportunity to transform, but they had no choice. If they missed out on this day, their chances would be slim. Right now, using violent methods to destroy him was the best choice. One side activated great Tao symbols with all their might, wanting to kill him here and now. The other side did everything they could to guide the 10,000 Tao origin flames to refine their bodies, fighting against the waves that could shatter their bones at any time. The quasi-emperor killing formation was effective. This time, there were a total of 64 enormous streaks of light that swept over. When they landed on Yifan's body, they turned into an 8 trigram symbol. Those fine patterns were profound and unfathomable. However, they were all used, absorbed into his body. In front of Yifan, the figures of the Stone Emperor, Reincarnation Supreme Being Void Emperor, and the others had all flashed past. Those were the traces of them tangling together, like a giant heavenly net that filtered out these attacks. Raging flames burned, Tao laws erupting, making mountains and rivers lose color, sun and moon lose radiance. Tens of thousands of Tao flames flew over, causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. The great stars in the distance changed their trajectories one after another, trembling in the boundless and immeasurable fluctuations. Then, some of them exploded with a loud rumble, like blooming fireworks. Everyone was horrified. Just how great of a power was this? Even from such a great distance, the remnant ripples still created such a terrifying scene. It truly made one's hair stand on end. Yifan transformed into a furnace, wrapped in tens of thousands of streaks of fiery light. One moment he transformed into a cauldron, the next moment he transformed into a furnace, and the next moment he transformed into a bell and a pagoda. When he was in human form, he looked like a monarch. His precious appearance was dignified and made people revere him. In his body, divine lamps lit up one after another, tearing through the darkness, making the divine chains of order and other things sealed in his flesh tremble, releasing walala sounds about to revive. This was a transformation that broke through the shackles of the fleshly body, breaking through the shackles of the heavens. His magic, his Tao was being revived, but it was incomparably difficult. The areas that lit up were still too few. Compared to his entire body, there were only specks of light, as if stars were embedded in the curtain of night. How could it be like this? Everyone from Divine Court was shaken. Just how powerful was this person to be able to stop such a ferocious attack? The 8 divine generals, Divine Court's great army of 1,000,000. Even though not all of them rushed up, it was still terrifying enough. If it was any other great sage, they would have instantly turned into scattered ashes. However, Yifan blocked it, not dying the entire time. This result left everyone horrified. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. He was too powerful. Was he really going to become a quasi-emperor? His body has always tangled with the Supreme Being's remnant scars, fighting against them. No wonder he is like this, able to survive even like this, endure for 300 years, truly frightening. This was a miracle. All those who understood a bit, understood a portion of the truth, all of their expressions changed. This was challenging the limit of the human body's potential in this cultivation realm. This was a legend. Yumo's expression was bleak. He was hailed as a prodigy, and the Celestial Palace called him the third prodigy in 300 years. However, compared to the declining saint physique, his so-called halo was nothing. At this moment he understood what a miracle was. He was like a firefly facing the bright moon. Yulan's face was similarly pale. He refused to accept Yi Fan, believing that his reputation from 300 years ago was nothing more than an undeserved reputation, that this legend was just coincidentally created. If he caught up, then his brilliance would also illuminate the world. However, now he was trembling. When faced with those Supreme Being's remnant scars, even from so far away, he was still greatly alarmed, let alone fighting inside his body, resisting them. There were quite a few people like this. In the past, they only knew that Yi Fan survived with difficulty, but now they truly understood the hidden details. All of them felt that this was inconceivable, that this was a legend. Tangling with the Supreme Being's remnant scars, not dying, just how heaven-defying of a performance was this? Everyone believed that if news of this reached the 9 imperial passes, the only true path, it would definitely make many people unable to sleep, feel uneasy. Meanwhile, right now, it was Divine Court's people who had to face this. All of their faces were snow white, extremely ugly. What are you all still waiting for? Everyone, do everything you can to kill him. Our Tao flames aren't for him, but to burn him to ashes, erase his spirit. Someone roared. At the same time, a scarlet blood hammer flew out, carrying resplendent multicolored light. It was as if a mountain was moving, quickly enlarging. In the end, it turned into a blood mountain, crushing towards Yi Fan. Quasi-Emperor artifact. Divine Court's people truly became anxious. There was no time to waste. They definitely couldn't help Yi Fan today, but rather kill him. Otherwise, this would become Divine Court's nightmare, the greatest source of disaster. You dare. Celestial Court's side shouted loudly. Yan Ishi opened his mouth, spitting out a divine furnace that was only the size of an infant's fist. He activated it together with Li Tian. Wang. The quasi-emperor furnace enlarged, becoming resplendent and dazzling, like a mountain or sea. It flew towards the center of the battlefield, stopping that giant blood hammer. Yu Rua's eyes released cold lightning. The scarlet blood hammer was precisely the one who struck out, one of Divine Court's few divine artifacts. She wanted to destroy Yi Fan, not give him a chance. However, she knew that if it faced the goddess furnace head-on, the scarlet blood hammer would undoubtedly be destroyed. It was because not long ago, when they attacked Purple Star Domain, this furnace already destroyed a quasi-emperor artifact. So, the scarlet blood hammer slid to the side, avoiding the goddess furnace, not facing it head-on, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Meanwhile, the goddess furnace didn't move, suspending there, quietly protecting him, carrying out deterrence. At this time, Divine Court's million-strong army all moved. Endless great Tao fragments flew about, all types of weapons flickering with brilliance, turning into large amounts of Tao light, submerging Yi Fan within. The world's great Tao was endless. Some said that there were 3,000 great Taos. Some said that all Taos returned to the source. Some said that the natural laws were endless, simply innumerable. Now all kinds of Tao danced about. Even though some were weak, they represented a direction, a path that led to the other shore, a path that connected to the end of the world. All of them appeared. In this million-strong army, every single one of their great Tao fragments rushed out. In addition to the interweaving laws in their weapons, turning this place into a sea of Tao. Yi Fan didn't move like a pine tree, no longer moving up and down, like a boulder. His body turned into a cauldron, a furnace, alternating between the two. Occasionally, a large bell would appear between his brows, and an immortal pagoda would shake out from within his body. His flesh was shining like a universe, and he wanted to break this layer of heaven and earth, reviving the true self-laws sealed within and reappearing in the world. The Stone Emperor, Void Emperor, Heaven Abandoning Supreme, and the others stood on the side, filtering the millions of flames. The flames were strong, roasting Yi Fan, tempering his body. Yi Fan's entire body was shining, and a mysterious aura was being emitted. It was as if a dormant great emperor was about to be awakened, making people feel more and more reverence. Within his body, the divine lamp illuminated eternally. In the blink of an eye, half of his body was lit up, as if a divine rainbow had passed through, and his entire body was surrounded by multicolored brilliance. The blood of the divine body was reviving, rumbling like thunder. There was a supreme aura pervading the air, making it hard for people to breathe. The divine body is really going to return, and it will rise again after 300 years. The people of the God's punishment city were waiting, and the people of the divine court all had ugly expressions. They actually couldn't stop it, not even the quasi-emperor's weapon. However, when Yi Fan's body lit up more than half, the number of divine lamps in Yi Fan's body stopped increasing, making many people nervous. He snorted coldly and shook the endless great Tao fragments out of his body. Then his flesh and blood trembled, and his bones crackled. With a boom he stood up, and all the divine lamps in his body instantly blazed brilliantly, exploding, making his flesh and blood seem to be burning. Wonglong! A terrifying aura spread out, and the pressure of a quasi-emperor erupted, causing a terrifying domain to form in this place. Those fragments of the great path spun and circled around him. His flesh has become an emperor. His flesh is going to transform into the quasi-emperor. Everyone cried out in alarm. In this life, for the sake of survival, Yi Fan had bitterly endured for 300 years. No one would have thought that he would become the quasi-emperor so quickly. It was truly shocking. Ow! When Yi Fan's body was about to ignite the flames of the quasi-emperor and break through the shackles, the figures in front of him, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of Samsara, Heaven Abandoning Supreme, and the others all roared loudly. At this moment, the stellar domain trembled, and a few falling stars exploded. The Supreme Being's remnant scars were like this, terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, all of the great Tao fragments turned around and flew towards everyone. Muffled groans sounded as they entered the bodies of the divine court's million-strong army, making everyone tremble violently, their bones broken and tendons torn. This was a terrifying scene. It was just the power of a single person, yet it injured everyone. What is going on? The laws and order within his body haven't even truly struggled free, so how can he have this type of power? His flesh became an emperor. This is using the flesh to become the quasi-emperor, a different Tao, a different path. The great sage within the divine punishment was horrified, revealing the truth. The divine court's people were thrown into chaos, and the endless great army suffered heavy losses. This was simply like a legend, all of it done by a single person. The people of the divine court's side were all alarmed. Who said that the divine body declined? Who said that the divine body fell into a miserable state? Who said that the divine body became dim? That it had no fate with the path of hegemony? At this moment, he used facts to declare that he had returned. Everyone knew that Yi Fan wasn't willing to be left out, that he was going to defy the heavens and fight on the path he had never finished. Meanwhile, the divine court's people all felt a wave of fear. This was the divine court lord's greatest enemy. If they didn't kill him now, they wouldn't be able to kill him in the future. No one could stop his rise. Hong! Thunderclaps descended from the sky. Enormous lightning streaked across the sky, tearing apart the tranquility of the world, shaking the boundless cosmos, leaving everyone horrified. Was this the quasi-emperor tribulation? However, Yi Fan's divine chains of order still hadn't appeared. It really is the emperor through the flesh. His flesh has been refined, his flesh has transformed into the quasi-emperor's body. Everyone was stupefied, spellbound. The enormous lightning hacked down, the terrifying radiance illuminating the divine court's people, until their faces became snow white. Yurua's body trembled intensely, involuntarily backing up, her beautiful lips trembling. Her father had an enemy. Honglonglong. The enormous lightning radiance was like immortal light, illuminating the dark and ice-cold cosmos. The vast and boundless starry skies were all trembling. There was a figure that was like a demonic god standing there with his head held high, facing the heavens, his head of black hair fluttering about, standing tall within the lightning radiance. Chapter 1639. Even though the word accurate was added, it was still world-shocking. One has to understand that it was already extremely difficult for Yi Fan to survive, and had already quietly retired. Now he actually returned like this. The two words quasi-emperor were as heavy as Mount Tai, suffocating everyone. Yi Fan possessed this kind of body. Even if there were no natural order laws, he could still move unhindered through the cosmos. How many people could keep him in check? The key was that this type of development made everyone tremble. If the Lord of the Divine Court knew about this, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Lightning rumbled. Countless streaks of lightning interweaved in the cosmos, turning into streaks of dragons. They moved their tails and hacked towards Yi Fan's body. Streak after streak of blazing lightning streaked across the originally dark starry sky, illuminating eternity. Yi Fan was contending against the heavenly punishment. It was clear that the heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. It didn't seem like it was that powerful, but its power had increased by who knew how many times. Ow! Everyone truly heard the roars of dragons. Several great dragons made their way out from the sea of lightning, their bodies covered densely in green dragon scales. Their bodies were as sturdy as mountain ranges as they threw themselves at Yi Fan. This is the great tribulation that descended for the sake of achieving quasi-emperor, through the fleshly body? Everyone was shaken. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, they still trembled. Every single fine hair stood on end. How could those dragons be so real? They even released dragon cries, as if they were still alive. It really was splitting the 9 heavens, suppressing the 9 hells. Everyone's scalps went numb. This was too concrete and vivid, similar to the extreme. The green true dragon circled about, opening its mouth and reaching out its claws. It slaughtered towards Yi Fan, wishing to destroy him. Becoming an emperor was heaven-defying. Even the word accurate was the same. When one approached this domain, the heavens felt threatened, wishing to suppress and kill. Yi Fan's body flickered with precious splendor. The blood within his body released tsunami-like sounds, cleansing his flesh. His thick black hair danced about, his eyes like cold lightning. He looked towards the sky, treating everything seriously, his expression extremely serious. This was an opportunity, possibly a transformation. After crossing this barrier, he could move unhindered through the cosmos. Even without the natural order laws, without the corresponding great divine abilities of quasi-emperor, he could still move unhindered through the world just by relying on this body. Boom. The gigantic body of a true dragon directly smashed down. Its body shattered the starry sky, and many meteors were crushed into powder. Its body coiled around like a millstone, causing people's scalps to go cold. That type of power was incomparable. Everyone believed that no matter how many great sages there were, they would all be crushed into meat paste by the dragon's body. There was a type of power fluctuation that couldn't be resisted. However, Yi Fan was able to withstand it. He used his divine physique to take it head-on. His fist shattered the vacuum, and the true celestial Varch fist was unleashed in front of everyone, allowing them to see how terrifying he was. Too terrifying. No wonder there are rumors saying that even though he had lost his magic in Tao, he was still able to kill off the longevity celestial being's disciple before leaving the only path of truth. Yi Fan crisscrossed the sky, punching out one punch after another. Every punch drew blood, landing on the green dragon's body. The dragon scales were damaged and blood splattered everywhere. It was extremely realistic. Was it formed by lightning? Everyone was suspicious. The green scales and dragon blood were both so solid. Ow! The green dragon felt pain and leapt up. One of its claws had been broken by Yi Fan, and it fled into the cosmos, smashing a great star into pieces. Everyone was horrified. It was directly destroying celestial bodies and continuously roaring. It was clearly a living creature. There shouldn't really be life, right? A flood dragon with the body of the quasi-emperor descended here from the immortal domain. There were some people who were suspicious and had this kind of thought. Roar! The green dragon turned around again, and the other dragons also attacked in front of Yi Fan. An intense battle broke out there. No one could say for sure what realm the green dragon was at. It seemed like it had the body of the quasi-emperor, but it also seemed like the lightning formed from a single strike of the quasi-emperor. It was undoubtedly exceptionally powerful, and no one here dared to contend against it. Even Yi Fan's expression was grave. His fists drew blood, and not only the dragon's blood but also his own. Even the bones of his fingers could be seen. However, he didn't seem to know pain and didn't pay it any attention. He only stared at the green dragons and brandished his celestial emperor's fists. A total of 8 dragons appeared in the Sea of Lightning. Every time their enormous bodies circled about, they would destroy many falling stars. They possessed intimidating divine might. Roar. After the final dragon roar, an even larger dragon appeared. It swallowed several stars in one gulp, and the radiance it spat out was like a river of stars, boundless and boundless. This region of the starry sky was in great turmoil. Yi Fan naturally bore the brunt of it, and resisted fiercely there. Everyone was horrified, especially the Divine Palace army. They rejoiced inwardly that they retreated, or else this lightning tribulation would destroy all of them. No one could stop it. Li Heishui sneered and said, "Little Yi is soft-hearted and doesn't want to kill all of them. Otherwise, do they think they can escape?" Back then, he borrowed the lightning tribulation to eliminate many great enemies. It's good that they don't have to suffer so many deaths. Otherwise, Yu Chen will be in great trouble. That's the boundless flames of the mortal world, and they will find him sooner or later, the Black Emperor said. It was rare for the black-faced large black dog to be merciful to an enemy he hated dearly, but there was a reason for it. He had followed an ancient emperor before, and knew many secrets that ordinary people didn't know. We've stabilized, we've finally gained the upper hand, Dong Fengyi said, completely relieved. The barbarian's upper body was bare, and he had the most primitive aura of a wild beast. To the enemy he was very dangerous. The 9 dragons were wailing, and even the bones of Yi Fan's fists were exposed. However, it was as if he didn't know pain, and with an unchanging frequency and eternal pulse, he attacked with all his strength. He struck the 9 green dragons until they trembled and wailed continuously. All of them either had their claws shattered, or half of their bodies broken. They were all heavily injured and couldn't get close to him. He released a long roar, and the radiance around his body became even more brilliant. The true blood of his saint body boiled, and a bright red color dyed his fists. Those wounds quickly healed, and the bones in his hands were covered. He adjusted his body to its most powerful state, and quickly charged out. He stepped on the back of the true dragon, and his fists brandished about, striking out with the greatest power. One after another, they were forced to crawl under his feet. Yi Fan released a loud roar. He turned into a cauldron, and his body was concealed. He floated there, and the 9 green dragons were suppressed below him. He's actually a human, and hasn't changed at all. It's just that his state and the aura he's emitting makes others feel like he's a cauldron. Unless one has a special heaven's eye, they won't be able to see the truth, the Black Emperor said. The space between his brows split open, and a vertical eye was revealed. There was a dim light contained within. The 9 green dragons were suppressed by Yi Fan, and they wailed there. Their mouths continuously spewed out celestial light, and they burned fiercely like flames, roasting the cauldron. And for Yi Fan, this was actually a kind of tempering. He drew upon the 9 powerful and mysterious creatures that took form in the lightning tribulation, and borrowed their power to temper his body. Boom! The sea of lightning above erupted, and boundless energy gathered towards the 9 dragons, causing them to become many times thicker. However, it was still useless, and they couldn't break free from the cauldron's suppression. Only when the 9 true dragons were obliterated, turning into light and Tao laws to be refined into Yi Fan's body, did the sea of lightning explode, and weapons flew out one after another. There aren't any ancient great emperors appearing this time. Strange, his appearance is different from when he was crossing tribulation in the past. Could it be because his body has become a quasi-emperor? Yin Ishi was astonished. He isn't simple either. Those are terrifying weapons, and they're very difficult to deal with. The weapons that flew out weren't simple. The first was a cauldron, a 3-legged, 2-eared circular cauldron. The mouth of the cauldron was suffused with primal chaos, and it suppressed downwards, capable of both offense and defense. Next was a large bell, and its long and drawn-out sound caused the entire cosmos' starry rivers to tremble. Finally, there was an ancient pagoda that possessed the might to suppress the 33 layers of heaven. There were also heavenly swords that hacked over, and great halberds descended. Each and every one of them possessed extremely powerful offensive power. Yi Fan resisted, and he faced them with his bare hands. It was as if he was forging iron here, and sonorous sounds rang out. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was currently doing something astonishing, transforming one weapon after another into his body. This could be said to be risking his life, and he could easily explode himself. Every weapon was relatively dangerous, and they were the embodiment of a type of heaven and earth's fundamental Tao laws. However, he was using them to forge his own body, treating them like Tao flames. In the end, the bones in Yi Fan's body crackled, and his entire body was covered in blood. His body trembled like a sonorous song, and it seemed like he would collapse at any moment. He was persevering, absorbing these weapons into his body one by one, triggering their resonance, allowing these Tao fragments to burn and refine within his flesh. Boom! Yi Fan's body seemed like it was about to explode. His white bones were exposed, bright red blood and golden blood dripping down. It was an extremely terrifying sight. However, his flesh possessed a type of astonishing recovery power. Even during the lightning tribulation, he could still quickly recover. That was because his physique had evolved to a type of extreme realm. During these 300 years, his body's purification and sublimation had always continued. The bloody battle against the Supreme Being had left a deep impact on him. His flesh remembered everything from that time, and it made him work hard to evolve and transform in a certain direction. Yi Fan resisted all of the weapons, even though he narrowly escaped death, and there was one time when even his frontal bone was shattered, and his primordial spirit was almost cleaved in half. He still made it through. In the end, he absorbed all of the weapons into his body, and then tossed them out again. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit also used this to undergo a round of tempering. That golden little figure brandished its fists and legs, fighting against all of the weapons. "Cauldron, come!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. The void was torn apart, and the all-life energy cauldron appeared, floating above his head. It crossed the tribulation with his flesh and primordial spirit, and those weapons even more so became the cauldron's most desired target. They collided violently. Even though many cracks appeared on the cauldron during this process, it still didn't shatter. It devoured all of the weapons, refining them into its own body. Everyone was shocked. This cauldron really was special. Even though those weapons were about to split apart from Yi Fan's attacks, the fact that it could devour them like this was still world-shocking. Hong! The sea of lightning surged, crushing downwards. There were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts within. Upon closer inspection, it was a vivid and lifelike world. On the great earth, there were Kuan Peng, white tiger, flying serpent, vermilion bird, and other legendary creatures roaming about. Soon after, Yi Fan was submerged. Divine might shone resplendently there. Something's not right. What kind of place is that? Could it be that it's imitating immortal domain? It's different from the heavenly tribulation of the past. The Black Emperor revealed a serious expression. The heavenly tribulation this time was extremely strange. Those mountains, rivers, and all living things seemed to have condensed a type of great power. Yi. His chest was directly split open. Li Heishui cried out in alarm. This was just the beginning, yet Yi Fan already suffered such an attack. The mountains, rivers, and all living things had spirits. The Kuan Peng, flying serpent, white tiger, vermilion bird, and so on, all of them were like real beast deities. They were too powerful. How sturdy was Yi Fan's physical body? Yet it was able to produce such a result. This kind of lightning tribulation was absolutely terrifying, far exceeding common sense. The only thing that made people rejoice was that the recovery speed of Yi Fan's physical body was too fast. In the blink of an eye, his flesh and bones were reconnected. The quasi-emperor's body was extremely astonishing. The cauldron, primordial spirit, and torso suffered a calamity. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. There were too many strange creatures there. Some were prehistoric creatures, some were great devils recorded in ancient texts, some were gods and devils, some were vermilion birds, heavenly ghosts, and so on. Everyone in the divine court was excited. It seemed like even Yi Fan couldn't resist this kind of calamity. His physical body had shattered several times, and even the cauldron had been broken and reconstructed several times. Why is it so strange? It seems like Yi Fan is having a bit of a hard time. Can he make it through? Li Heishui said softly, revealing a worried expression. The heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. There weren't any great ancient emperors appearing, but it was similarly incomparably terrifying. It could take one's life at every turn. If it was anyone else, they would undoubtedly die. Hateful Yizi can't display the laws in Tao. Otherwise, the situation would be even better. This might be a rare opportunity for him. He can't rely on divine abilities, and can only rely on his physical body and primordial spirit to resist the heavenly tribulation. The more vicious the tempering, the greater the benefits. The Black Emperor said. Hung. Under a series of violent explosions, that place became blazing. Nothing could be seen anymore. It was clear that the lightning punishment had suddenly increased several times. It was truly world-destroying. Many stars in that region directly disappeared, blasted into cosmic dust, and turned into flying ashes. Then all living things in that region, including the Kuan Peng, gods and devils, vermilion birds, and heavenly ghosts all disappeared. The cosmos became clear again. It ended extremely suddenly. Chapter 1640. The vermilion bird, demonic god, flying serpent, Kuan Peng and the others all disappeared. The most terrifying lightning tribulation came to an abrupt end. A few stars turned into dust, becoming ruined traces. There was blood there, as well as battle-clothes fragments, even more so a broken body. This type of boundless heavenly tribulation almost wiped out even Yi Fan's body and spirit. Everyone recovered from the terrifying lightning tribulation, and their expressions became serious. They all had different thoughts and reactions. Li Heishui, Li Tian and the others were naturally worried. That body had lost all signs of life. The people of the divine court were excited. Many wanted to roar towards the sky. There was no better news than this. They were all nervous as they stared at the scene. Had Yi Fan died? They had never heard of or seen this kind of tribulation. Its power was peerless. If Yi Fan died just like that, the people of the divine court would feel as if a mountain had been lifted from their hearts. How is it? Many people in the divine punishment city were whispering. They were also paying close attention, eager to know the result. Clang. Pieces of the cauldron floated among the star fragments. One by one, they rushed together and started to reform. They contained astonishing lightning and divine might. Much of the tribulation's power was absorbed by it. The myriad chi cauldron reformed and shot out beams of light. Even though they were small, they were like immortal swords that could split the universe. In the end, the light was restrained and it became simple and unadorned. Only the source chi fell down. There were thousands of strands like waterfalls. It seemed to have a special Tao rhythm. Inside the cauldron, the primal chaos and will power undulated like a vast ocean. It seemed small, but it was like a real world. Yi Fan, Li Heishui and the others shouted. They were most worried about Yi Fan. As for the weapon, as long as Yi Fan was still here, it would naturally be repaired. I'm fine. That tattered body slowly stood up. Even though it was extremely dismal, badly mangled, white bones everywhere, he was still alive in the end, making it through this lightning tribulation. Sighs could be heard clearly from the divine court. They were full of regret and fear. Yi Fan had survived the heavenly punishment. This might be the beginning of a nightmare for them. Becoming a martial emperor with the physical body. Is this a real quasi-emperor? The tribulation suddenly stopped. Is it because his divine order chains are not visible? Is it because his body has advanced? This was the question in many people's hearts, but no one dared to ask. Even though Yi Fan's aura was restrained, he still had a terrifying might. No matter what, with the word emperor, he could go anywhere in the universe. Yi Fan's body was dripping with blood. The amount of golden blood decreased, and the amount of red blood increased. It was sparkling and translucent like a blood diamond. This was the purest divine body blood. His wounds were healing rapidly, and the bones that had been broken by the chaotic heavenly thunder were being reconnected. At this stage, the power of longevity had been greatly enhanced, and all aspects of his body had been greatly improved. The divine court army was thrown into chaos as they fled frantically. They had been unable to do anything to Yi Fan just now, let alone now. If the sacred physique really wanted to make a fuss, not many of them would be able to survive. The commanders had long since fled. The reason why they didn't give the order was because they hoped that the massive army would be able to delay Yi Fan. The starry sky was in chaos. There were people and cultivators everywhere. People were shouting and beasts were roaring. This was a great defeat. The people of the celestial court didn't chase after them. They were in chaos and ran for their lives. All of them hated the fact that they were born with 2 more legs. They were in a constant state of anxiety. As for those with some tricks, they had already activated their formation platforms and opened the realm gates to escape. The commanders of the divine court were all sullen. They had the ambition to conquer the universe and wanted to accomplish great things in this era. They wanted to follow the person who was about to achieve the Tao and create an immortal era. They wanted to leave their illustrious names in history. They didn't expect that they would suffer such a blow when their glory had just begun. They felt like stray dogs being frightened away. Yi Fan's tribulation was a great blow to them, especially Umo, Yulan and the others. All of their faces were pale. They had looked down on the world during these years and believed themselves to be heaven-warping talents. In the end, when they were compared with the divine physique, they discovered that they were nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. The difference in their minds was too great. Yi Fan succeeded in crossing the tribulation, and his body reached the quasi-emperor realm. The difference between before and after was too great. The divine court realm army collapsed before they even made a move. Ordinary soldiers can leave, but some people have to pay the price, said Yi Fan. He recovered. A sea of stellar force gathered over, all of it pouring into his body. That place was like a bottomless pit, making all of the stars in the sky dim. He was looking for Yurua. She had a quasi-emperor artifact on her, and she was the one who gave the order to launch this attack. If he let them all go without any punishment or intimidation, then the people of the divine court would think that they were lucky and might become even more vicious next time. Although she was the first to leave, this emperor has long since locked onto her. I left a formation pattern guiding mark on her body, said the Black Emperor. Formation patterns appeared on the Black Emperor's palm and pointed in a direction. The specific coordinates of the starry sky were directly displayed. Yurua actually hadn't gone far. It was obvious that she wanted to continue observing this starry sky. You're quite daring. I'll go capture her. The savage held the wolf-tooth club and licked his lips, revealing his snow-white teeth. He had long since noticed that although Yurua was a humanoid creature, her original body was definitely not human. He was prepared to capture her and cook her. She has the scarlet blood iron hammer in her hands. If she hits you, you definitely won't be able to take it. It's better if I go, said Li Tian, revealing an evil smile. Perverted thief. The savage muttered in a low voice. I'll go. After speaking, Yi Fan tore open the cosmos with his hands. He took a step inside and disappeared. The sky above the divine punishment city was completely silent. Everyone was shocked. The quasi-emperor's physical body was indeed terrifying. From now on, even without the order laws, he could enter and exit the cosmos as he pleased. It was better than any domain gate opened by a formation platform. Do you guys think that little Yi Fan can fly now? Li Heishui asked. When they thought of this question, their expressions became strange. Yi Fan didn't have laws and Tao. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to fly. But now did he still need to fly? His physical body was unparalleled, and he could go wherever he wanted to go. The others were also petrified for a long time. At this stage, perhaps he didn't need laws and Tao anymore. Now he had enough power to travel the world. Bang! In just an instant, a light sound came from the sky above the divine punishment city. The void split open, and Yi Fan returned with the great sage realm Yurua. He threw her at the feet of everyone. The scarlet blood iron hammer was broken into 2 pieces. It was dim and without light. Heavens, a quasi-emperor weapon was destroyed just like that. This is truly heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan had only gone for a moment, yet such a result had already occurred. How could they not be scared? It was too terrifying. What kind of tyrannical power was this? In that instant, Everyone was horrified. They suddenly realized that the strongest aspect of a saint physique was its physique. When it reached the ultimate realm, it could directly challenge a great emperor. And now, Yi Fan's physical body had become a quasi-emperor. He had already walked on this path. Once the blood in his body completely turned red, he would become an uncrowned great emperor in this generation. This was just the beginning, but he had already destroyed a quasi-emperor weapon with his bare hands. It was truly shocking. When the million-strong army of the divine court heard that Yi Fan was pardoning them, most of them stayed behind. Now that they saw the daughter of the divine court lord being thrown on the ground, they were all stunned. Kacha. With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, Yu Ruo's body trembled violently. Her cultivation was completely shaved off, and she was directly reduced to a mortal. She released a heart-wrenching cry. A black horn grew on her head, and a pair of gray wings appeared on her back. Her true form was revealed. This was a great sage, and even more so, the adopted daughter of the divine court lord. She was crippled with a flick of his finger. This caused everyone's breathing to become hurried. There was no longer any discussion in the cosmos. Everyone watched nervously. Yi Fan threw her into the million-strong army and said, "I'll spare your life. Take care of yourself. The celestial court doesn't cause trouble, but it isn't afraid of it either." The hundreds of thousands of troops of the divine court were silent for a long time before a commotion broke out. Their sect lord's position had definitely been challenged, but Yi Fan was fearless. "What are you making a ruckus for? Does the divine court think that it can command the world? It was you who attacked the celestial court first." Dongfang Yi said, "Don't think that just because a general has achieved the Tao, he can rule the world and control the universe. If he has the ability, let him go and flatten the life forbidden zone. Don't think that just because a general has achieved the Tao, he can intimidate others. He also has a weakness. Unless he can kill everyone in the celestial court in a day. But can he do that?" The Black Emperor sneered. Some words didn't need to be said. The divine court lord had 9 sons, and they weren't adopted sons. If he dared to act wantonly, Yi Fan would naturally kill his 9 sons. Now that Yi Fan had reached this realm, it was too easy for him to kill someone. And it was very difficult for the divine court lord to stop a saint who wanted to leave. This was because if he refused to fight, he could find a random place to hide, and it would be very difficult to find him. The universe was too big. What does the divine court lord count for? Back then, when the paragons in the life forbidden zone were wreaking havoc, he was there, hiding like a turtle. Now he's acting mighty, but if he wants to harm little Yi, he'll become the enemy of all living beings. Li Tian sneered. There's no need to fear him. With little Nan Nan here, if he dares to enter the celestial court and act, he'll be scared to death. Li Heishui said. The divine court lord suffered a great defeat. The quasi-emperor's scarlet blood hammer was broken into 2. Yu Ruo was crippled, and the million-strong army was defeated. This truly shocked the world and caused a huge wave. All of this was done by a single person. The Saint Yi Fan, who was thought to have gone into seclusion, had returned and risen once again. He would walk on his own path of legend and shake the starry sky. This gave rise to an unimaginable wave. However, this temporarily had nothing to do with Yi Fan and the others. Once the matter in the Divine Punishment City was settled, they would be on their way. The monkey had left for 10 years to participate in the battle between the ancient princes. Meanwhile, Yi Tong and Yang Shi had also fought on the final emperor's path for 10 years. There was no news of them at all. Apart from this, Pang Bo and Yi Fan brushed past each other. 10 years ago, he also entered Imperial Pass. They wanted to take a look. It was easy to come out after all, but it's hard to go back in. As long as Yi Fan approached, the crystal steel and Imperial Pass would disappear. Withdrawing from this place meant giving up. It would be extremely difficult to enter again because he wouldn't be acknowledged. It was rumored that this was a rule set by the great ancient emperors. In the end, Yi Fan and the others arrived at the final trial of the human ancient path. There wasn't a single person here who wasn't shocked. Back then, Yi Fan carried an immortal sword and chased after the Tao protectors here, forcing them to flee to the ends of the world, living in constant fear, leaving behind too many legends. The news of Yi Fan's group defeating Divine Court's great army of 1 million The flesh deity becoming a quasi-emperor hadn't reached this place yet, because their speed was too fast, rushing ahead. However, no one dared to act disrespectfully towards them. Together with the legendary greedy Black Emperor, who would flay skin to bone, savage barbarian king appearing, Li Tian and Yen Ishi whose name shook the world. This naturally made everyone feel reverence. In this place, they didn't waste too much effort to obtain an ancient order. It was given to them by a Dao protector, allowing them to enter Imperial Pass with this. This was a secret treasure. Since the ancient times, only a few people could use this type of special passage. It was clear that Yi Fan had the qualifications to be one of these people. With a schwa sound, they disappeared from their original location, directly appearing in a grand and imposing giant city. This place was majestic, draconic energy swirling about, ancient watchtowers majestic. This wasn't the #1 Imperial Pass, but rather the 5th city. Everyone already slaughtered their way here, experiencing 10 years of bloody struggle. Now, all that remained were the most powerful. Chapter 1641. The city was extremely grand. If one looked carefully, they would discover that they were all built from stars. Even though the Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and the others were used to seeing great scenes, they were still a bit stupefied. Just how many stars were used? Every single star was refined, ranging from the size of a wash basin to several zhang in length, condensed to this size, condensing incomparable Dao pattern natural laws. When building a city like this, there was no need to lay formations. It was sturdy enough on its own. Moreover, as the 5th Imperial Pass, how could there not be formation patterns? These were all symbols left behind by great emperors to protect this place. Even if exceptional experts fought here, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the city. Palaces floated in the air, immortal mists hazy between the pavilions, extremely faintly discernible, as if they arrived in an immortal paradise. There were actually hawking sounds in the city, leaving those who were still a bit alarmed a bit stupefied. What kind of place was this? How could there be these types of sounds in the Imperial Road struggle? Upon closer inspection, there were actually stalls set up at both sides of the road, moreover quite a few people, bustling with activity. What is going on? Those people were confused. Everlasting silver essence. There are several dozen grains of immortal tears green golden sand mixed within, rarely seen in this world. Fiend God Bone, the remains of a true fiend race supreme being, can be forged into a divine artifact. That was a 4-inch long white bone, as if it was some type of creature's finger bone. It was dull and lacking luster, but many people surrounded it, all of them expressing their amazement. Stellar divine sand, gathered from all regions of the heavens, a total of 10,000 gene. If refined properly, there is a chance of turning it into a quasi-emperor artifact. Someone shouted. A group of people crowded over, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Lightning Sound Precious Tree contains the world's source lightning sound. Through it one can understand the mysteries of heavenly tribulation, the world's rarest divine tree species. That was an ancient tree half the height of a person, branches like horned dragons. Even though it wasn't that tall, it was bold and powerful, lightning radiance roiling, containing a type of most fundamental magical Dao power. A group of people swarmed over, all of them looking like they had to obtain this precious tree, all of them rubbing their fists and palms together, hoping to get their hands on it. Yi Fan, Yen Ishi, and the others entered the city in a low-profile manner. Through their observations, they learned that there were natives in some imperial passes who were the guardians of the ultimate ancient path. The 9 imperial passes, as well as this ancient path, as well as the ancient places of life similar to the flying immortal battlefield, all of them needed people to watch over them. After endless years, they needed to carry out necessary adjustments, repairs, and other things. The people needed were the descendants of the heroes who had taken this path and failed. They couldn't leave this place. The number of people here wasn't that ridiculously high. The entire ancient path, 9 imperial passes, and even some ancient life battlefield that was involved in this place. These managers added up to half a city's population. Now, after the participants of the contest for supremacy had reached the last few rounds, these people began to appear to conduct the necessary transactions, and the things they took out were all rare items. Some heroes from the flourishing ancient region felt ashamed after seeing this. Even the treasures of an ancient land of life couldn't compare to a single treasure taken out by these people. The worst of these traded items were still great sage-level materials, moreover top-level, among them no lack of divine materials needed to forge a quasi-emperor magical artifact. It was to the extent where if one's luck was good enough, discovering a small piece of immortal gold or other ancient emperor material wasn't impossible. Many experts who fought their way here discovered that the divine objects they relied on, the ones they were so proud of, were nothing more than street goods in comparison, completely unpresentable. Heaven's Stealing Sword, a treasure that has a chance of evolving into a quasi-emperor artifact, the deity within undergoing rebirth, reawakening, able to recognize it a second time. It is a supreme treasure that can only be encountered and not sought after. When the ancestor fought the decisive battle on the emperor path, he was only a hair away from achieving the Tao. The immortal shocking bow that was passed down is the most powerful quasi-emperor artifact. Nothing it can't break through, shooting gods and slaughtering devils. A single arrow able to shatter the cosmos. Even though it is damaged now, it isn't like there is no chance of repairing it. The city was bustling with activity, many stalls at both sides of the streets. They looked simple, able to open up after laying out a straw mat, but there really were many extraordinary divine objects. There were some ancestral magical artifacts that were left behind by unmatched geniuses who charged into the 9 imperial passes back then, possessing the wondrous mysteries of seizing the natural luck of heaven and earth. Of course, if one wanted to exchange for these things, they had to have ancient scriptures, secret techniques, and other things of equivalent value, or else they definitely wouldn't be able to exchange for them. They wouldn't use divine source and other things to trade like ordinary cultivators at all. The Black Emperor's eyes were dazzled, saliva about to flow out. However, he forcefully restrained his urge, not becoming a robber. At this time he put on a dog appearance, his body standing up, even his dog head becoming a human head, the other part still the same. Good stuff, I really want to rob them all. The Black Emperor muttered inwardly. However, when he considered his true strength, he felt like if he provoked everyone's wrath, it was still unknown who would rob who. The main street in the city was bustling with activity, divine materials and supreme treasures being traded. Meanwhile, the other regions were full of an extremely tense atmosphere. From the flying immortal battlefield until here, after 10 years of bloody battles, many people died. However, later generations came in an endless stream, replenishing the losses. After so many years had passed, the various clans' ancient paths still hadn't been sealed. There were always young faces who set foot on this journey, and in the end, quite a few people rose above the rest, slaughtering their way here. The number of humans in the city wasn't few compared to the other races, but compared to the tens of thousands of races, they would be quickly drowned out. Yi Fan and the others entered the city in a low-profile manner, purposely concealing themselves, not drawing the attention of the various clans. That person just now seemed a bit familiar, like the holy physique Yi Fan. Didn't he go into seclusion? He shouldn't have appeared again. Only a few people revealed suspicious expressions, but they didn't continue chasing after him. It was because this type of action in the city was extremely dangerous, possibly triggering a life and death battle. In the following few days, they learned a lot of information. Yang Shi and Yi Tong entered the God and Devil battlefield outside the 5th Pass, already fighting a bloody battle. After all these years, a few powerful figures didn't immediately confront each other. They all chose to advance, feeling restraining fear towards each other, not rashly taking action. Of course, there were also people who were truly confident, carrying out grooming plans for some of the younger generation's experts, hoping that they could have a pinnacle battle in the future. It was said that the most powerful expert of this generation of the God race, the Divine Lord, was such a person. He had already spread the word that no one could touch the people he designated, and if anyone dared to intercept them, he would immediately kill the person who provoked him. This wasn't just ordinary confidence, it was bordering on paranoia. Among these rumors, there was a name that Yi Fan and the others were familiar with, Ji Qingdao. 300 years had passed, and this child had long grown up. His martial arts were world-shaking, and he had obtained the divine King Ji Haoyue and the Ji family's true inheritance. As soon as he entered the only true path, he was targeted by the Divine Lord. It was estimated that in 20 years, he would be able to have a small battle with him, and in 50 years, he would be able to fight with him. 10 years ago, Ji Qingdao entered the only true path and passed by Yi Fan. This time, they also came to see the little fellow, hoping that nothing bad would happen to him. Sai, where did Brother Haoyue go? First, he was defeated on the ancient path, and then Jizi died in his place. It was a huge blow to him, and he disappeared after he grew up. I really don't know how he passed these years. Li Haishui sighed. Oh, he's at the 4th stage. I heard that a group of people will be arriving here in a few days, and we might be able to see him. This was the information that Yi Fan, Dongfangyi, and the others had learned. In fact, in just 2 days, the 5th city was in an uproar. That group of people had arrived, and Ji Qingdao was among them. As soon as he entered the city, he roared and shook the whole city, saying that he wanted to challenge the Divine Lord. This was a group of up-and-coming youngsters, and every one of them was outstanding. Their mounts were all rare mutants, and the people and mounts were all arrogant and unruly. Isn't that a sky-devouring beast? It's actually been tamed as a mount. A demonic soul horse. Such a powerful fluctuation, and the patterns on its body are all natural Dao talismans. This group of people entered the city and attracted people's attention. Among them, Ji Qingdao looked similar to the divine king, Ji Haoyue. He had the heroic bearing of his father when he was young, sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. His body was tall and straight, and he walked with a majestic gait. No one would have thought that he wanted to challenge the Divine Lord as soon as he entered the city. One had to know that the strongest cultivator of the Shen clan was famous on the Emperor's Road, and he always had an overwhelming advantage in battle. Back then, the one who defeated Brother Haoyue was probably the Divine Lord, and his mother was most likely from the Shen clan. He wants an explanation, Yan Ishi said. More than 300 years had passed. Although Ji Haoyue didn't say anything about what had happened back then, they had found out part of the truth through various inquiries. The Divine Lord might go to the soaring sky tower. Di Tian, Fairy Qingshi, the Shen clan's goddess Shenlan, the Great Divine Spirit, the 9 Tribulations Taoist, and many other strong cultivators are also going there to gather. Someone transmitted his voice. It wasn't out of good intentions, but because he wanted to see a fierce battle immediately, to see a fierce battle between giants. Li Haishui was about to step forward and pull Yi Futian over, but he was stopped by Black Emperor who said, "Let's wait and see. He's still young, he can take a beating." Although that was what he said, they all followed behind. Hey little guy, by my celestial stunning bow. Back then, my ancestor used it to kill the Shen clan's Gemini. If you can repair it, no one from the Shen clan can stop you. Along the way, someone tried to promote the bow to Ji Qingdao. I don't have anything to exchange. Ji Qingdao shook his head. Don't worry, you can buy it on credit. Pay me back in the future. You'll have something I'm interested in sooner or later. It was a bearded man with a fake smile. Not interested. Ji Qingdao turned around and left, ignoring him. On the other side, Li Tian was hopping mad. Yan Ishi also widened his eyes in shock. They recognized the bearded man. More than 300 years ago, when Yi Fan and the other two rushed to Ziwei Galaxy to find little Nan Nan, they had seen him. At that time, the 3 of them disguised themselves as ordinary people. In the end, a bearded man at the Dao Palace realm came up to them, and shamelessly wanted to take Li Tian and Yan Ishi, who were at the Saint King realm, as disciples. He was rejected by the 2 in anger. Now they actually met again. There was definitely something wrong with this bearded man. He wasn't an ordinary person. Back then, I accepted 2 brats as disciples but was rejected. Today, I'm offering a bow and was rejected again. Is it easy for an old man like me? It's hard to be a good person. The bearded man shook his head, turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Who's the brat? Don't go, stop. Li Tian wanted to chase, but he was held back by Yi Fan. He shook his head and said, "You can't catch up. He has already entered the starry sky." So fast. In the blink of an eye. Li Tian was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the bearded man had disappeared into thin air. Quasi-Emperor. Yi Fan only spat out these 2 words. His expression was solemn as he stared at the starry sky in the distance. It was only after a long while that he retracted his gaze. Everyone felt a wave of alarm. Li Tian and Yan Ishi were both a bit stupefied. They had previously brushed shoulders with a quasi-emperor, unable to say anything for a long time. Sky Rushing Restaurant, the tallest building in the fifth city. It floated in midair, purple energy pervading the air, full of an auspicious and peaceful aura. Fairy Qingshi has arrived. Multicolored light erupted in endless streaks, auspicious brilliance streaking out in thousands of streaks. A gentle and graceful figure descended, her hair coiled up high, skin sparkling white. She was an outstanding beauty, as if she was a fairy that walked out from a painting. She was elegant and exceptional, drawing the attention of many cultivators. There was someone who welcomed her in the building. This was clearly a Dao comprehension building opened by Imperial Pass natives, specially made for exceptional experts to drink tea, exchange pointers and gather together. Di Tian Great One has arrived. Sounds of discussion immediately sounded from the distance. It is rumored that he was previously the opponent of the Holy Physique Fan. Back then, even though he suffered greatly, it wasn't shameful, losing to the Holy Physique Fan's Green Emperor incarnation. Right, I heard that this person really is formidable, actually able to contend against Green Emperor, fighting for such a long time. Even though he was defeated, it was still an honorable one. Woo, what a pity for the Holy Physique. Di Tian's appearance drew everyone's attention and discussions. Light Shaking King has arrived. In front of Sky Rushing Restaurant, another wave of noise erupted. After all these years, the light-shaking heavenly art had reached great completion, shaking up the starry skies unmatched, becoming one of the most dazzling emperor stars on this path. Chapter 1642. For stone horses galloped over like thunder, their stomps making the earth rumble. They pulled a stone carriage, from which a tall Holy Spirit walked out. It was the stone man called Dawei. 9 tribulation clouds filled the air. A Taoist with a long sword on his back came. He did not have a sage-like temperament. On the contrary, his eyes were piercing like cold lightning. These were all overlords of the true path. Their powers were monstrous and they were invincible. They had never been defeated. Moreover, they were wary of each other. These people had not fought to the death yet. This stone man has killed too many people. He is full of killing intent. He has never left anyone alive. All his enemies have died. The 9 tribulations Taoist is not a good person either. The path behind him can be said to be bloody. These 2 people had killed their way to fame. As soon as they entered the Tower of Soaring Clouds, they attracted a lot of discussion. The goddess of the divine race, Shenlan, is here. Someone was surprised. In the distance, flower petals danced in the air. A beautiful woman came over. Sparkling petals swirled in the air, making the place look incomparably magnificent. This was a female cultivator of the divine race. Normally, few people dared to provoke her because it was rumored that she might have some blood relationship with the divine lord. Now there was no one who did not fear the overlord of the divine race. What was surprising was that the 2 cultivators from the divine race arrived separately. They did not go the same way. A gray flood dragon came across the sky. It was hundreds of feet long and pulled a carriage. Chaotic energy filled the air, as it went straight to the Tower of Soaring Clouds. Everyone gasped. This old flood dragon was a peak existence of the great sage level. Yet he had become a laborer pulling the carriage. It was truly shocking. Everyone knew who had arrived. It was undoubtedly the Divine Lord. There was no one else but him. He had subdued a total of 8 mounts. These people were all the strongest cultivators of their regions who had walked the ancient path of the stars. Now, they had become laborers pulling the carriage. The Divine Lord was considered low-key. He only used 1 wild beast to pull the carriage. He did not bring all of his mounts, but it was still shocking. The gray flood dragon turned into an old man. He stood up and lifted the curtain of the carriage. A man came out and attracted everyone's attention. This was a man of medium build. He didn't look tall, but he had a kind of natural majesty to him, as if he was the ruler of the world. His head of purple hair was extremely thick, and his purple eyes were almost demonic. The lightning in his eyes solidified, and when it swept over everyone, It made them feel as if knives were scraping at their bones, arrows piercing their marrow. It was terrifying beyond compare. He wore an imperial crown on his head that flowed with purple golden light, tying up his purple hair. He wore a divine emperor robe that was embroidered with scenes of ascension as well as images of gods and devils bowing to him. His entire body flowed with multicolored light, and he exuded an oppressive aura of nobility. He also possessed a domineering aura, as if he was the peak of the world. He wasn't very muscular, but he made others revere and fear him. With every step he took, there was a special type of fluctuation. The heaven and earth resonated with his Tao. He didn't seem like a human, but rather like the most ancient deity that descended into the mortal world, looking down on the mortal world. Everyone who was swept by his gaze felt as if they were suffocating and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The muscles and bones in their bodies felt like they were going to split apart, and they were unable to resist. This was precisely a divine being, God race's current generation's most powerful expert, unmatched throughout the ancient paths. After entering Imperial Pass, he even more so suppressed the experts of all clans until they couldn't even raise their heads. Only when he entered Heaven Rushing Tower did everyone release a breath of relief, daring to speak out. So this is a divine being, too terrifying. Just looking at him makes one feel as if they are falling into an abyss, about to self-destruct. Who can stop him? Worthy of being someone who subdued a desolate beast, someone who even the great sage could only pull a carriage for. A group of supreme experts all entered. Ji Qingdao also arrived, quite a bit of the armor on his body damaged, dyed in dark red bloodstains. He directly went upstairs. He came to make a scene, wishing to fight against a divine being. This had long triggered a commotion. Quite a few people followed him upstairs, all of them wishing to see what was going on. This tower was extremely tall, and also extremely grand. There were spatial natural laws within. Forget about the experts who only came to join in on the liveliness. Even if 100,000 people entered at the same time, it wouldn't be an issue. The inside of the highest floor was extremely indistinct. There was a vast tall platform that seemed to be formed from a giant mountain that had been cut off by someone. Chaotic energy pervaded the air. There were jade tables there one after another, each of them corresponding to a stone chair. The seats were quite far apart from each other, and the overlords of the current era were seated there. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't ascend the giant platform that was like a broken mountain, only able to look up from below. It was because the people above didn't hide anything, the aura that flowed out extremely oppressive, formlessly cutting off everyone's paths. This made many people feel discouraged. They knew that after today's event, their emperor paths already grew dim. There was no way they could contend against the people above. They were already defeated before they even took action. However, there were a few who still had tender faces that weren't discouraged, inwardly clenching their fists. They were still young, still had time to sharpen themselves. Divine being, do you dare fight? Ji Qingdao was extremely direct. With a single step, he ascended the ancient platform that was half a mountain tall. With a loud shout, the entire building trembled thrice. After so many years, his heart was extremely bitter. He couldn't see his mother, and his father had also left for the distance. Even now, he still remembered that when he grew up, his naturally unyielding father's hair was already white. He silently prepared himself, dressed in gray clothes, dressed like a slave, leaving into the distance. He couldn't stop him even if he wanted to, and even now he didn't know where he was. His father was known as the Divine King more than 300 years ago. Regardless of whether it was in the Northern Dipper Star domain, or on the ancient path he walked, he was unrivaled, unyielding and unyielding. However, in the end he went into seclusion. After secretly understanding a lot, Ji Qingdao found out that the past matters were related to the divine being. He suppressed his mother, defeated his father, and ruthlessly and almost humiliated the divine king, chasing him away. More than 300 years had passed. Ji Qingdao's student surpassed his master, becoming far more powerful than his father back then. He walked to the great sage's desperate situation. This was a barrier that stopped many people. Even the older generation was only SOSO. They were all blocked here and couldn't pass. Although he was relatively young, he was no weaker than others. Child, you still can't do it. I've said before, at least 50 years later, you can only fight against the strong. Now you are still far from it. On the high platform, the divine being spoke. His voice was hazy, like a celestial being sitting in the chaos. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. Pretentious. Ji Qingdao sneered. He glanced at everyone present, then stared at the divine being and said, "Let's fight with real action." The divine being sat there like a clay statue without any emotions. He said, "I'm just afraid that I'll hurt you and cause your Dao heart to become unstable. Go cultivate for another 50 years, I'll wait for you. I, Ji Qingdao, am not afraid of failure. I grew up under the beating of one elder after another, so why would I be afraid of a little setback?" The Black Emperor nodded. He had been tortured by them since he was young. Not to mention the roar of the barbarians and the bite of the king dog. Even the heartless Taoist used the Heaven's Calamity Pass technique to train him in hellish ways. The biggest advantage of the divine being was his tenacity. He was not afraid of failure, and the more he suffered, the stronger he would become. After each battle, he would sum it up and improve to the next level. For this, Yitong taught him several forbidden techniques such as the Zhe and Xing characters to protect his life. A bell-like laughter was heard. The goddess of the divine race, Shenlan, stood up and waved at Ji Qingdao. She said, "Good child, you are ambitious. Come to me." "Who are you?" Ji Qingdao didn't appreciate it. He knew that this female expert was also from the divine race, and didn't have a good impression of them. "Sai, you really inherited your parents' arrogance. I don't have any bad intentions towards you. I just think that you are very cute and stubborn." "Not bad, the divine being is nothing. You should scold him a little. I support you." Shenlan had a smile on her face, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Ji Qingdao sneered and ignored her. He continued to stare at the divine being. "You want to fight with me?" the divine being said. His eyes suddenly became many times colder, shooting out two terrifying beams of light. The people below were so shocked that they took a few steps back. Their faces were pale, and many people were coughing up blood as if they had been struck by lightning. How powerful was this power? It was just a gaze, but it was like two hammers of punishment from the god of thunder, injuring the great sage who was walking on the emperor's path. Not bad. Ji Qingdao stood there like a javelin. His expression didn't change. His fighting spirit reached the clouds, and his aura rose to the extreme. "Very well, come sit next to me. I will give you a chance to fight in the future," the divine being said. "Why should I sit next to you?" Ji Qingdao was not happy. Well, the people you followed in the past were all useless and wasted a lot of your time. I will teach you personally in the future," the divine being said expressionlessly. He looked more and more like an ancient god statue, shrouded in mist. "You don't have the right to say that." Ji Qingdao's face darkened. "He is your uncle, so he won't hurt you. I am your aunt, so I can guarantee that," Shenlan, the goddess of the god clan, said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Their hearts were in turmoil. Ji Qingdao's mother was the sister of the divine being and Shenlan. For many people, it was the first time they had heard this, and they found it unbelievable. "The blood of the god clan flows in your body, but I sealed the god master fragment when you were young. Come back to the god clan with me, and I will open it for you," the divine being said coldly. "No need. My goal is to defeat you." Obviously, Ji Qingdao had already guessed the relationship between them. Although he wanted to kill him, he still had a sense of propriety. "You can't. You have been wasted by a bunch of useless people. Follow me from now on, and I will teach you personally. You can fight with me in 50 years, the divine being said emotionlessly. "Who do you think you are?" Ji Qingdao didn't appreciate it and became angry. His freedom was taught by his father, the Black Emperor, Duanda, Dongfangyi, Li Heishui, and Yi Tong. He wouldn't allow others to look down on him. In my opinion, the so-called celestial court is a joke. A true expert can kill his way through the universe alone. Any organization is nothing, the divine being said calmly. Beside him, someone looked unhappy. It was the top expert from the celestial court, and he was called Young Sovereign Lord behind his back. He was the youngest son of the celestial court's sovereign lord, and he had also walked this path. He felt that the divine being's attack was too broad. Let's not talk about this first. We are just sitting down to discuss some things. Someone invited us to drink some divine tea. My child, come sit with me. Don't be angry, Shinlan said as she walked towards Ji Qingdao. At this moment, Di Tian stood up with an amiable smile on his face. A ball of resplendent light appeared in his palm, and the moment it appeared, the great Tao rumbled as 10,000 types of Tao laws cascaded down, drowning the entire platform. This was extremely shocking. Source of the Tao. Many people below exclaimed in shock. All of them stared with wide eyes. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. This was especially so now. As one's cultivation base grew higher and higher, cultivation would become increasingly difficult. This kind of source of the Tao that obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth, and was bestowed upon geniuses, displayed its value even more. There was only one path before everyone. If they could obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they would have a chance to become the quasi-emperor. He really has the source of the Tao. Everyone sighed in admiration, envy and jealousy. Such a thing was rarely seen since ancient times. It was hard to encounter and couldn't be begged for. It was one of the most precious divine treasures in the eyes of cultivators. Many people's eyes turned red. Di Tian refined the source of the Tao, using it to steam a jade teapot. The fragrance of tea permeated the air, and in the end, the source of the Tao entered the teapot, nourishing it. At the very end, a translucent jade cup appeared on every stone table. The fragrance wafted through the air, and there were also thousands of laws of the Tao being nurtured within, causing everyone to sink into a state of Tao comprehension. I'm ashamed. After so many years, although I obtained the source of the Tao, I still couldn't truly fuse it with my immortal foundation. What a pity. I'll use this to offer everyone to enjoy this tea together. Di Tian spoke. The source of the Tao flew out from the jade teapot, clearly dimming a little. He kept it, and it vanished from sight. Many people raised their cups. The Great Might Holy Spirit and the 9 Tribulations Taoists were all moved. Such a thing was too rare, they truly needed it. Even the Alcade monarch in Yin Tianda had strange expressions on their faces. Divine light flashed in their eyes. Although they didn't say anything, great waves surged through their hearts. This was the first time Dongfang Yi Li Heishui and the others saw Yin Tianda. They couldn't help but nod their heads silently. This person was definitely extraordinary. He wasn't majestic, but he had an innate Tao charm to him, like the reincarnation of an immortal king. Amidst his transcendent aura, there was also a sharpness hidden within, causing people to revere him. So this is Yin Tianda. Back then, for the sake of ancient divine scriptures, he dared to fight against the human king, Taoist Qinggu, and several other grand completion kings. He even killed his sworn brother, Taoist Sang's father without hesitation. Domineering, ruthless, decisive, truly a character that's difficult to deal with. Li Heishui sighed, feeling that this person wasn't easy to provoke. He was definitely a terrifying enemy. On the ancient platform, the fragrance of tea could be smelled from afar, causing the people below to feel envious. Don't drink it. When many people raised their cups, the voice of the Black Emperor rang out in Ji Qingdao's ears. Ji Qingdao, who had reached the minor completion stage, felt his heart trembling. He naturally wouldn't drink it. It was just that he didn't expect the Black Emperor to come. He felt extremely agitated and excited in the depths of his heart. The Black Emperor had seen the scene just now. With his personality, he naturally had to express something. Whether it was the Divine Lord Yin Tianda or Di Tian, they all made him very unhappy. In a corner below the platform, the Black Emperor took out a few jade basins and filled them with divine water. He cut open the sealed source of the Tao and threw them in separately. He called out to Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and Li Heishui, pointing at their feet and then at the jade basins. You're so wicked. How will those people feel when the time comes? At this moment, no one noticed because the Black Emperor and the others were in a corner behind the crowd. Moreover, they had used the flawless heaven-deceiving formation and had been very low-key the whole time. Chapter 1643. On the mountainous giant platform, every single stone table was surrounded by chaotic energy, hazy and indistinct. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, spreading downwards. Quite a few people raised their cups, gesturing to each other. This was a rare opportunity. Many experts below sighed inwardly. The divine tea that contained the source of Tao was greatly beneficial for cultivation. This type of opportunity could only be encountered and not sought. Child, why aren't you drinking it? Shenlan asked Ji Qingdao, her tone full of concern and affection. I don't care. Ji Qingdao shook his head. This was the truth. It wasn't like he hadn't seen it before. Back then, the celestial court had a few pieces, their uses unimaginable. In other words, they were ridiculously extravagant. The source of Tao is a rare treasure from past to present, some ancient great sages even borrowing its power to cultivate. If you have the opportunity to obtain it, in the future, you will at the very least become a quasi-emperor. The 9 tribulations Taoists spoke. Radiance shot out in all directions when a stone person's eyes opened and closed, flesh growing on both arms. The blood flowing within his body couldn't be hidden at all, as if a great body was rising and falling, killing intent faintly discernible. Everyone knew that the Holy Spirit lineage and the Yi Fan lineage had a great grudge, fighting each other. It was unknown just how many Holy Spirits had fallen. Even Yi Fan's great disciple Yi Tong had the ability to kill the most powerful flame spirit Song Yan, leaving behind an illustrious reputation, making many people feel restraining fear on the only true path. What does a little child understand? What are you boasting for? The Great Might Holy Spirit said coldly. He comprehended the Tao and Imperial Paths for 10 years, believing that he might have already taken a step into the quasi-emperor realm, reaching a higher level. In the near future, he was going to take action against Yi Tong and Yang Shi. At this time, Ji Qingdao came, also becoming his target. If not for the Divine Supreme being here, he might very well have coldly taken action. When Ji Qingdao saw him raise his teacup, he revealed a strange smile. Are the children from the Celestial Court all so short-sighted? Someone ridiculed in secret. There were even more people who raised their cups, expressing their gratitude towards Di Tian, casting strange looks towards Ji Qingdao. Even though they didn't say anything, their expressions expressed everything. Ji Qingdao was also smiling. He didn't even give the teacup on the stone table a second look. He didn't care at all. Young people are always hot-blooded and impulsive, always feeling that they will become the strongest in the world in the future. 100 years later, when they suddenly look back, they realize that there was once a cup of Tao comprehension source tea in front of them, and they missed it just like that. An expert from the brutal dragon race teased, shaking his head as he spoke. He tilted his head back and drank the divine tea in one gulp, revealing an expression of reminiscence. Little kid, your celestial court might have some good stuff, but it's nothing compared to the origin of the Tao. If you miss this opportunity, don't even think about seeing it again. The other dragon sparrow, the great sage, sneered. The people on the stage all thought highly of themselves. However, if the people in the world were to mention experts, they would definitely mention Yi Fan's name. Even if this person was already crippled, he would still be mentioned. The people of the world all said that if he wasn't ill, he would definitely rise above all the heroes, and not many people would be able to contend against him. These words would naturally make those who walked the emperor's path, and were extremely confident in themselves, feel very unhappy. They would either openly or secretly feel some enmity towards the celestial court. The name celestial court truly displays a great boldness. It's just that I don't know if it has that kind of strength. In the future, there will definitely be many Tao friends who will seek confirmation. Correct, this name isn't something ordinary people can use. As long as one person spoke, it would naturally cause others to discuss it. Many people displayed hostility. Ignorant junior, you only know how to be stubborn. This kind of thing might be able to treat the Saint Physique Yi Fan's hidden injuries. Little kid, if you ask Tao brother Di Tian, he might give you some to save your uncle. Someone laughed heartily. After these people finished speaking without exception, they all drank the divine tea and began to meditate. Their bodies blossomed with precious light, and tens of thousands of strands of Tao laws spread out. They were all people who knew what was good and what was bad. They knew that the origin of the Tao tea was real, and didn't tamper with it. Naturally, they would seize the opportunity to enter a state of enlightenment in order to obtain great benefits. The people on the stage spoke coldly, every one of them revealing expressions of mockery. The divine sovereigns didn't care about this at all, allowing Ji Qingdao to face it on his own. Celestial Court, the name isn't bad, quite bold, but who knows how long it can exist in this world. The young Emperor Lord from the Divine Court said in an extremely casual manner. After speaking, he raised his head, draining the cup of tea. Then he narrowed his eyes, no longer paying this matter any attention. This stupid bird definitely doesn't know what happened in the outside world. The Black Emperor said quietly. Exchanging information between Imperial Pass and the outside world is quite troublesome. Li Heishui nodded and said. The two acted as if there was no one else here, continuing their conversation. Who? The Divine Court Lord's youngest son's eyebrows stood on end. Why is it so fragrant? It was unknown who was the first to notice this. Waves of fragrance wafted out from the corner. The Black Emperor removed the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, making everyone in this region reveal looks of confusion. When they turned around, they all revealed strange expressions. Those jade basins were too eye-catching, shining brilliantly. Meanwhile, there was a large golden basin at the center that was even more conspicuous, giving off a feeling of a nouveau riche. There was water and multicolored light in the jade basin. What was being soaked within wasn't tea, but rather big feet. This was especially the case when the large golden basin that was full of nouveau riche aura was soaking a pair of hairy black feet. The Black Emperor was sitting on a stone chair like a dog, treading on water and rubbing his feet. This really made everyone feel disgusted. It was one thing to soak it in private, but he actually had such a bad taste, coming here to soak his feet? Everyone was a bit petrified, not knowing what to say. They had never seen such an unreliable person before. Something's not right. Why are there 10,000 types of Tao laws flowing within the multicolored light in the water basin? This is extremely similar to the divine tea on the stage. Finally, someone saw through some clues, crying out in alarm. This immediately made the nouveau riche Black Emperor feel inwardly refreshed, feeling as if all of his dog fur was about to float up. He narrowed his eyes, releasing a few snorts. It was on purpose, definitely on purpose. This nouveau riche's display was definitely done on purpose, but it was enough to leave everyone stupefied. After a short period of peace, even a pin drop could be heard. On the mountain-like giant stage, the overlords who were sitting cross-legged behind the stone table all froze, their expressions frozen, and they couldn't even move their fingers. They were all frozen there. Who the F***ck is this? They drank the tea brewed by the Tao's origin, and the other party was soaking his feet there. This was not a shameful person, but rather the pattern of the sole of the shoe being imprinted on their faces. With a "aolao" sound, someone finally recovered from the petrification process, and couldn't help but roar. Where would they put their faces? The struggle for supremacy in the Emperor's Road. These people were all extremely conceited. The thing that they treasured as much as their lives, the thing that they viewed as a treasure, was used as foot-washing water by someone else. Di Tian's face immediately turned deathly white, and his body was trembling. The others were also roaring to the heavens, especially the group of people who ridiculed Ji Qingdao and the Celestial Court just now. Their faces turned from red to green, and then to white. Their lungs were about to explode from anger. What, you guys want to eat me? The Black Emperor slowly raised his pair of big black legs, retracted them from the basin, and calmly looked at the heroes on the stage. Everyone was going crazy. This dog was too hateful. While the people below the stage were dumbfounded, they all wanted to laugh out loud, but after holding it in, they felt a bit horrified. One dog, one action, this was destroying an Emperor's Road. By doing this, how would a group of people with the ambition of the Emperor's Road live in the future? If word got out, it would be a joke. Would the great Emperor drink someone else's foot-washing water? Taking 10,000 steps back, that was tea, but on the same occasion, someone was using it to soak their feet. It was enough to make people feel grief and indignation. You're going too far. Someone shouted loudly, unable to endure it, and launched a crazy attack on the Black Emperor. Who was the one who ridiculed the Celestial Court just now, treating us like bumpkins and looking down on us? Today this Emperor will show you what it means to have a foundation. You guys are only worthy of drinking my foot-washing water. The Black Emperor took out his trident, blocking the attack. Many people were flustered and exasperated. This upstart was completely doing this on purpose. What a disgraceful dog. One action was going to destroy an entire road. At this time, Dongfang Yi Li Tian and Li Heishui unhurriedly left the water basin. Other than the Black Emperor, the three of them also entered the water. We haven't seen the world. We didn't know that the origin of Dao could be drunk as tea, so we kept soaking our feet. Since you guys care so much, how about I give you all these basins? The Black Emperor clamored in a very unkind manner. Some of the weaker female cultivators on the stage were about to cry. Please don't say any more. Don't expose their shortcomings. How can they live like this? You stupid dog, go to hell. The great mighty Holy Spirit angrily rebuked. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and he pounced over from the air. A stone hand reached out towards the top of the Black Emperor's head, and his 5 fingers were like hooks. The Black Emperor called out to Yi Fan, telling him to take action. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "You caused this yourself, settle it yourself. No one can save you." The great mighty Holy Spirit roared. He didn't recognize that the figure in the corner was also Yi Fan. "Stone, go back." The Black Emperor bared his teeth, opened his mouth, and spat out a scarlet iron hammer. This was the Quasi-Emperor's weapon that had been simply repaired after being broken by Yi Fan, and its destructive power was still very strong. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The great mighty Holy Spirit didn't dare to face it head-on. If it wasn't for the Quasi-Emperor, who could face it head-on? He retreated. On the stage, not everyone drank the tea. For example, the Divine Venerable was as steady as a boulder, surrounded by primal chaos. For example, Yao Guang and Yin Tianda were very steady. Although they thanked Di Tian, they still didn't raise their cups. As for Shenlan and some others, their arms were somewhat stiff, because they had already raised their cups and were about to bring it to their mouths. At this moment, they were extremely embarrassed. There were too many people who drank. At this moment, the face of the Divine Court's Lord's youngest son was flushed red, and his long hair danced in the wind as he stood up. The great mighty Holy Spirit was forced to retreat, but the others still didn't. Even Yao Guang and Yin Tianda stood up at this moment, and they stepped forward, wanting to attack a few people. A dog had destroyed an emperor's path. This was what many people felt. Today they had truly become the biggest joke in the world. With so many people forcing their way over, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. He walked out from the corner, and with large strides he blocked everyone's path and stared straight at the crowd. "Uncle!" Ji Qingdao was the first to cry out in alarm, and he rushed forward. 10 years ago, he had brushed shoulders with Yi Fan, and only today did they meet again. His face was full of excitement and surprise. "Yi Fan, he's Yi Fan. He actually came back." Many people shouted. The divine physique Yi Fan actually appeared on the emperor's path again. Wasn't he half crippled and had already retired? How could he appear in this world now? This shocked everyone, and they were all tongue-tied, revealing expressions of disbelief. A person who was thought to be crippled and would never be able to step on this path had appeared again. What did this mean? Everyone was shocked, continuously beating like a drum. Di Tian, Fairy Qingshi, Great Demonic God Gu Huang, Emperor Lord Sun, Shenlan, Yao Guang, Yin Tianda. Too many people looked over at the same time. Those who recognized him and those who didn't. Everyone's expressions were extremely complicated. Seeing Yi Fan appear again was definitely not good news for everyone. There were some people who couldn't hide their killing intent even if they wanted to. In that instant, this place surged with battle intent, turning into a sea that surged towards Yi Fan. The divine being had long stood up, revealing a serious expression. Yi Fan came. This news swept through like a hurricane, instantly spreading through Imperial Pass, triggering a huge commotion, shaking up this place. Chapter 1644. Yi Fan appeared. Imperial Pass was shaken up. The people on the mountain-like giant stage at the highest floor of Sky Rushing Restaurant were all shocked. This was definitely the most important matter in the past 10 years. The ancient supreme being who had previously fought bloodily in a life-restricted region returned. What did this signify? No matter what, it made one feel uneasy and restraining fear. Pairs of eyes looked over one after another, familiar and unfamiliar. Killing intent surged like a sea, battle intent soaring into the clouds. Yi Fan reappeared, feeling as if the entire world was his enemy. He faced them calmly. He had experienced too much on the battlefield, previously fighting great life and death battles against Stone Emperor, Lord of Samsara, these unmatched emperors. Now, even if he encountered someone stronger than him, there wouldn't be much of a reaction. I say, why are you all so enthusiastic? Even though Yi Hei hasn't fought with you all for many years, there's no need to be like this, right? We just met. The big black dog had his hands behind his back, standing up straight. Below him was a pair of snakeskin golden underpants. Above was a flood dragon silver vest, shining brilliantly. He continued, so enthusiastic, I really don't have much else to entertain you all with. How about this? I'll gift you all these pots of divine treasures of the Tao Source tea. Fuck. Many people were driven mad. This dog was too hateful. A single mouth from it could definitely destroy a path, ruin one's mood, truly worthy of being called deception, reaching a certain level. Come, let's have a joyous meeting. Old and new friends, please drink this cup of wine, no tea. This emperor really is happy to meet you all. I've missed you all to death. Motherfucker, touching a sore spot, a group of people wanting to skin him alive. Today, there would definitely be a great joke left behind. This dog ruined a path. It would most likely be recorded in the annals of history, while these people would definitely become the laughingstock of later generations. Everyone's faces alternated between green and white. With a shio sound, someone took action, unable to endure this grieving and indignant big black dog. A flying blade turned into a streak of demonic light, hacking down. Light flashed. Yi Fan took action, reaching out 2 fingers to stop the blade, allowing it to tremble, unable to advance in the slightest. Brother Yi, it has been many years since we last met. We meet again today. Yao Guang had a gentle smile on his face. There was no doubt that he was a handsome man, like a sun god. His entire body had a special type of brilliance, even the ends of his hair flowing with golden light. Behind him, Emo Wentian stood expressionlessly. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Yi Fan had once captured him to do hard labor. Although he had spared his life, Emo Wentian's future had been cut off. Dao brother, aren't you sick? You should be properly recovering from your injuries if you have hidden injuries. Why did you come to the only true path again? Someone asked. Oh, that's right. Since you're injured, you should recuperate. We hope that you can recover soon. Ha ha ha. It seemed to be a greeting, but the meaning behind it was obvious. They lacked sincerity, and their words were filled with sarcasm. The cold smiles on their faces further confirmed the mentality of these people. I'm tired of staying here, so I have to come out for a walk. Otherwise, I'll really be useless. I'm also here to see old and new friends. Yi Fan replied calmly. Senior Yi, you must take care of yourself. The only true path is very chaotic. I feel that you should cultivate in a safe place for thousands of years. When you truly recover your cultivation, you can return. At that time, who can compete with you? Hey kid, let's retreat. You came without recovering your cultivation. You are too impatient. Some of them were very direct and didn't even bother to conceal themselves. However, they were carefully staring at Yi Fan's hand that was holding the flying dagger. How has the Celestial Court been doing all these years? With such a bold name, I believe it must have a corresponding background. The youngest son of the Divine Court Lord chuckled. If one were to think about his background, these words were a little harsh. Tofu is fine. Behind him, a group of people from the Celestial Court sneered. That kind of expression, the hidden strangeness, made the young sovereign lord a little scared. He instinctively felt that something must have happened. The more they laughed, the less confident he felt in his heart. Especially when he saw the Black Emperor's greedy gaze and ghastly white teeth. The young sovereign lord was even more infuriated. Are they taking me to be a fat sheep? Yi Fan didn't come here to kill, nor was he in the mood to do so. He mainly came to see if his disciples and old friends were doing well. Standing at a different height, he suddenly looked back and felt very bored. Of course, if someone provoked him, he naturally wouldn't give them any face. It's said that the divine physique is extraordinary. Back then, you had the ambition to fight to the death. I wonder how useful it was in that battle. Can Taoist Yi tell us about your experiences back then? Someone asked. There is nothing much to say about that battle. It was completely a bloodbath. If anyone is interested, they can only experience it in a life and death situation, Yi Fan said. This made everyone feel suffocated. He had something to rely on. His cultivation hadn't recovered, and his half-crippled body was still so powerful. It made people feel restraining fear. Don't talk about useless things. Since you're here, show us your skills or get lost. The Great Might Holy Spirit's arrogance soared. The main reason was that he had a belly full of anger. After drinking the foot-washing water, his lungs were about to explode. Moreover, he couldn't do anything to that dog. You absolutely cannot say it like that. The divine physique has contributions, and all clans are grateful for his good deeds. If you speak like this, wouldn't you be committing the crime of mistreating a hero? The Emperor Lord Sun said indifferently. Exactly. Regardless, the reputation of the human race's divine physique isn't small. Everyone has to respect him. There is no reason for us to not injure him. A dragon sparrow had a human form and demonic wings on its back as it spoke coldly. Everyone take it easy. Even if there is conflict and you want to exchange pointers, don't injure our great hero. He has a divine physique and cannot be injured. A girl from the fox race spoke. She was a fox spirit that lived up to her name. She was extremely charming and flirtatious. Her name spread far and wide on this path. It could be said that if one were to talk about who was the most famous in terms of beauty and charm, she would definitely be ranked in the top 5. She truly had a group of supporters, and her popularity was extremely great. Normally, this girl couldn't be talked about or humiliated by others. Otherwise, there would be a few big shots who would stand up for her. In reality, her cultivation was also very powerful. However, her intention of coming here to befriend the various heroes was greater than the significance of fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's path. She was making plans for her future. Everyone please speak less, Fairy Qingshi said bitterly. She was also an exceptional fairy, and was well received here. She had interacted with Yi Fan before, and was well aware of his style of doing things. Since he had come, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of the various heroes. At this moment, everyone suddenly fell silent. This was because they suddenly discovered that the large black dog was looking at them from the corner of his eyes. There was an arrogant expression on his face, and he was actually looking at them as if they were country bumpkins. Everyone felt that something was off. This ingrate, no, it was an ingrate dog. What was he trying to do? Suddenly, a sharp aura pierced everyone's hair. Everyone discovered that Yi Fan had disappeared from his original location and directly appeared in front of the Great Might Holy Spirit. He grabbed onto one of his arms, and with a kacha sound, blood gushed out. That arm was severed. Pooh. After that, Yi Fan flicked his finger, striking the skull of the Great Might Holy Spirit. His immortal foundation cracked, and the Great Might Holy Spirit screamed in agony as he tumbled down the platform. He said that he wanted Yi Fan to show off a few moves or he'd better scram. And as expected, he only had a few moves. His body was crippled, and his immortal foundation was crippled. Yi Fan took another step forward. The expressions of everyone changed. This aura was too oppressive. The Great Might Holy Spirit was someone who was about to take that final step and become the quasi-emperor. Yet in the end, he was crippled without any suspense. Ah! The great sage of the dragon sparrow race screamed in agony. His magic treasure was shattered by Yi Fan's stomp, and his body was also kicked through the air. His body was blasted through the air, and a large amount of blood splattered through the air. Evidently, he was crippled as well. No, the beautiful seductive fox race female turned pale as she cried out in alarm. She was lifted up by the collar by Yi Fan. This posture was extremely unsightly, and it was as if a war god was lifting up a little chick. Chi. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan exerted more force in his palm, and she instantly exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Yet another famous character was crippled. This scene shocked everyone. Too powerful, there was no suspense at all. Did everyone lose their confidence in an instant? Was this really a half-crippled saint physique? His cultivation base had disappeared, yet he was still so terrifying. The great devil of the emperor's path, the assassin of everyone. Yi Fan came, rising up once again. Everyone knew that this was a declaration that a new era had arrived. This era belonged to the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Who the hell dares to bully my brother? Do you think that just because Yeezy's cultivation base has disappeared, you bunch of trash can do whatever you want? This daddy is here, all of you better scram. Amidst the silence, a thunderous voice thundered out, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Even their immortal foundations felt like they were about to shatter. Vast amounts of demonic chi gushed forth, gushing into the soaring heaven pavilion. A figure that resembled an iron tower appeared. He was almost 15 meters tall, and it was hard to tell if he was a human or a heavenly demon. Such a tall and sturdy figure caused everyone to revere him. His arms were thicker than two thighs put together. His muscles were sturdy, and they flickered with a bronze glow. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were as resplendent as divine lamps. Demon Sovereign Pangbo. Many people cried out in alarm, revealing his identity. Yeezy, you're finally here. You're still alive. I've been in so much pain waiting for you. Pangbo roared, rushing over with large strides. His tiger-like eyes were filled with hot tears, revealing his true emotions. They came from the same place and were the best of friends. After stepping into the starry skies, their sincere friendship had undergone the test of life and death. That kind of friendship that was filled with hot tears and hot blood was the most real. Yi Fan was also moved. He rushed over. After experiencing so much, it was truly not easy to meet him again. Pangbo came over in a bear hug. His physique was too large, and Yi Fan gave him a punch. As expected of the demon sovereign treasured physique, it truly lived up to its name. Who the hell dares to have designs on Yeezy? Who the hell dares to be disrespectful to him? Ask me, Pangbo, if I Pangbo will agree. If you don't want to die, scram. I'll blast you into dregs. After the two of them separated, Pangbo roared in anger. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many people were saying, Elder brother, you should understand the situation first. It's not that we want to bully you, but this Saint Physique is about to rise up again. Great demon, you're finally here. Dongfeng Yi laughed loudly as he rushed over. I went to the blood battlefield and just returned to the city. Barbarians, whoever dares to provoke us, we'll kill them all. Pangbo tyrannically spoke. Yi Fan laughed and shook his head. However, he also acted, vanishing in an instant. He tore open the void and returned with the Emperor Lord Sun. Don't kill me. I'm from the Divine Court. He had long since been stupefied. What kind of strength did Yi Fan have? He had definitely come into contact with the quasi-emperor. Otherwise, how could he have killed the peak of the great sage as easily as chopping vegetables? You're very noisy. You were so cocky just now. You're asking for a beating. The Black Emperor stretched out his large head and said, Pa. Yi Fan placed him horizontally in the void and slapped his, but as if he was beating a naughty and disobedient child. You dare to treat me like this? Xianyu roared in anger. He was so crippled that he was about to explode. He was the youngest son of the Divine Court Emperor. Who dared to humiliate him like this? As an uncle, it's only right for me to beat you up. Go back and tell your father that we'll discipline this child in his place today, Li Tian said. Xianyu opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The resentment he felt hurt his state of mind. He was at the peak of the great sage, and he was only slightly older than Yi Fan and the others. Yet he was treated as a junior. This was a great humiliation. Only someone with a sufficiently high cultivation base could be so arrogant. When he thought of this, his body suddenly turned ice cold. Could it be that the Saint Physique had really become the quasi-emperor? Had his guess come true? Not only him, everyone felt a headache coming on. They were all dumbfounded. A half-crippled Saint Physique had actually passed that trial? This would definitely shock the entire ancient path. Nephew, are you convinced or not? Li Heishui asked. Pangbo understood what was going on. He directly slapped Xianyu a few times before waving his hand and saying, You didn't want to learn the good stuff. You just had to find trouble for yourself. You're intentionally asking for a beating. Master! Someone shouted. Two figures appeared side by side. They were none other than Yi Tong and Yang Shi. They had also returned from the training ground, and both of them were incomparably excited. Their bodies were stained with blood. Clearly, they had experienced many life and death battles. Walking from the flying immortal battlefield to here, they had experienced many trials of life and death. It was truly not easy. Now that they saw Yi Fan again, there were traces of the passage of time on their bodies. However, the two of them were even more tenacious than before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lived until now. Master, I never thought that we would meet again so soon. Have you recovered? Let us, master and disciple, take care of this entire path. Yangshi was a straightforward person. Her words caused everyone's expressions to change. Master, I never thought that we would meet again so soon. Sure, we're finally reunited, the Black Emperor said, a gratified expression on his face. The Black Emperor said with a gratified look. Yi Tong, Ji Qingdao, and the other children were all raised by him. Yao Guang, Yin Tianda, didn't you guys want to fight with me? Feel free to come over. Divinity, I don't want to waste words. Release my mother who has just completed the minor Dao. Don't force me to personally make a trip to the god race. Yi Fan's words were very simple, and his voice wasn't very loud either. However, it caused everyone's hearts to violently beat, as if they were about to jump out of their throats. Di Tian's face was pale. He gripped the origin of the Dao in his hand. When he turned back again, time seemed to pass in an instant. However, the path was already so far away, and that figure couldn't catch up. The hand that held the origin of the Dao trembled slightly. This was the first time in his life that he felt so powerless. It was the Quasi-Emperor. There was actually someone who advanced in a half-crippled state. Fairy Qingshi, Shunlan, and the others also had complicated expressions. They didn't expect that Yi Fan, who had survived with great difficulty and was already crippled, would not only not be cut off, but would also advance triumphantly and reach the peak. The great demonic god became even more silent. Those who were familiar with him in the past all opened their mouths, but no words came out. Chapter 1645. Many people who knew him felt bitter in their hearts. After 300 years, not even the bloodstained marks of a supreme being could stop Yi Fan. Not only had he survived, but he had also become the Quasi-Emperor. That figure was getting further and further away. How could they chase after him? Not so long ago, they were the opponents of the holy physique Yi Fan. They had fought with him for supremacy, and some of them even had a higher cultivation level than him. They had looked down on this newcomer on the ancient starry sky road. However, as time went on, everything was slowly changing. The rise of the holy physique was unstoppable. Brother Ye's path can be considered a miracle. You survived the battle with the Stone Emperor and the Reincarnation Supreme Being, and you even reached a higher level. It is admirable, Yao Guang said. He showed a rare trace of seriousness, which was different from his usual gentleness. This was a man with a heavenly talent. His cultivation path had always been smooth. Along the way, few people could compete with him. Even now no one knew how strong Yao Guang was. Everyone stared at him, Yin Tianda, and the divine being because Yi Fan's last words were directed at the three of them. Vaguely, everyone at the scene also respected their strength. Everyone was waiting for them to express their stance. The scene suddenly became extremely quiet. The divine being's expression was indifferent, and he did not say anything. Yin Tianda was also silent and did not say anything. Only Yao Guang walked forward alone. Every inch of Yao Guang's body was overflowing with brilliance. He was like a god who was walking out of the dazzling sun. He was full of astonishing brilliance. No matter where he was, people like him would inevitably be the center of attention. Even if he did not speak or move, people could not ignore him. He would become the center of the whole world. Because he was so outstanding, this was innate. He transcended the mortal world as if he was the main character of this era. The sun, moon, and stars all revolved around him. Speaking of which, it seems that there is no great hatred between us, Yao Guang said. His smile was like the spring wind, making people feel as brilliant as the warm sun. Indeed, there is no great enmity between us. However, you have killed many people, and you have always been thinking about me, Yi Fan said calmly. He did not have any great enmity with this person. He just wanted to put an end to this. Two mysterious beams of light shot out from Yao Guang's eyes, as if he could see through Yi Fan's source. His aura was rising and he said, "I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time, but you've advanced a bit too quickly. It's somewhat beyond my expectations." Chains of order appeared around him, and a black vase of the Great Path floated above his head, making him look even more extraordinary. The divine chains were phoenix feather robes, and the precious bottle was his weapon. The Alcade now had an additional killing intent. He was about to make his move. Everyone was stunned, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Just how powerful was a light-shaking realm cultivator to actually fight against a quasi-emperor? Had he also reached this realm? After today, there might not be any light-shaking realm cultivators left in this world, but we still have to fight, he said calmly, a warm smile on his face. It had to be said that the Alcade was a very charismatic man. Even in the face of a life-and-death battle, he still gave off a refreshing feeling. He had almost entered the quasi-emperor realm, and he had already taken one step in. In a few more years, or even a few more months, he would be able to completely succeed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they could all feel how powerful a light-shaking realm cultivator was. Why force yourself? I'll give you a chance to fight today, Yi Fan said. I've been suppressing myself too harshly. I didn't expect you to show up today. However, I don't want to cower either. We must fight today, the Alcade said as he shook his head. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He stared intently at the man in front of him. Everyone was stunned. A light-shaking realm cultivator was destined to enter the quasi-emperor realm. However, he had been suppressing himself too harshly, and he wanted to make a breakthrough. And today he wasn't going to avoid the battle. Was he going to borrow Yi Fan's hand to undergo an ultimate transformation? Or was it because of his strong nature that he wasn't willing to cower? No matter what, the Alcade was extremely dazzling at this moment. He was someone who was destined to become the quasi-emperor, and yet he was willing to fight under these kinds of adverse circumstances. That was quite admirable. Let's begin. The black vase above his head floated up and down. Tens of thousands of divine chains of order descended like phoenix feathers, making him look like a black phoenix. There was a type of sharpness within his otherworldly aura. His aura had changed. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was the heaven-swallowing demonic art. It was a peerless technique, a truly flawless ancient technique that had originated from Emperor Vicious. However, for some reason he sensed that something was off. This kind of technique seemed somewhat out of place when compared to the Alcade's original aura. Since you've noticed, then let's fight. I'll either borrow your strength to ascend, or I'll borrow your hand to free myself. As he spoke, he slammed out with his palm. It was calm and peaceful, and it wasn't the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Rather, it was a technique that he had created himself. Brilliant light erupted, dazzling everyone's eyes. The lightning palm was similar to his aura. It illuminated the entire universe, making him seem like a deity. The Alcade's hair, which had been dyed with divine light, danced in the wind. He seemed to have transcended this world as he attacked with all his might. After his aura reached its peak, his body trembled, as if he had broken through some kind of forbidden shackles. The Quasi-Emperor's aura. It's actually the magic power of the Quasi-Emperor level. How did he do this? No wonder he dared to fight against the divine physique Yi Fan. He has broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, but he hasn't transcended his tribulation yet. He has truly reached this realm. Everyone was stunned, and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. The Alcade's performance was too shocking. He wanted to use the peak of the great sage to fight against the Quasi-Emperor, but in the end, he had ascended. Tens of thousands of divine rings submerged him. That palm was as fast as lightning, just like its name. The power it possessed was enough to shake the world, causing everyone to tremble. Hong. The heavens fell and earth split apart. Time and space were destroyed. The Alcade displayed how terrifying he was. There was nothing he couldn't break through. The Quasi-Emperor's fighting strength was completely displayed. Many people didn't understand how he did this. Just now, he was still the great sage, so how did he break through to this cultivation realm? Yi Fan took action. When faced with the lightning palm, he didn't look down on it. His expression was calm. His right hand struck out, facing it head-on. Time and space became chaotic. All of Imperial Pass lit up. This was stimulated by the Quasi-Emperor's aura. The formation patterns revived, carrying out protection. Otherwise, the city and heaven-rushing tower might be damaged. A collision at the Quasi-Emperor level. Everyone was stupefied. This was the first time a confrontation of this level had happened on the Emperor's path, so it naturally carried epic-making significance. Pung. The Alcade was greatly shaken, backing up. There were a few people who saw blood splash out, while most others didn't see anything. However, the Alcade quickly stabilized his figure, and then he rushed up again. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden light released in tens of thousands of streaks. His lightning palm displayed world-shocking might, powerful and unmatched. Yi Fan took action, his right hand striking out. Waves of rumbling sounds erupted, making every cultivator's soul tremble. The Alcade's lightning palm was truly unmatched. Dao sounds were like thunder, radiance covering the sun, making him look like a heavenly deity, able to crush all things. Unfortunately, he encountered the current Yi Fan, still a bit lacking in the end. He coughed out blood from his mouth. Many people saw the result of this great confrontation. Blood flowed out from the corners of the Alcade's lips. Under his otherworldly temperament, the bloodstains were a bit shocking. In the end, he still isn't the true Quasi-Emperor, unable to face the divine body. Even if he temporarily stands in that cultivation realm, it still won't be enough. What a pity for the Alcade, he most likely won't be able to live today. Everyone seemed to have already seen the result. It was difficult to change it. Boom. When another attack landed, Yi Fan's expression was calm. The Alcade was blasted flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was shocked to see that there was actually a shattered heart mixed with blood flowing out. It seems like the result has already been decided. Are there no more Alcade today? He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed self-mockingly. His elegant demeanor was still as outstanding as ever. The Alcade stood in place. The black bottle above his head suddenly surged with boundless light, and his body began to glow as well. He was undergoing a terrifying transformation. All kinds of figures appeared behind him. It was obvious that they were all outstanding individuals. They were all heroes of their respective races, and their auras were oppressive. God race, sacred spirit, heaven-splitting beast, winged demon. Heavens, there are too many. Did so many people die at his hands? Everyone was shocked. In the past, there were many experts who were once geniuses whose names shook the heavens, but they had mysteriously disappeared and became unsolved cases. No one expected that the truth would be revealed today. They were all killed by the Alcade. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted. The great Tao bottle shattered, entering Alcade's body. Meanwhile, those people's figures also exploded, turning into waves of the most foundational aura that merged into his flesh. At this moment, even though Alcade's expression was still normal, from time to time, his brows furrowed, revealing the pain he was enduring. This type of transformation was extremely terrifying. The foundational energy of countless heroes entered his body, merging with him, unexpectedly making his body undergo a mysterious transformation. Strand after strand of chaotic energy seeped out. What? The chaotic body was artificially created? Everyone was startled, all of them revealing looks of shock. The final battle. Freedom or transcendence, it will all be decided in this final battle. Alcade's expression was calm as he spoke. More and more chaotic energy appeared. Hong. This time his entire being erupted, his aura even more powerful than before. The true Quasi-Emperor's battle intent surged into the clouds. When he took a step out, even Imperial Pass trembled 3 times. Break through the shackles, break through the heaven-swallowing demonic arts restrictions, step on my unique path. He spoke quietly, his expression dignified and respectful. He walked forward, every movement containing chaotic energy. His fighting strength was terrifying to the extreme. Hong Long. The most terrifying battle happened. Alcade was like a chaotic body, plucking stars and capturing moons with a raise of his hand. His bravery unrivaled under the heavens. There was even a type of divine radiance surrounding him, making him stand out from the masses. One strike. Beams of light rushed into the heavens, breaking through buildings. Moons fell from the sky. The second strike. The starry domain trembled, everything growing dim. Countless stars turned into powder. 3 strikes. The two fought their way into the starry sky, leaving Imperial Pass. The terrifying fluctuations produced were too shocking, the destructive force leaving many people stupefied. In everyone's perception, Cloaked and Yi-Fan would most likely fight until the starry domain collapsed, heaven splitting and earth collapsing, perhaps continuing for several days and nights. However, things were outside of everyone's expectations. This type of terrifying great battle came quickly, and it ended quickly as well. After the 9th strike ended, everything came to an end. Cloaked staggered backwards, blood continuously flowing out from his mouth. A few pieces of his inner organs even rushed out, making him look extremely terrifying. Only after a long time had passed did he stabilize his figure. He wiped away the traces of blood, a type of special brilliance appearing on his face. I also had a day like this. Did I finally reach this step? He said softly. His face still carried a smile, looking incomparably brilliant and otherworldly. Something's not right. What about the imperishable heaven art? Why didn't he display it? Moreover, the heaven-swallowing demonic art isn't used much either, ascension force not even displayed. Is he trying his best to break free? The Black Emperor was incredibly bewildered. Cloaked should be silent. This heaven-swallowing demonic art, this demonic body, has too many restrictions. Only Brother Yi can break free. Cloaked seemed to be crying, yet also smiling, yet not smiling. There was sadness but also happiness, his expression extremely complicated. In the end he put away his sadness, revealing a radiant smile. He waved towards everyone. And then his body exploded with a pu sound. Cloaked's final expression, that type of brilliance, seemed especially bewitching under the bloody radiance. Chapter 1646. The light-shaking realm was a heaven-defying existence that had almost reached the quasi-emperor realm. No matter the time, he was always radiant, as if he were a shining god. Even his hair was dyed golden, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. But at this moment he had exploded. Even before he died, he was still waving at everyone. That kind of brilliant smile was forever frozen in the air, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Dead. Dead, he died just like that. I don't believe it. That was the light-shaking realm. How could he have died? He wasn't a quasi-emperor, but he already had the mystical abilities of a quasi-emperor. Even the large black dog was confused. He didn't dare believe this result, and his face was filled with shock. However, the truth was right in front of them. That tall, slender body had shattered, and 5-colored blood splattered everywhere. The light was dazzling, but it was also very tragic. As the light-shaking realm's physical body disintegrated, the chaotic aura that enveloped his body suddenly split into tens of thousands of strands, each strand containing a unique Tao. In the end, this physical body that only Yi-Fan, who possessed a saint physique, could not destroy was completely destroyed. It shattered inch by inch and turned into a bloody mist. Not even a single piece of white bone remained. It was easy to imagine just how intense the battle just then had been. There's origin chi that can't be destroyed. Everyone revealed expressions of confusion. Thousands of strands of light shot out from the bloody mist, merging with the strands of chaotic aura. Every strand of origin chi contained a Tao, and one could even faintly make out a body. Those were the great Tao of origin, the geniuses that had been devoured by the heaven-devouring demonic technique. Everyone's hearts trembled. How many different physiques did this person possess? Even someone as powerful as the light-shaking realm had managed to merge all kinds of physique origin chi. He was about to form a chaotic body. 1, 2. Someone counted carefully and discovered that there were exactly 6,400 types of origin chi. This was simply too shocking, and everyone was speechless. Most of them weren't killed by him. Most of them are corpses that are covered in a deathly aura. A small portion of them were killed by him. It seems like his heart isn't as cruel as we thought. Everyone felt a bit of pity for the dazzling emperor star of the light-shaking realm. It was a pity that such a talented genius had passed away just like that. They noticed that there were 10,000 strands of chaotic aura in total. while there were only 6,400 strands of origin chi left. The fusion of the two was not complete yet, and there were 3,600 strands missing. In other words, the true chaotic body requires the fusion of at least 10,000 types of source of the Great Path to be born. Everyone gasped. This was such a shocking fact. It was too terrifying. And the light-shaking realm had progressed quite a bit on this path. His physique had already transformed into an unrivaled one. At the moment, only Yi Fan, who had a sage physique, could shatter his physical shell. He's too powerful. Just how powerful is a true primordial realm cultivator? Just how powerful will the light-shaking realm be? Chen as chaotic he is as shaking saint as origin Chen Chen. Realm is, was as could. Li Tian and Yan Ishi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was that big bearded man. He had returned and was commenting on this battle. Chen Raging Shaking Realm has already discovered that if he continues down this path, it will no longer be him controlling the Tao, but rather the Tao controlling him. This kind of technique has shackled him, and the heaven-devouring demonic art has become the master. Unless he takes an even more powerful step and transcends, he can transform and break free, the big bearded man said with a serious expression. His eyes were blazing with flames as he saw through the truth. Light-shaking realm cultivators need to walk their own path and shatter their demonic body. They don't need this chaotic body anymore. Unfortunately, they have already fallen. The other side. The 10,000 strands of chaotic aura collided, and 6,400 strands of origin chi fused together. In that instant, multicolored light illuminated the entire universe as a figure appeared. Everyone was stunned. The light-shaking realm had reappeared. He had actually appeared again. 6,400 strands of origin chi merged into one, forming a new figure that possessed a peerless elegance. I knew it. How could he die so easily? The indestructible heavens art hasn't even appeared yet. Is this its manifestation? Did a demonic body transform into a divine embryo? The Black Emperor muttered to himself with a serious expression on his face. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this the end? Was this just the beginning? How shocking. However, reality once again exceeded their expectations. The light-shaking realm appeared once again, and his aura was peerless. As he stared at everyone, he exploded with a bang, turning into 6,400 strands of light that shot out into the universe. Everything was completely unexpected. Every strand of essence chi shot towards a different location. After a brilliant flash, they completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was stunned and petrified. The starry sky dimmed. Yi Fan had returned to the city. However, the bearded man had disappeared again. He had already left. Li Tian and Yan Ishi were about to go crazy. They felt completely helpless. This mysterious bearded man was truly difficult to deal with. Quite a few people had disappeared from the city. When Yi Fan and the light-shaking realm had entered the universe, a few of the apprehensive emperor contenders had fled, afraid that they would be dealt with. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face as he shook his head. He had no desire to make a move, so he allowed those people to flee. Unexpectedly, Yin Tianda was still there and hadn't left. He was still standing in the same spot, showing no signs of leaving. The Divine Venerable was also there. His expression was indifferent and he hadn't fled. I haven't even made a move yet. Isn't it useless to leave just like that? Even though this isn't a good time for a showdown, I can't just leave like that, Yin Tianda said with a hint of self-mockery. He wasn't very majestic, but he had a natural aura about him. He was like an ancient emperor that had descended into the mortal world. There was a sharp aura hidden within his otherworldly aura that made others revere him. In the Ziwei system, his younger brother, Yin Tianji, had provoked Yi Fan and was killed. After that, he and Yi Fan had fought over the ancient god scriptures. This person had even killed his sworn brother's father for the ancient god scriptures. It could be said that he was vicious and merciless. Furthermore, he had even come into contact with the divine prohibition domain. This was the first person that Yi Fan had encountered with a divine prohibition domain. How many people were there in the entire universe? Yin Tianda was about to make a move, which caused a heated discussion among the crowd. This was a person with terrifying strength. Ever since he had stepped onto the Emperor's path, no one had been able to challenge him. He stepped into the starry sky. Violet chi spread out for thousands of kilometers, shaking the universe. He turned around to look at Yi Fan, preparing himself for battle. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He directly flew into the sky. What's the point? He's about to enter the quasi-emperor realm at any moment. Why would he choose to fight now? Waiting for a bit longer would be the best time. Many people revealed suspicious expressions. Wasn't the Yao Guang realm enough to make him feel apprehensive? If he still wanted to fight, there could only be one result: death. Roar! Yin Tianda let out a loud roar, causing the stars to tremble chaotically. His body that wasn't all that tall and sturdy was even more terrifying than a giant. 3 streams of clear energy rushed out from the top of his head, and 3 figures that looked exactly like him charged forward. This was a supreme divine technique that could instantly increase one's battle prowess. 3 Dao selves that looked exactly the same as one's true body would appear, and once they joined the battle, they could instantly turn the tide of the battle. Yin Tianda had used his trump card right from the start. Naturally, he viewed Yi Fan as his most powerful opponent. The 3 Yin Tiandas rushed over at the same time. One formed the heavenly celestial being precious seal, one held the Dao sovereign precious vase, and the last brandished the Emperor's fist, releasing supreme Dao laws as they charged forward. The 3 of them attacked with great power. That kind of aura, that kind of power that made one's blood boil shook the starry sky, making everyone's mind feel like it was being torn apart. What a powerful Yin Tianda! What terrifying battle prowess! This was what everyone was thinking in their hearts. They were all incomparably shocked. This was the true strength of his Emperor's path. Just like the Yao Guang realm, he had one foot in the quasi-emperor realm. He could truly undergo a tribulation at any time and become a supreme quasi-emperor, overlooking the universe. The one who held the celestial being precious seal had a dignified appearance, suppressing all evils and eradicating all enemies in the world, making all Dao bow down to him. The one who held the Emperor's fist was incomparably dignified. The immortal bottle in his hand could store all things in this world, and it was going to refine the enemy in front of it. The one who brandished the Emperor's fist was extremely righteous, as if an immortal flame was burning. Raging flames curled around his body, and the universe seemed to collapse because of him. Any type of power was exceptional, enough to make other great sages nurse a grievance. This was a supreme expert that touched upon the quasi-emperor realm, and no one else could match him. However, it was precisely these 3 powerful Dao bodies that couldn't display their power at this moment. They were stopped. Yi Fan took action. A palm tore through the everlasting, and resplendent beams of light illuminated heaven and earth. It was simple and ordinary, transforming the rotten into the miraculous. When his right hand descended, the 3 Dao bodies broke apart inch by inch, and then they exploded. Blood and bones flew everywhere, leaving everyone in despair. Even Yin Tianda's powerful attack was useless, broken apart by a single palm. Hong! Suddenly, a wave of terrifying aura erupted, shocking the universe, shaking up the starry sky where the 5th Imperial Pass was, making everyone's souls tremble endlessly. Quasi-Emperor, it's another Quasi-Emperor. Many people cried out in alarm. They looked forward, searching for a figure. They were all stupefied. It was actually Yin Tianda's true body. At this moment, incomparable power was being released. How could this be? How did he suddenly become the Quasi-Emperor? Many people didn't dare believe this. No, it isn't the true Quasi-Emperor, but he seems to have that type of strength. It's a divine restriction. The Black Emperor was shocked. He spoke the truth. Every single person who possessed a divine restriction would definitely become a supreme expert whose might shook the universe. This type of person, in the end, even if they couldn't be said to be unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, it would still be close. Yin Tianda was precisely this type of person. Just now he had time to escape, but he didn't, instead silently operating a mysterious technique, activating the divine restriction. Only when he succeeded did he come to fight. It was because he wasn't willing to back off just like that. He wanted to prove that he could defy fate and fight against the Quasi-Emperor, that he was the most powerful person in the universe at his level. Hongwang! An intense great battle erupted. Two figures rushed towards each other. One's Tao technique was boundless, covering heaven and earth. Divine chains of order drowned out the starry sky, causing many stars to explode. The other had an unparalleled physical body, using his body to prove eternity, tearing apart all obstacles and destroying all Tao. Spheres of light erupted one after another, and stars turned into fine powder one after another. This was a catastrophic battle. The two clashed fiercely. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of situation was this? Was the rise of a great sage? He actually wanted to use a divine restriction to resist the quasi-emperor's body. The Saint Physique Yi Fan also has a divine restriction. If he were to display it. Someone spoke of this fact. Just the thought of it was terrifying. What a pity, Yin Tianda still couldn't become the quasi-emperor in the end. It's hard for him to defy the heavens. Within a wave of resplendent radiance, Yin Tianda's entire body was covered in blood as he flew outwards. Even though he had a divine restriction and could theoretically attack the quasi-emperor, in the end, he still wasn't a match in a true battle. He was almost beaten into smithereens. His entire body collapsed, and he used divine techniques with great difficulty to recover his injured body. Yi Fan followed up to kill this person. With a hong sound, an expanse of purple radiance suddenly erupted. That was a purple gourd that was sparkling and translucent. Its entire body swirled with purple light, bright and glistening. It possessed the power to devour the heavens. It was actually a quasi-emperor artifact. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance. This was the first time he used the Heavenly Emperor Fist here. It shook the heavens, erupting with the most powerful battle intent. With a bow sound, the purple gourd exploded. This result made everyone's blood run cold. All of their fine hair stood on end, and their scalps went numb. They were all incomparably terrified. That was a quasi-emperor artifact. It was blasted apart by a single fist just like that. Chapter 1647. Little does Z wants to fight, but he doesn't want to die either. He gave up a quasi-emperor artifact to leave a path of retreat. He really is generous. The Black Emperor wiped away his saliva. Otherwise, his drool would have almost fallen off. Specks of purple fragments danced about like a brilliant rain of light, sprinkling over the cosmos. These were the fragments of the quasi-emperor artifact. Even though they were beautiful and flawless, every single one of them could kill the great sage. Everyone dodged out of fear of being touched. If they did, a bloody hole would definitely appear. And then the quasi-emperor's Tao patterns would grind them into a bloody paste. Not being able to fight at the same cultivation realm is truly regretful. Let's fight in the future. This was Yin Tianda's voice. He disappeared from a Tao gate covered in symbols. It was completely different from the other realm gates. Using a quasi-emperor artifact to cover his retreat was truly too extravagant. Meanwhile, he only used it for this battle. Outsiders might think that he was extravagant, but he himself felt that it was worth it. This was a true collision. He grasped the pulse of Yi Fan's Tao laws, and he had a type of understanding. When he reached the quasi-emperor realm, a great divine restriction battle would begin. The only thing that made him sigh was that Yi Fan didn't use the celestial emperor's fist against him and the Alcade. He only used it when attacking the quasi-emperor artifact. Quite a few people let out a sigh of relief. Yin Tianda was someone who possessed divine restrictions. If he couldn't fight at the same cultivation realm, then it would truly be regretful for him to die like this. That was because Yi Fan was too powerful and displayed an unstoppable will. Right now, everyone hoped that a few of the seated participants could survive, so that they could keep him in check in the future, or perhaps slightly obstruct his footsteps. Otherwise, he would seem to be unrivaled and no longer have any opponents. Under his triumphant advance, what emperor path? What heroes of all races? They would all become a joke. That light gate disappeared, and all kinds of quasi-emperor symbols dimmed and were obliterated. Yi Fan scooped out with his hand. The purple crystal rain that filled the sky converged and appeared in his palm. It was extremely translucent and resplendent as it was refined into a purple gourd. He stared in the direction where Yin Tianda disappeared, feeling a bit surprised. It was actually the quasi-emperor's symbol gate, severing all connections, isolating himself from this space-time. I'll give you a chance. There's no harm in fighting in the future. I'll wait for your return. Yi Fan wasn't worried at all. He had never been afraid of anyone in his generation. Even the heavenly prince, who had the best talent and bloodline in the world, had been killed. It was no longer possible to suppress him with talent alone, and he had nothing to fear in terms of personal cultivation. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan really was unmatched, the most powerful individuals in the Fifth Imperial Pass, not even his opponent. Who could contend against him? The rise of the sacred physique could no longer be stopped. There wasn't the slightest sound in the city during this type of great battle. Everyone was trembling inwardly, absolutely silent. Everyone's emotions were extremely complicated. This was a path that left them in despair. This was Imperial Pass. They fought their way here, fought bloody battles along the way. Others fought for so many years. But in the end, Yi Fan only made one trip, and it directly made people disheartened. His appearance made everyone unable to see any hope. Many people trembled inwardly. After 300 years of struggle, 300 years of being crippled, he actually defied the heavens and survived, becoming quasi-emperor. Yi Fan entered the city again. The streets were so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. What else could the remaining heroes say? They could only sigh. How were they supposed to resist? This was especially the case for some people, for example, Divine Court Emperor Lord's youngest son, Nine Tribulations Taoist, and the others. Their faces all turned pale. When they thought about their previous mockery and ridicule, it now seemed like they were purely courting death. Di Tian, Shenlan, Great Demonic God, Fairy Qingshi, and the others became even more silent. They were old acquaintances, yet now they couldn't match him, couldn't catch up to that person's footsteps. Right now, what everyone had to consider wasn't how to contend against Yi Fan, but rather whether there was anyone in this world who could stop him in the slightest. The light-shaking realm suffered a great defeat, Yin Tianda fled, and even the two most powerful individuals weren't a match, so who dared go up? Unexpectedly, the divine being on Sky Rushing Tower was still there, still not leaving, his face expressionless. He still hasn't left. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that he was going to fight against Yi Fan? The divine race was very powerful. According to the legends and past battle records, there weren't many races in the universe that could be compared to them, let alone the supreme being of their race. But according to what everyone knew, the divine being shouldn't have become the quasi-emperor yet. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Did he also want to fight with his life on the line? Do you also want to make a move? Li Heishui raised his eyes and shouted. The divine being glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Yi Fan. There was no fear in his eyes, only coldness. There's nothing much to say. Let my mother, who has just achieved some small success, come back, said Yi Fan. Ji Qingdao clenched his fists tightly, his face full of excitement. So many years had passed, and he hadn't stopped thinking about his mother, hoping to rescue her. Now that his uncle had returned and was so powerful, he finally saw hope. To be honest, he really wanted to beat up his uncle in name, but he also knew that he was no match for him at the moment. She's my sister, so of course I won't let her suffer. However, I'm not the only one who has the final say in the divine race. There's still the Supreme Elder Council above me. The divine being said indifferently, still expressionless. If that's the case, then I'll have to personally go to the divine race. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly brightened, startling many great sage so much that they took a step back, all of them trembling in fear. Up to you. The divine being was still very calm. Pangbo was so angry that he laughed. You're still very strong-willed. Do you want to fight against Yi, or do you want to show off your pride? I've suppressed myself too much, so I don't want to fight right now, the divine being said straightforwardly. Everyone was dumbstruck. Previously, when he arrived on the dragon chariot, his divine might was so shocking that it instilled fear in everyone. It was as if he was a supreme being that had descended into the world, giving everyone a preconceived impression that he was the type of person who would rather die in battle than take a step back. Who would have thought that he would declare his position so straightforwardly at this time? It was somewhat disappointing. However, many people saw that the divine being was very calm. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his emotions, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. If you don't want to fight, Then why aren't you running? The Black Emperor said maliciously. He stared at him to see if there were any treasures worth robbing. Why should I run? He's the Quasi-Emperor. I admit that even if I exhausted all of my methods, I still wouldn't be able to defeat him one realm higher. Meanwhile, I'll enter the Quasi-Emperor realm in a few years at most. At that time, I'll ask for a fair battle, he said calmly. Many people were astonished, and some were even more moved. He really wasn't affected at all. His Tao heart was like a stone, calm and steady, unshakable even by the north, south, east, and west winds. This was truly a terrifying person. An expert of the same generation as the Quasi-Emperor was standing in front of him, but he didn't care at all. He was still full of confidence. Yi Fan laughed. He was very relaxed as he walked forward and said, "There are some people I gave a chance to fight in the future, but there are some people I don't like, so I don't mind killing on the spot." When he said these words, he was very calm and had a strong smile on his face. However, it made everyone's scalps go numb, and a chill ran down their spines. Many people regretted not running away just now. This was a demonic star. Bang! Yi Fan lightly brushed it, but the force of his finger was more than 10,000 caddies. The divine being flew out horizontally, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock at Yi Fan's unrivaled technique. Even the divine being was powerless to contend against him. They were also shocked at the divine being's tyrannical body. That was a strike from the Quasi-Emperor. Yet his body didn't shatter and his bones didn't explode. It's fine that you made Brother Haoyue suffer for hundreds of years, but it's unforgivable that you made a child lose his mother for so many years. Yi Fan's voice turned cold, and everyone felt a wave of murderous intent. The divine being stood up with his body perfectly straight. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth with an indifferent expression. He didn't say anything. "Dao brother, please stop." Shenlan revealed a terrified expression. She was afraid that Yi Fan would kill the divine being, so she rushed forward and said, "My mother was our biological sister. My brother loved her the most and never tortured her. He was just unhappy that Ji Haoyue didn't want to stay in the god race." Yi Fan didn't pay attention to her. He opened his palm, and a hurricane formed in this area. The divine being couldn't control himself and rushed over, but he was suppressed by Yi Fan's palm. Everyone was shocked. Didn't Yi Fan have no cultivation? How did he create this black hurricane? After breaking through, he still had this kind of technique. One had to know that this was the divine being. If Yin Tianda, who had the divine restriction, fought with him, it would be hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. But now, he was like a scarecrow being detained by Yi Fan. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. They felt cold all over and couldn't say anything. "Qingdao, how do you want to deal with him?" Yi Fan asked Qingdao. "I actually want to beat him up." Qingdao hated the divine being so much that he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. But now that it was time to deal with him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Then go ahead and beat him up." He gently waved his hand, and the divine being's blood froze. He couldn't move, and he stood there with his back straight. Ji Qingdao walked forward and circled around the divine being. This was the only true path's peerless character. Usually no one dared to disrespect him, but today he lost his freedom. "Logically speaking, I should call you uncle, but you are too despicable. This punch is from my father." With a bang, Ji Qingdao raised his fist and smashed it into the divine being's right eye. Immediately, it turned purple and became a panda's eye. Shenlan covered her face. She was too embarrassed to watch. It was rare for a nephew to hit his uncle. Moreover, it did not look like he was serious. He was just making fun of the Divine Lord. Shenlan felt embarrassed for the Divine Lord. "This punch is for my mother." With a bang, the divine being's left eye wasn't spared either. It was beaten black and blue. The two purple eyes were very symmetrical, like the reincarnation of a giant panda. "I don't want to hit you. It's my parents who want to, so I'm doing it for them." "It's not disrespectful," Ji Qingdao said. Everyone was dizzy. "You were the one who wanted to hit your uncle, but you said that." Ji Qingdao looked at the divine being's swollen eyes and laughed out loud. He took a few steps back and looked at the divine being for a while before stopping. He didn't go too far. The divine being's mouth twitched. He finally couldn't stay calm anymore. His eyes were black and blue because of his nephew. Who was he? He was the leader of the god race. Ever since he was born, he had never lost. His talent was unparalleled. Today he was teased by a little fellow and beaten by his own nephew. It was really infuriating. The divine being wanted to roar. Back then, someone as strong as Ji Haoyue was suppressed by him with a raise of his hand. Now that his nephew was here, there was a counterattack. Chapter 1648. Qingdao, if you've thought about your parents, why don't you think about your aunt, your uncle, and us? Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. You have to consider everything thoroughly. The Black Emperor wasn't sincere at all, his intentions clear. Either way, he beat up the divine sovereign in Ji Haoyue's name, so he could naturally use Ji Ziyue and their names to beat him up again. Shen Lan's almond-shaped eyes were wide open, and her slender and soft waist was trembling. Anger was written all over her beautiful face. How could they teach their children like this? Urging their nephew to hit their uncle, this dog was too unreasonable. Forget it. Regardless, he is still Qingdao's mother's older brother. Pangbo coughed, trying to smooth things over. However, when she saw Ji Qingdao's eager appearance, the corners of the divine sovereign's mouth twitched. Shenlan rubbed her forehead, feeling a wave of powerlessness. One could well imagine how much this child disliked the god clan, really wanting to give them a few more blows. He is your uncle, Shenlan emphasized. But he locked my mother up, making my father suffer for 300 years. This fist is in my aunt's place, she's also unhappy. With a pung sound, sure enough, this child couldn't hold himself back in the end, giving him another punch in Ji Ziyue's name. The divine sovereign's right eye socket was black, swollen like a spade. Many people in Imperial Pass were petrified, wanting to laugh, but didn't dare. This was truly a lamentable divine sovereign. His entire reputation was destroyed by his nephew's 3 fists. With this type of panda eye, how could he still put on a dignified expression? No matter how strong uncle is, it's still not enough. Nephew's 3 fists will knock him down. The Black Emperor roared with laughter. Even if the Flood Dragon, Great Pung, and the other 9 divine beasts were called over, pulling the carriage together, it would still be hard for him to display his divine might. At the very least, it was impossible right now. The divine sovereign left with a dark expression. The atmosphere in Imperial Pass was a bit tense, everyone paying close attention. What would Yi Fan do? In reality, Yi Fan didn't do much. He made a circle around Imperial Pass, not stopping, directly leaving again. The main reason he came this time was for his disciple and old friends. Now, was there even a need to continue in Imperial Pass? Was there still any meaning in being unmatched? After Yi Fan left, everyone felt a headache. First, the Black Emperor stirred up trouble, and a few pots of foot-washing tea caused the only true path to be in chaos. Then Yi Fan's powerful return, sweeping away the young kings of the various races, instantly dimming this path. However, Yi Tong and Yang Shi still stayed behind. The two of them felt like they had to finish what they started, continue down this path. At the very least, the 9 Imperial Passes trials and ancient battlefields were good places for them to sharpen themselves. There were quite a number of people who had the same goal, especially those who felt that they had a lot of room for growth. They still harbored lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations as they rushed over. The gate of this path was always open to all races, and every day, there would be peerless heroes rushing over. Di Tian, the great devil god, Fairy Qingshi and the others all left. Those who were from the same generation as Yi Fan, after witnessing his combat prowess, almost all silently retreated. In the following years, Yi Fan became a legend here, a fierce individual who almost overturned the entire ancient path with his own strength, becoming the target the other supreme experts on this path wanted to surpass and defeat. Yi Fan went to the Flying Deity battlefield once to visit Bai Yi. He left a few spells and cultivation resources for the hard-working young man. Starlight shone resplendently. Yi Fan and the others went on their way. They already obtained the coordinates from Shenlan, heading straight for God Race's ancient star. Along the way, Ji Qingdao was extremely moved and excited. He was finally going to see his mother, tears about to fall. That face full of affection in his memories never faded. even though he was only a few years old when they parted. This was a gentle and beautiful starry sky. Specks of starlight flickered about, gentle silver muslin swirling about, auspicious and peaceful and full of vitality. They arrived at Godrace's residence. There was a star there that couldn't be considered large, but it wasn't that small either. Rich life force rushed into the starry sky, a rare pure land. Silver moons circled about, sprinkling down a rain of light. Luan birds danced under the moonlight, their slender and beautiful figures making this paradise even more mysterious. Yi Fan and the others arrived, descending towards the ancient star. The earth was full of vitality, the trees were very special, giving off a kind of aesthetic feeling. The forest in front of them was completely flickering with blue light, as if it was carved out of blue crystals. As they continued forward, there was a forest that was like a purple diamond, all kinds of vegetation sparkling, beautiful like a work of art. Who dares intrude on my Godrace's ancestral star? A powerful divine sense probed over, following which, an old man wearing feather clothes appeared. This was an old sage, seemingly possessing an otherworldly temperament. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. This Godrace's ancient land was indeed extraordinary. Every random person they saw was an expert. In just an instant, a dozen or so powerful fluctuations appeared in this region. We came for Shenyu, this is her child. Today, we want to reunite mother and child. Pangbo was very direct. He believed that Shenlan would definitely tell them after returning. In a split second, a dozen or so figures appeared in front of them, all of them extremely powerful. The men were heroic, the women beautiful and moving. Beauty and power were the distinguishing characteristics of the God race. So it's you guys. We can't stop you, let's go. The old man was very calm, shouting at those juniors to back off. This was a very small village, only a dozen or so families, but almost every family could send out an extremely powerful expert. This made Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the others very shocked. As expected of the God race, everyone was heaven-defying, their strength astonishing, exceeding common sense, making other races feel that it was inconceivable. Think about it, everyone has a divine body. This is indeed heaven-defying. Even though this saying was a bit exaggerated, it was still close to the truth. Even though not all of the God race were extremely powerful, their average level far surpassed the other races. The only thing restricting them was their population, which was extremely sparse. The entire God race had less than 30,000 people. This was a number that made people dumbstruck. Moreover, quite a few of these 30,000 people had impure blood, and there were only around 2,000 experts with truly flawless divine blood. The number of people was so few that it made one's hair stand on end. They sped along the way, arriving at an ancient land. There were a few great mountains that towered into the clouds, every single one of them shrouded in auspicious energy. All types of divine trees and strange grasses grew here. This was especially true for a broken ancient mountain. It was like a volcanic crater, its interior empty, releasing multicolored smoke outwards. It flowed with brilliant colors, extremely dazzling. Holy body Yi Fan, you really came. Someone shouted. This was an important place for the God race. As soon as they approached, dozens of people flew over to block their path. The purple orchids took root in the void, their entire bodies fragrant and fragrant. The flame phoenix tree took root in the underground magma, tenaciously pulling out its branches from the great earth. The lingering flames danced like phoenixes. Cloud dragon vines were born in the clouds, descending from the sky like streaks of azure dragons, their auras extraordinary. In this place, all types of plants were strange, like a dream, beautiful and astonishing. This was a strange world. Since you all know who we are and why we came, then we won't waste words. Let him go. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, Sure, defeat us, break through my God race's ancient pass, and you can take him away. A middle-aged man said. So old-fashioned. What era is this? You're still carrying out this kind of thing. Don't blame us for not telling you. If you accidentally blow up this star, don't cry. The Black Emperor ridiculed. There was nothing more to be said. It directly took out that blood axe, while Pangbo struck out the reformed purple gold gourd. Even though it was a damaged quasi-emperor artifact, it still possessed astonishing power. How could these people block it? All of their faces turned pale, decisively retreating. Even if they were god race, even if their talents were outstanding, when faced with the might of the quasi-emperor level, their legs and feet would still go weak. Yi Fan and the others advanced with irresistible force. The Black Emperor took the vanguard, encountering quite a few formations along the way, but they were all broken by him. It was difficult for him to stop their advance. "Mother, I've grown up. I've come to save you." Tears flowed out from Ji Qingdao's eyes. Finally, they arrived in front of a few enormous mountains. They weren't far from the central Broken Mountain, but when they arrived they felt an enormous pressure and found it difficult to move. A great formation cut off the path ahead. There were symbols everywhere, and as soon as they arrived they appeared densely. Chaotic energy appeared, and a divine waterfall descended from the sky. That was a river of divine power flowing. What a powerful spirit formation! This was a world-shocking divine formation left behind by a divine lord in the past. It protected God Race's ancient land, and it was difficult for the outside world to break through. Its power was incomparably great. God Race activated this formation, blocking Yi Fan and the others' path. A few divine elders stood on the enormous peak and looked over. Even the Black Emperor frowned. If this wasn't the flawless most powerful quasi-emperor formation, then it would be a damaged ancient emperor pattern. It gave it a headache, and it needed time to think about it. It wasn't easy to break through. "I'll go in myself." Yi Fan made this decision. He didn't want the others to take the risk, because he was quasi-emperor. Even if there was danger, he could still face it head-on. This isn't a half-baked formation from the divine court. It was laid down by a divine lord, and it is extremely terrifying. "This emperor will accompany you," said the Black Emperor. "No need. My heaven origin formation wasn't comprehended for nothing, and I know how to break it." Yi Fan entered the formation alone. The stars moved, and heaven and earth changed greatly. Great burning stars flew over one after another, and it was as if the universe was being destroyed as they smashed towards him. Everyone was shocked. That place formed a world of its own. Heaven and earth were split apart, primal chaos spread, and stars were destroyed. It was unstoppable. Yi Fan brandished his celestial emperor fist to resist valiantly. He walked forward step by step, and he didn't shrink back. Hong. A divine lord strike was separated by endless years. It crossed the world and blocked the path ahead. A sea of divine power appeared there, making even Yi Fan's body tremble. He didn't dare to act carelessly. He was trapped for 3 days. In the end, he found a path of survival and crossed it. 100,000 divine swords moved unhindered, and slashed apart this world. If there was a path of survival just now, then it was a dead end now. Those who barged in forcefully wouldn't be able to pass unless they blocked the divine lord's sword radiance. The Black Emperor's expression changed. The formation Dao would usually leave a path of survival for people in a desperate situation. There were only a few formations like this, and they were the most dangerous. Even his heart was beating wildly. A divine lord's weapon is dominated by the inside. If this supreme weapon is struck down, even quasi-emperor won't be able to take it. The Black Emperor was uneasy. Yi Fan didn't retreat when facing the 100,000 divine swords. He continued to move forward bravely, and a green light slashed out from his hand. There wasn't any powerful explosion of power, and there weren't any violent waves. However, it blocked the sword radiance that filled the sky. Primal chaos spread out from his hand, and a green lotus trembled when it came into contact with the sword radiance. It only had 3 leaves, and it contained the true meaning of Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Green Emperor, it's Green Emperor. Within an ancient cave in the God Race's Broken Mountains, an old man who had lived for who knew how long suddenly opened his eyes that hadn't been opened for thousands of years. 2 shocking beams of light shot out and pierced through the void. Chapter 1649. Qing Emperor's name trembled, shaking several mountains of the God Race's ancient land. Tens of thousands of trees trembled and hundreds of flowers danced in the air. Outside the Great Formation, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui and the others were all stunned. They naturally heard the aged voice and stared at the green lotus in Yi Fan's hand. It wasn't tall and was only half a meter long. It only had 3 leaves. The roots were clear and the leaves were tender. They were verdant and exuberant. It was full of vitality and filled with chaotic energy. They had long heard of the wonders of this lotus. The reason why Yi Fan was able to survive after fighting a supreme being was not only because of the little girl's contribution, but also because of this lotus. This was originally a lotus in Yi Fan's Sea of Bitterness. It had all kinds of miraculous effects, able to revive the dried-up Sea of Bitterness of a large success saint body. However, there was no similar lotus in other saint bodies. Yi Fan had also guessed its origins. His target had long been Qing Emperor, but now that he heard it with his own ears, he was still shaken. Transformation and rebirth? In the Great Formation, Yi Fan's eyes were resplendent. He stared at the green lotus in his hand and thought of many things of the past. Qing Emperor had once left behind a heart that had melted away the murderous aura. Only the vigorous essence energy was left behind for his descendants. Back then he had borrowed the green copper piece to obtain Qing Emperor's essence blood. Later on, as his cultivation gradually increased, a green lotus was born in his Sea of Bitterness. It was very small, but it was not ordinary. It was shrouded in chaotic mist. At that time he thought that this was the unique sea of reincarnation of a saint body. Only later on, as his cultivation deepened and he understood more, did he realize that there were many strange things. It can't be the real Qing Emperor, right? Yi Fan said to himself. He really didn't believe it. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to use a great emperor as a weapon. Same bloodline, same origin, same lotus body. In the ancient cave of the god race, the aged voice was full of shock. His face was densely packed with wrinkles. Only a few dozen hairs on his head hadn't fallen off. He was extremely old. Old ancestor, you've awakened. In front of the broken mountain, outside the ancient cave, the people guarding here were all shocked. This old ancestor hadn't moved for thousands of years. Many of the clan's younger generation thought that he had passed away. Who would have thought that not only would he open his eyes today, he would even speak the truth. To the god race, this was a living history. He had lived for too long and knew many things. The light in the cave dimmed, but the pair of eyes did not close. Through the void, they stared at the green lotus in the grand array. Yi Fan's heart stirred for a brief moment, but he soon calmed down. He had long expected this result, and now it was just confirmed by the mouth of an outsider. He continued to break the formation. The green lotus in his hand that was more than half a meter tall did not emit terrifying laws, nor did it have monstrous waves of divine power. However, it could block all the sword lights. It did not bully the weak, nor was it afraid of the strong. It would not destroy others, nor would it allow others to attack it. It disintegrated all the sword rays. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This was truly heaven-defying, a supreme treasure not only in name but also in reality. With it here, it could break through all types of divine light, innately undefeated. This is strange. How could a small Emperor Qing grow in his body? Why isn't this emperor so lucky? The Black Emperor was indignant. This is too heaven-defying. This kind of treasure is too rare. I wonder if Emperor Qing still has a spirit. When the time comes, it will be unbearable. Savage's eyes revealed radiance as he sighed. The demonic venerable eye between Pang Bo's brows opened. He looked at the green lotus and produced a special reaction. The demonic Emperor Heart Sutra in his body circulated automatically. He sighed and said, "Could it really be Emperor Qing?" Boom. Yi Fan strode forward. The sword rays, divine force ocean, and divine order chains could not stop him. He continuously broke through the formation, causing the expressions of the god race's experts to change. How many years had it been? No one had been able to break through. Today the Saint Physique Yi Fan did it. He directly entered the Great Formation, and killed his way into the depths of the god race's ancestral land. This kind of might, this kind of battle prowess, was horrifying and unstoppable. It was clear that the green lotus was extremely useful. The light swept down by the supreme ancestral weapon left by the Divine Lord was blocked by it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Yi Fan to pay the price in blood. Boom. Suddenly, a divine force ocean appeared out of nowhere with a dazzling divine sword wrapped around it. Tens of thousands of primal chaos waterfalls poured down, creating a terrifying scene. The majestic aura was as terrifying as the collapse of a starry river. Even the experts outside the Great Formation turned pale. This kind of power was too terrifying. Yi Fan was swaying inside. Will my uncle be all right? Ji Qingdao frowned. Even though he knew that Yi Fan was powerful, he had still lost the power of laws in his body. Don't worry, after the Saint Physique became the body of the Quasi-Emperor, there aren't many Divine Order chains in this world that can harm him. Moreover, with the Azure Emperor Lotus in hand, he will most likely be able to protect himself even if he encounters an Emperor weapon. Dongfang Yi consoled. However, this time they were trapped for 7 days. Yi Fan did not move rashly. He felt that the slightest mistake would cause this place to collapse. The Great Formation would burn, and the entire ancient star might be affected. He was here to save people, not to destroy. In addition, Li Heishui and the others were also outside. If something really happened, it would be difficult for everyone to escape. This was a tense confrontation. The Divine Sword in the Divine Force Ocean sensed the existence of the Azure Lotus, and poured down tens of thousands of primal chaos waterfalls. However, the Azure Emperor Lotus was extremely terrifying. It absorbed all of it without stopping for 7 days and couldn't cause it to explode. The primal chaos Green Lotus lives up to its reputation. Are you an immortal seed born from the primal chaos before the world was created? Or are you the life force of the green copper cauldron? A voice came from the Divine Sword. It was obviously the deity of the divine race's ancestral weapon. Boom. In the end, the Divine Force Ocean disappeared. The Divine Order chains retreated, and the Divine Sword soared high into the sky, disappearing without a trace. The entire Great Formation opened automatically, no longer blocking Yi Fan's path. This was because the divine weapon had already sensed that Yi Fan's group would not start a massacre. It even understood the cause and effect, and no longer continued to make things difficult for them. The formation patterns disappeared. Yi Fan arrived in front of the giant mountains. The expressions of the people of the divine race changed. Even the Great Formation could not stop Yi Fan's steps. In today's world, there really weren't many who could stop him. He actually came directly to the most important ancestral ground of the divine race. Behind him, Pangbo, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others followed with large strides. Ji Qingdao clenched his fists. It would be great if he could find his father again. Then his family could be reunited. The detestable Divine Sovereign and the Supreme Elder Association should be kicked in the butt. Today, such an outcome was all due to his uncle's forcefulness. If it wasn't for the Quasi-Emperor, the Divine Sovereign definitely wouldn't have paid attention. He would still put on an appearance of being number one under the heavens, and they also wouldn't have been willing to enter the important land of the divine race. You are indeed powerful, so powerful that you are unexpected. An elder walked out with an indifferent expression. Where's my mother? Ji Qingdao asked impatiently. How many years had it been since they parted when they were young? He was finally going to see that loving face again. She's cultivating in the ancestral land of the divine race. However, it won't be so easy for you to meet her. There are a few people from my race who would like to ask for guidance. No problem. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Hearing him speak, the expressions of the people from the divine race turned ugly. One of them said, "The old ancestor wants to meet you personally and discuss the Tao with you in a while. We, on the other hand, want to spar with the others and fight at the same level." No problem. The Black Emperor was the first to step out. His formation flags instantly filled the air and fluttered in the wind. No problem. Light flickered between Pangbo's brows. The 9 slashes of the Demon Sovereign were almost fused into one. His entire being could slash through the universe and all living things. Li Tian and Yan Ishi were even more direct. They instantly took out the Empress Furnace of the goddess, causing the people from the divine race to roll their eyes. Why were these people so abnormal? Me too. Savage also came. His left hand was as black as ink while his right hand was blazing like the sun. It was actually the Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang divine palms. He had inherited the legacy of the demonic old man. How about little Yi lend me that green lotus? No matter what, I have to exchange a few blows with them. Li Heishui was a little troubled. Among these people he was the weakest. No need, it's enough. We don't need so many people. The people from the divine race hurriedly stopped. They felt that these people were all so evil. After 2 battles, the divine race decisively stopped the fierce battle. These people were too unscrupulous. That black dog immediately set up a great formation that actually emitted the aura of an ancient great emperor. How could they still fight against this? They skipped over it. In the end, Pang Bo performed the 9 slashes of the demon sovereign beyond his usual level. His entire body glowed as he summoned a series of complex Great Emperor runes to suppress the area. Obviously, this was caused by the resonance with the green lotus in Yi Fan's hand. This caused the faces of the people from the divine race to turn pale. In the 3rd battle, seeing that the Li Tian brothers were about to use the divine furnace of the quasi-emperor, the person from the divine race naturally turned green and immediately stopped the battle. What kind of people were these? Why were a group of abnormal people gathered together? The people of the divine race cursed silently and felt indignant. However, after 2 battles, Pang Bo and the others were also deeply shocked. The divine race was indeed worthy of their name. Everyone was like a god. Their strength was extremely strong, and there were many experts who could move the heavens and earth. This meant that the strongest main force of the celestial court had come. If it was any other major force, they would only be tortured here. As expected of a group that separated from the strongest human race back then, and established themselves as a race. They sighed in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say these words here. The divine race was conceited and proud, and the thing they hated the most was being exposed. An ancient road meandered through a few giant mountains until it reached the front of the broken mountain. It was like an active volcano that spewed out auspicious air and overflowed with colorful lights. It was truly dazzling. There was another ancient cave on the broken mountain. Yi Fan and the others followed the small path up to the cave, and saw an old man here. He was really too old. His wrinkles piled up, almost burying his eyes. There were only 50 strands of hair on his head. They were yellow and lusterless, but they grew tenaciously and refused to fall off. As for his lower body, it was even more shocking. It was actually completely petrified. It wasn't a body of flesh and blood, but rather, the body of a sacred spirit. Inside the divine cave, primal chaos filled the air. The old man laughed. His face was full of wrinkles and looked extremely frightening. There wasn't a single tooth left in his mouth, and his voice was weak. You all feel strange when you see me, right? There's nothing I can do. In order to live a few more years, a useless cripple is imitating an ancient supreme's longevity method. He was very direct, pointing out the question in the hearts of Yi Fan and the others. This made them all feel greatly shaken. This old man had lived for a very long time, and it was extremely likely that he was very frightening. He actually knew the ancient supreme's longevity method. In this world, perhaps I'm the only one who is still alive who has seen Emperor Qing. His second sentence directly made everyone stagger. It wasn't that they didn't expect him to live for so long, but it was actually this long. It was too shocking. Chapter 1650. Someone who had an audience with the Azure Emperor. How shocking must such a person be? He could be said to be a living history book. How many years had he existed for exactly? It was simply unbelievable. This was simply heaven-defying. This wasn't sealed in the divine origin, but was a supreme expert of the god race who had survived until now. The Azure Emperor had passed away over 10,000 years ago. Yet he had paid his respects before. In that case, he should be at least 10,000 years old now. How terrifying. Clearly, ordinary people couldn't meet the Azure Emperor back then. Only those with extremely high statuses could do so. Their cultivation bases had to be extraordinary. This required a certain amount of time to accumulate. This was a true living fossil. The demeanor of the demon emperor was supreme, looking down on the world with disdain. Even now, just thinking about it makes one tremble. The old ancestor of the god race sighed as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. However, no matter how powerful a paragon is, there will be a day when he grows old. He shook his head lightly. The supreme demon emperor shook the entire universe, but ultimately, he couldn't become an immortal. Everyone opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but no words came out. The passage of time had buried too much. The old ancestor of the god race didn't use the divine origin to seal himself. In truth, he had been cultivating for so many years. Hence, his cultivation base kept increasing, wanting to break through the shackles and ascend. Sadly, he was too old and his immortal foundation was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't leap from a fish to a dragon and undergo the final transformation. Half of his body was petrified because he was imitating the ancient paragons. This was a type of longevity art. Saint spirits could transform their bodies into flesh and blood while he did the opposite, allowing the vitality of his body and immortal foundation to enter a dormant state, lowering the consumption of his life force to the lowest. And during this process, he only maintained a single thought to comprehend the Tao and ascend. All other emotions and thoughts were frozen and wouldn't proceed. Naturally, this was also related to the divine pellet he used before. If not, he wouldn't be able to enter such a dormant state and live for so long. However, the disadvantages of doing so were obvious. He was half crippled and didn't have any breakthroughs in his comprehension of the Tao. His body was more or less crippled. According to what the old ancestor of the god race said, different forbidden zones had different longevity arts. It wasn't a true immortal, but it could effectively slow down the aging process. Naturally, the most important thing was to sever his cultivation base and seal himself. Only when he awakened would he use these arts to prolong his life. But he needed to comprehend the Tao and stay awake, so he didn't use the immortal essence to seal himself. To be able to survive from the ancient times until now was truly a bit scary. It was so scary that people were dumbfounded. One had to know that a great perfection Saint Physique could only live for a little over 10,000 years. Why? Did Emperor Qing not die? Could it be that he has reincarnated? Finally, the god race's old patriarch calmed down and asked Yi Fan to show him the green lotus. When he received the chaos green lotus with trembling hands, he was shocked and his hands shook incessantly. He thought back to the unrivaled monster race great emperor from 10,000 years ago and felt a pressure as vast as the starry skies. He couldn't help but want to submit. Azure Dharch. It's Azure Dharch, a true supreme Dharch. This aura is the same. The eyes of the god race's old patriarch were very intimidating. Beams of light tore through the void as he stared at the azure lotus. He did not understand why they were of the same origin and body, so he asked Yi Fan for the reason. Yi Fan didn't hide anything and told them the truth because he also wanted to know what was going on and understand what was going on. Could it be that Emperor Qing didn't die and was really reincarnated? The god race's old patriarch felt that the azure lotus in his hands was incomparably hot. He revealed a terrified expression. If this was true, and the monster Dharch thought that they were up to no good and misunderstood, it could lead to the extermination of their race. The god race was indeed valiant and surpassed all the other races. However, in the eyes of a true Dharch, they were nothing. Even the supreme formation of a divine master couldn't destroy this little azure lotus. He believed that unless a supreme being appeared, there was no power in this world that could harm this azure lotus. The god race's old patriarch always felt that Emperor Qing's death was a bit strange. There was a period of time when he thought that Emperor Qing was still in this world and had never left. After all, he was the only person to become a Dharch after the primordial era. Moreover, there were only 10,000 years left before the road of immortalization opened. How could the monster Dharch not divine it? Perhaps he had some heaven-defying method to hold on until this era. When these guesses came out, it caused the hearts of Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the others to tremble violently. They had similar guesses before. Who was Emperor Qing? How could he not be able to calculate it? Especially since he was too close to this era. Even if he was tortured to death, he should be able to hold on until the end to see what was going on. Reincarnated? Emperor Qing is in our hands. Everyone stared at the azure lotus. Unfortunately, it didn't have any spiritual fluctuations. They couldn't find anything when they probed into its body. Emperor Qing might not die so easily, but it might not be this kind of azure lotus, Yi Fan said. It was said that Emperor Qing was born from taking root in the green bronze piece. Then, if his blood was stained by the green bronze piece again, it was possible that a little lotus would be formed. The mystery of Emperor Qing's life and death was unclear. In the end, Yi Fan discussed the Tao with the god race's old patriarch. They talked about many problems in cultivation, And they also mentioned the current experts. The God Court Emperor is very strong and almost achieved the Tao. However, he most likely won't be able to take that step. If he could, he would have succeeded long ago. He wouldn't have sat there for hundreds of years, the God Race's old patriarch said. But even so, no one can keep him in check. He is only half a step away from becoming an emperor. How many people can fight him? He has to at least reach the great accomplishment stage. We still have to wait for a period of time, Li Heishui said worriedly. It's not impossible. The Golden Crow Race's quasi-emperor was one of the most terrifying people I have ever seen. I should be able to fight him. I don't think he should have died silently. However, there has been no movement for so many years. I can't see through him. It's hard to say if he is still in this world. The Black Emperor, Pang Bo, and the others felt a headache. The Golden Crow Race's quasi-emperor definitely wouldn't be friendly with them. If there really was such a person who was destined to become an enemy, it was better not to have him. The universe is vast, and there are many extraordinary people. As long as one doesn't become an emperor, no one dares to say that they are the #1 expert in the universe. In the end, they naturally talked about the life-forbidden zone. The God Race's old patriarch also sighed. He couldn't see through it and couldn't predict the future. Those places couldn't be conquered by humans. In this world, besides the supreme experts who can see and hear, there are also some ancient organizations that can't be ignored. They might be even more terrifying. The God Race's old patriarch kindly reminded, because he saw these people as a force that could support the God Race. Through the link of Ji Qingdao, the two sides could finally come together. The purest divine blood flowed in Ji Qingdao's body. Whether he admitted it or not, he was a member of the God Race. He could even be cultivated to become a divine master. What other organizations? The underworld doesn't need to be mentioned. The God organization is the descendant of the members of the Celestial Court. They have many terrifying methods and a deep foundation. The God Race's old patriarch directly pointed out the two ancient organizations that were opposing each other. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. In addition, there is an ancient lost clan that you might not know or have overlooked, the old patriarch reminded them. There is more. Yes, the Kunlun Lost Clan. There used to be a celestial bell there. They were only venerable sovereigns. If it were someone else, could they conquer the Kunlun celestial vein? It's impossible. Those people are too powerful. When everyone heard that, they sucked in a breath of cold air as they recalled those secrets. In this generation, there was indeed a descendant of the Kunlun remnant race who had once possessed an incomplete human emperor's seal. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Yi Fan and the others walked down the broken mountain. The primal chaos surged in the divine cave. The old patriarch pondered and muttered to himself, the organization from the ancient desolate tower era should be extinct. Mother, I'm coming. Ji Qingdao shouted on the way to the back of the mountain. Tears streamed down his face. It had been more than 300 years since they parted. At that time, he hadn't been able to remember things for long. It was really painful to be separated by life and death. At that time, he lay on the ground and cried. He begged the God Race to look after him, but it was useless. This was a world of flowers and birds. There were only a few thatched cottages. It was very simple and belonged to nature. In front of a table, a beautiful woman was painting. The paintings were vivid and told a story. There was a valiant man covered in blood. He stubbornly refused to lower his head. He carried a child on his back and paced back and forth outside the God Race, not willing to leave. At this point, the woman cried. She was reminded of the sad past. The protector opened the great formation. The scenery and sounds of the outside world were immediately transmitted in. Mother! Ji Qingdao shouted. He recognized his mother at a glance. Xinyu suddenly raised her head, the brush in her hand falling to the ground. She was completely stupefied. She sensed a familiar aura, and then she immediately knew that this was her own child, the one who had achieved small success in the past. Hot tears immediately flowed down her cheeks. The word child revealed the misery and bitterness she had endured for over 300 years. The mother and son reunited. Yi Fan and the others didn't go over. That night, a few muffled groans rang out. A few elders of the God Race were ambushed. They turned into pig heads overnight, and their butts were almost kicked until they exploded. Only when Yi Fan and the others left with Shen Yu did a few angry roars ring out. The seals of the elders were broken at this time. They were restrained by the Black Emperor at night, and left for Ji Qingdao to vent his anger. The little fellow didn't hold back, and gave them a round of crazy kicks. After he was done, he sealed them all. There were naturally people in the god race who knew. At the very least, the old patriarch and a few others could see through it thoroughly. However, they turned a blind eye and didn't care. Time passed quickly. Another 10 years passed. The races in the cosmos were prosperous. The Golden Age had developed to its peak. Many new experts emerged. It was also during this year that news came from an ancient battlefield that was difficult for outsiders to explore. It was abnormally mysterious and was believed to be in another cosmos. The sacred prince was heavily injured and needed help after winning a bitter victory. Although Brother Monkey won, his enemies might take advantage of his weakness to take his life. He sent people out with great difficulty to deliver this news. The sacred prince has been injured. Even with his unyielding character, he can only choose to endure and lie low. This means that he is extremely weak and his injuries are very serious. We need to send help as soon as possible. After the people of the Celestial Court received the news, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor Peng Bo, and the others decided to move out immediately. A new great battle was about to begin. Perhaps after this battle, there would be no more suspense. The fight for supremacy on the Emperor's Road would also come to an end. Chapter 1651. A warship was moving, passing through the cosmos' starry skies, jumping through void holes, speed fast to the extreme. This ship was something Yi Fan participated in after possessing the Quasi-Emperor's body. He and the Black Emperor laid down a great formation in the starry skies, moving over many great young stars, extracting the most fundamental flame essence, using this to refine it. The materials were extremely particular. Yin Tianda's purple gold gourd was definitely not an issue as the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact. The formation patterns inside were still there, not destroyed. Yi Fan and the Black Emperor studied them, and then refined them into the ship's body. Then they borrowed the Great Yang Flame Essence, referencing the ancient Great Emperor's killing formation and other things, engraving countless Dao patterns. After 10 years of refinement, countless heavenly tribulations were drawn over. The original Quasi-Emperor artifact was successfully modified, moreover evolving, its power even greater. The deities inside were subdued by Yi Fan. That was the most dangerous thing. Now, it was completely used by the Celestial Court. This ship was the best tool to move through the cosmos, immediately breaking into another star domain. At the bow of the ship was a scarlet blood hammer. It had also been forged many times, the cracks on its surface healing. In the end, it was smelted once more, also clearly evolving. With it here, the warship's offensive power rose sharply. With two Quasi-Emperor magical artifacts working together, any expert would feel a headache. The boundless cosmos was vast and boundless. Even if this Quasi-Emperor ship possessed divine speed, when traveling through void holes, there was no way they could reach that battlefield in a short amount of time. After that cultivator sent the news, he died a few days later. His immortal foundation crumbled, and he left behind a blurry map. Yi Fan and the others continued to fly at full speed, tearing space apart as they sped towards the battlefield, wanting to save the sacred prince. Why do I feel like we passed through the desolate border, arriving in another cosmos? They were shocked. It was unknown how many star systems they passed through. Even more so passing through a primal chaos region. It was as if they broke through the limits of this cosmos, jumping out. Primal chaos pervaded the air. It was as if they were opening up heaven and earth, forcibly opening up a passage. Only after half a month did they see starlight again, entering a new starry sky. What kind of agreement did this group of people make, actually coming to this type of ancient realm? What kind of battlefield is that? Was it left behind by the older generation? They found it themselves. After barging into this galaxy, Yi Fan and the Black Emperor worked together once again, and once again began to forge the Quasi-Emperor ship and warhammer. It was obvious that that place was very dangerous, and they needed to increase everyone's combat strength. Yi Fan didn't mind, but Black Emperor Dongfang Yi Pengbo Li Tian, Yan Ishi Li Heishui Ji Qingdao, and Huahua were all here. They needed a sturdy ancient ship to defend and attack. This time, they produced the immortal tear green gold and phoenix blood scarlet gold from the Celestial Quartz collection, separately refining them into the ship and blood hammer, directly making the magical artifacts flourish with radiance. The deities inside trembled with excitement, evolving and rising on their own. He's much stronger than before. It was rare for the Black Emperor to be generous for once. He wasn't greedy, fusing all of the divine gold into the 2 quasi-emperor magical artifacts, and he even passed on Great Emperor Wusher's damaged killing formation to the 2 deities inside. Of course, it wasn't without reason. In the end, this terrifying warship was named Black Emperor. It's not like it's black. Dongfang Yi objected. Can't we just paint it black? That's too eye-catching. True treasures all return to their natural state, containing the extraordinary within the ordinary. The Black Emperor quickly painted the ship and hammer black. The Black Pearl is still the most reliable. It sounds much better than the Black Emperor, said Pangbo. Exactly, a resplendent pearl in the cosmic sea. How nice it sounds. Savage agreed. In the end, this ship was called Black Emperor, also known as Black Pearl. Moreover, heaven-deceiving formation patterns were laid down on it, and it sailed into a boundless starry sky, approaching that ancient battlefield. After truly arriving at this region, everyone was petrified. What they saw didn't conform to common sense. In the depths of the Sea of Stars, there was a boundlessly vast island floating. What sun, moon, stars, what resplendent river of stars. In front of it, they were all too insignificant, like specks of dust. How could this be an island? It was clearly a piece of primal chaos that hadn't been processed when the heavens were opened. This is the battlefield of the prince's sons? Isn't it a bit too big? Going up to look for someone is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Its shape is very strange, like half a body. It was impossible to see the entire appearance with the naked eye, because it was too big. They borrowed the Tao pattern fluctuations of the quasi-emperor magical artifact, and only after a long time did they manage to outline the shape of this enormous island. This enormous body was terrifying to the extreme. I know, this is most likely the ruined body of a legendary supreme being. An ancient sovereign passed away in meditation here, becoming the battlefield of the later generations. They guessed the truth. This was clearly an unrivaled expert, and it had died for too long. Even the imperial Tao laws and killing intent had pretty much dissipated. One had to understand that the emperor's body was immortal, existing forever with the world. Now it became like this, completely petrified. Only heaven knew how long it had existed in this world. This history is even longer than what we imagined. Only heaven knows when it began. There was such a matchless expert so early on, terrifying. They speculated that this was at least the celestial being or Tao sovereign of the legendary era, extremely ancient. What a strong baleful energy. This place is a bit strange, making one horrified. Everyone, do not casually leave the ship. The Black Emperor warned. They ascended this enormous island. As soon as they got closer, they saw a red mist. It was a hazy expanse without end, completely surrounding everything in front of them. The Black Emperor felt a wave of fear, even when he reached out his body. This red mist was too terrifying, even making him feel a tremendous pressure, enduring the impact of a hammer. Even though the natural laws and killing intent within the emperor-level body disappeared, for some reason, there was still a terrifying baleful energy here that corroded one's flesh, seizing the mind's spleen. It was extremely dangerous. This was a dangerous place. They looked around, confirming that there was no life force here. This type of red fiend was extremely harmful to the human body. Normally, if the great sage walked here for a long time, he would be crippled. Unless one's aptitude was outstanding, bloodline extraordinary, it would be difficult for them to stay here for a long time. They would definitely be turned into pus and blood. This is a battlefield prepared for the emperor after all. It is difficult for others to endure it, unless their aptitude is exceptional. The warship was dark and swarthy, not all that outstanding. Moreover, there were heaven-deceiving formation patterns laid down, normal people unable to see through the depths of the interior. They advanced carefully, slowing down their speed. After traveling for several tens of thousands of li, the surroundings were deathly still, not a single sound to be heard. This type of mist was extremely terrifying, blocking the heavenly eye's detection, isolating the divine will's search. Even those as powerful as them could only see out several li. This place made one feel as if they were isolated from the rest of the world, entering a sealed-off region. They couldn't see, hear, or sense anything. They were like mortals here, the area they could search limited, unable to look into the distance, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Even though this fiend mist is extremely harmful to the body, if we can endure it, it might be a type of tempering. We can forge an undying body. Dongfang Yi focused on refining the body. The barbarian race's body was astonishingly sturdy, weaker than a saint's body, but far exceeding that of an ordinary person. He was the first to jump out, following the warship to refine his body. The others sat at the bow and opened up the ship's defenses, guiding a portion of the fiend energy to surround their bodies as they tried to temper themselves. Uncle, you can fly now? Ji Qingdao was astonished. His current mental state couldn't be better. Ever since his mother returned, he had become much more radiant. Yi Fan stood in the void, moving along with the ship. He didn't tear apart space to enter, nor did he leap. He floated in the air, flying. Everyone was startled. And then they revealed expressions of joy. Did Yi Fan break through the shackles? It seemed like he had taken a very solid step. I can fly now, but it's not because of the divine chains of order from before. It's an ability I've developed now. This is a type of human instinct, a result of the treasures within the flesh continuously opening, said Yi Fan. At this moment, the origin power within his body was circulating. It was hazy, allowing him to produce a portion of his divine abilities. Everyone was astonished. They felt that he was walking further and further down this path. He hadn't awakened his previous laws in Tao, yet he had made new progress. It wasn't bad either. When the time came, he would attack both sides together, and one day, he would break through the shackles. Careful, there are creatures following us. Suddenly, the Black Emperor warned in a low voice. It was because the Black Pearl had sensed that there was an unknown creature behind them that had activated the ripples spread out by the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact. Yi Fan naturally sensed it first, and his instincts had long detected it. However, he didn't make a move, fearing that he would alert the enemy. That kind of creature was too close, and everyone on the ship sensed it. Yi Fan disappeared from his original location, tearing apart the void and appearing in the bloody fiend behind them. He immediately attacked. Oh! He shattered it in an instant. That was an ancient beast that was actually condensed from baleful energy. It didn't have a true body, and as his palm and fingers descended, it turned back into baleful energy and dissipated in this place. However, he clearly sensed that this was a creature with saint-level power, so why didn't it have a true body? This isn't a simple place. We need to be careful. Yi Fan reminded. Fortunately, he had refined a quasi-emperor magical ship, and armed himself with the scarlet blood iron hammer. It just so happened that there was a place for him to use them here. The Black Pearl's warship sailed forward. An enormous cliff blocked their path, towering into the starry sky. It was extremely astonishing. The warship increased its altitude, about to cross over. Someone had previously stopped at the summit of this enormous mountain, leaving behind some traces. They discovered that there was a Tao platform that had been cut out by man. It was extremely flat, and someone had meditated on it in recent years. There are even bloodstains. That was a type of emperor blood that flickered with lustrous light. There were fluctuations of Tao laws flowing through it, and it had never dried up. It still had powerful vitality, and even the red fiend hadn't completely corroded it. These are bloodstains left behind several years ago. They deduced from the traces left behind by the blood. This was truly astonishing. This was, without a doubt, the blood of an imperial prince, or else there wouldn't be such divinity. Yi Fan lowered his head and looked at it again and again, saying, "It's Huang Xudao's blood. He is who knows how many times more powerful than before." Huang Xudao came from Blood Phoenix Mountain, a man who didn't have any distracting thoughts and only lived for the Tao. He was extremely powerful, and after disappearing for so many years, he also came to this battlefield. He actually shed blood here, his injuries clearly not light. This place really was cruel after all. It was unknown if he was still alive or dead. The one who took action against Monkey Brother shouldn't be him, right? No, there isn't Monkey Brother's aura. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes became cold. He sensed something, and so he gave everyone a look. Everyone boarded the ship. Behind them, in a place far away, a pair of green eyes opened, ruthless and cold. Chapter 1652. The warship began to move forward. The surrounding red mist became even denser, and the baleful aura was bone-piercing. The pair of green eyes stared at them from far away. They were cold and detached, and there wasn't a single white in their eyes. Chi. A golden line tore through the air. After Yi Fan had everyone board the ship and make preparations, he suddenly turned around and tore apart space. He was naturally extremely fast. There was no need for him to feel any restraining fear. There really weren't many people in this world who could injure his body. He raised his hand and suppressed forward. His right palm was like rolling thunder as it struck towards the creature's head. An AO roar tore through the silence of this dangerous place. The sound was too intense, as if primal chaos heavenly lightning had struck down here, shaking everyone's skulls in pain. Streak after streak of green ripples spread outwards. This terrifying colossus was revealed. It moved 3,000 jong horizontally, and its movements were as fast as lightning. It was simply too fast. Thunder Fiend Beast. This is a world-shocking creature born from the fusion of heavenly lightning and baleful aura. Capture it, and it will be extremely beneficial for refining weapons. The Black Emperor shouted from behind. Yi Fan moved again. He was as fast as flowing light as he broke through space and arrived in front of the Thunder Fiend Beast. He reached out his hand again, but this monster was too fast. Just like its name, it possessed the speed of lightning. Gotcha. Yi Fan only brushed against its body, but his palm and fingers were extremely sturdy and powerful. He scraped off a palm-sized green scale that seemed as if it was cast from green lightning. Chi-la sounds rang out. Roar! The Thunder Fiend Beast roared loudly. Violent winds stirred up, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Red baleful aura surged, and the mountains and rivers between heaven and earth shook violently, rumbling along with its fury. Yi Fan exerted force, and the scale between his fingers deformed. Then, with a pu sound, it turned into lightning and baleful aura, splashing out with brilliant splendor. What a fast speed! Yi Fan had to tear apart space to barely catch up to it. It's truly heaven-defying. He's truly riding on lightning. Yan Ishi sighed in admiration. This Thunder Fiend Beast couldn't be considered weak. It had long entered the Great Sage realm, and the most important thing was that its speed surpassed all heroes in this world. An ordinary person definitely couldn't catch it. However, it was now facing Yi Fan, a person who possessed the physical body of the Quasi-Emperor. Although the Xing formula could not be used to its full potential, it was enough to tear space apart. With a buzzing sound, a foot stomped down. This time, the Thunder Fiend Beast struggled with all its might but to no avail. Yi Fan sat on top of it, and its entire body surged with electricity, but it couldn't do anything to the enemy. With a light pat from Yi Fan, it fell limply onto the ground. Green lightning interweaved, and its entire body crackled with pi-pa sounds. However, the blazing divine radiance in its eyes didn't decrease in the slightest and instead became even more powerful. It directly attacked out, and two streaks of sharp radiance flew out, piercing towards the space between Yi Fan's brows. This was a type of divine sense attack that surpassed this beast's realm. Pa! Yi Fan raised his hand and placed it in front of his forehead, shattering the two streaks of green light. They turned into mist and dispersed. The Black Emperor flew over, controlling its sea of consciousness, completely suppressing this beast, about to make it his own. This is a pawn. That cold and blazing gaze just now belonged to someone else. A strand of divine will residing in its head. There's someone even more terrifying. Yi Fan and the others speculated that there was an imperial prince-level figure, who discovered them. Moreover, there was quite a bit of power in this ancient battlefield that actually subdued this type of heaven and earth beast. Honglong. In the distance, the sound of raging waves beating against the shore could be heard. It was deafening, and an extremely oppressive aura assaulted their faces. What is that? It was like a vast body of water, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged over from the distance. It was too vast, scattering the killing intent. It directly overturned and smashed over. His reaction was so fast, immediately taking action. A sea of lightning. This is a sea of heavenly tribulation. I never expected to encounter this type of thing here. Is that Imperial Prince level figure's great Tao direction to control lightning and heavenly punishment? He wants to compete with the heavens, so he is definitely a powerful figure. In the memories of Yi Fan and the others, there was no such person. Regardless of whether it was Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, Golden Heavenly Girl, or the Dragon Lady of the 10,000 Dragon Nest, none of them had this type of great Tao. There was no time to hesitate. This was a group of lightning waterfalls covering the sky and covering the earth, vast and boundless. It was as if suns were exploding one after another, terrifying beyond compare. One could see that there were angry waves surging in the sea, forming all types of humanoids and beasts. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, roaring as they rushed over. In the past, Yi Fan often used lightning tribulation to attack great enemies, but now, it was the other way around. Someone used such a boundless heavenly tribulation to wipe them all out. Wiping out a group of great sage isn't an issue. The Black Emperor's expression was serious as he spoke, revealing the cruelty of this ancient battlefield. One needed extraordinary strength to survive here. Yi Fan didn't take action. The black pearl shone, especially the blood hammer at the front of the ship. It trembled with a wonglong sound, smashing heaven and earth, turning everything within 10,000 li into true ruins. Not even chaotic energy existed. What terrifying offensive power! The sea of lightning was pierced through. The black pearl's power was astonishing. They advanced with extreme speed, rushing towards their target. Hong! Light erupted between heaven and earth. A void figure flickered. This wasn't his true body, just a transformed body that entered the lightning. His true body was hundreds of millions of li out, not in this region. The black pearl immediately slaughtered its way over. There weren't any special natural laws in this place. Emperor's children arranged for battles, unmatched battles. Battle was the foundation. The strong were respected. This time, the warship displayed might, its entire body releasing endless strands of multicolored light. Purple mist submerged everything in front, shattering all lightning as it smashed towards that figure. This was the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact. It was too fast, not inferior to the speed of lightning. That figure couldn't evade in time, seemingly extremely shocked, not expecting to encounter such a group of powerful individuals. I, Thunder God, will remember you all. After leaving behind these words in the void, his body broke apart, turning into lightning, thus disappearing. In that instant, this place became peaceful again. All of the lightning scattered, red mist surrounding this place again. The world became dusky again, unable to see the distant scenery clearly. What kind of thing is Thunder God? I've never heard of it before. The cosmos is vast and boundless. Only heaven knows what kind of figures have come. If we can come, then others will find a way to enter as well. They became vigilant. This place was extremely complicated, and they might not necessarily recognize all of the Emperor's children. Moreover, there were definitely other exceptional figures who came here to fight as well. The disturbance just now was too great, startling a few creatures. News spread, and a group of powerful individuals arrived. Similarly, Yi Fan found some useful information from the Thunder Fiend Beast's Sea of Consciousness. Even though there wasn't much information related to Thunder God, there were a few diagrams of this region's layout. There was a city several tens of thousands of li out that had survived from the ancient era. The ancient era mentioned here was extremely distant, at the very least dating back to the archaic era, or perhaps even further back in time. This place was the battlefield of ancient emperors, holy spirits, quasi-emperor, and the other most powerful individuals of the cosmos. Many great battles had taken place here, making this mysterious ancient land spread among the most powerful races. Every time a certain period of time arrived, their disciples would come here to gain experience and cultivate. Such a city was the place where these characters would stay and interact with each other. This vast battlefield definitely wasn't just a dilapidated ancient city. In this era, the princes and princes had agreed to have a grand battle. This place naturally became the first choice. Red mist permeated the air. The speed of the Black Pearl was extremely fast. Several tens of thousands of li to the quasi-emperor was merely a foot's distance. Although they didn't pass through space, they arrived in an instant. This city was extremely dilapidated. It was truly too ancient, and it almost couldn't be called a city anymore. The city gates had already collapsed, and a large portion of the city walls had collapsed. The buildings in the city were in a half-destroyed state, and even the streets were almost impassable. Instead of saying this was an ancient city, it would be more accurate to say that it was a ruin. However, there were truly people in the city. There were experts who came here to temper themselves, and there were people who came here to exchange items. Although there weren't many people, there were signs of life. As soon as they neared the city gates, Yi Fan's brows furrowed. There was a portrait of the sacred prince pasted there. Someone was offering a reward, and as long as one could provide clues, they would be rewarded with an ancient scripture on how to ascend to the peak of immortal foundation. Moreover, it was specially written that the scripture had annotations personally written by the ancient emperor. How generous! Who is this? Which power wants to kill Monkey Bro no matter what? Li Haishui asked. Yi Fan walked up, directly removing the bounty list. After looking at it again and again, it turned into ashes. Not far away, cries of surprise sounded. It was clear that everyone was shocked by his actions, proving the power of the person who issued the bounty. This is the group of people who made the Thunder God's incarnation suffer a loss. Who are they? The Thunder God came from the life-restricted region, and is currently preparing to face the quasi-emperor tribulation with all of his strength. At most, he will break through in a few months, and has no time to care about anything else. As soon as Yi Fan and the others arrived, they understood a shocking fact. The Thunder God they encountered before came from the life-restricted region, Divine Ruins. In the past, there were many conjectures about that place. Some believed that it was the gathering place of holy spirits, while others said that it was the ruins of ancient heaven, where their descendants were hidden. Thunder God came from there. The Lord of the Divine Ruins is already dead. I wonder if there are any other supremes inside. This time, if we meet his child, we will definitely kill them all. Peng Bo said coldly. This was the first time he revealed such an expression. The Great War 300 years ago was too tragic. Even the Void Supreme Emperor and Hung Yu Supreme Emperor had died in battle, and Peng Bo and the others had lost a few of their best friends. Jizi, Jiang Taishu, Senior Guy Jiuyo. All of their fresh faces seemed to still be in front of him. All of them bloody in the cosmos battlefield. How could he not take revenge? They were unable to flatten the life-restricted region, but Yi Fan could chase after their descendants. Even if those people advanced to the quasi-emperor realm, Yi Fan still had the ability to fight, and even flatten them. Who is offering a bounty to kill the sacred prince? After entering the city, Yi Fan asked for guidance. The people who came here were not all princes who had to fight a decisive battle. Some of the disciples of the strongest races came here with their elders just to gain experience. Naturally, there were people who recognized him and were incomparably shocked. They did not hide anything and told him the truth. They said they came from the phoenix nest, but I don't know their exact identities. There were people who had seen an enormous phoenix nest fly through the sky, the aura it released shaking this battlefield, making the prince's sons all reveal expressions of shock. At that time, a resplendent blade radiance tore through the cosmos, appearing in the distance. That phoenix nest chased after it, not stopping. There were only 2 people who came to issue a bounty to kill the sacred prince. Have they finally appeared? Yi Fan's eyes flickered with light. The others felt their scalps go numb, and even the Black Emperor felt a headache. They felt that things were going to be troublesome. That might be a calamity, and endless disasters might descend again. Who did the sacred prince defeat? It is rumored that the prince's sons fought fiercely for many years. The sacred prince was the first to slaughter a great enemy in the bloody battle. He killed an ancient emperor's son from Origin Ancient Mine. What? Origin Ancient Mine even has an ancient prince sealed? This news left even the Black Emperor shocked. It had always thought that there were only a few emperors there, never expecting there to be others. Yifan quickly felt relieved. He had previously gone to the absolute beginning restricted region, and he still remembered that night. There were quite a few figures rising from the starlight, some sealed in the source, some exposed, and some clearly corpses. It was definitely not as simple as just a few people. Chapter 1653. Within the dilapidated city, there weren't many people, but the talents of their races were all extremely powerful. Yifan and the others left this place after understanding enough. Not long after, a silver-armored war god descended from the sky. His entire body surged with incomparably resplendent moon-like radiance. He directly arrived before the city, shaking this place. Who was it that destroyed the bounty list? He could actually sense it. He was this powerful, making many people's hearts tremble. They felt as if a violent storm was about to arrive. It's the human race's holy body Yifan. A firebird spoke. After being stared at, he told the truth. What? It's him? He actually came as well. I'll wipe him out along with that monkey. The silver-armored war god rushed into the heavens, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Yifan and the others had long left this region, heading towards the depths of the battlefield. This place was just too vast. The sun, moon, and stars were all insignificant like dust. Hong! A loud sound rang through the void. This battlefield was actually trembling slightly. A mysterious aura was spreading, adding a type of oppressive feeling to this world. What is this? What is this? On the Black Pearl, everyone moved through the blood-colored mist. They sensed this abnormality in the dusky world. Then the great earth continuously trembled. In the distance, large amounts of stars dimmed, and the supreme and oppressive aura became even stronger. Someone is crossing tribulation, the great tribulation of the quasi-emperor. The Black Emperor's expression was incomparably grave and serious. Even though they were so far away, there were still muffled thunderous sounds. Some of the stars were even shattered by the Tao laws. This was definitely a rarely seen great heavenly tribulation. According to their speculations, there was someone in the depths of the battlefield who had stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. It could be said that this distance was definitely an astronomical figure, yet they could still sense it. There were fluctuations transmitted over, proving just how terrifying the lightning tribulation was. At this moment, not only did Yifan's warship tear through space and quickly fly forward, the others also did the same. The quasi-emperor tribulation was too crucial. A group of people frantically rushed over from all directions. Everyone's goals were different. Some people wanted to personally witness this type of grand occasion. After all, the quasi-emperor's calamity was rarely seen since ancient times. It was definitely one of the world's greatest events, so they wanted to observe and broaden their horizons. There was another group of people who found it hard to understand. Now that an imperial prince-level battle was happening, a great enemy was definitely going to rise up. There were some people who stirred killing intent. The battlefield was very big, and the stars were very small. This was a situation that defied common sense. It was hard to see a single person for tens of millions of miles, but now, everyone was involuntarily gathering in one direction. We're here. We're about to see who will become quasi-emperor. In the guesses of Yifan and the others, there was no doubt that it was Huang Xiudao, Fire Qilin, Divine Silkworm Daoist, and the other princes. It was because they were extremely strong. After accumulating for so many years, they should have long erupted in this world after the great changes. Breaking through now was much easier than it was a few hundred years ago. Perhaps he's the last person we want to see become quasi-emperor, someone from the Life Forbidden Zone, Pangbo said. This was naturally extremely likely, to the extent where it might even be the lightning god they previously clashed with. Even from far away, everyone saw endless lightning radiance. There were strands of great Tao chains tangling about, covering that place densely, completely sealing it up. The battlefield was barren, not a blade of grass growing, a scene of desolation. The giant mountains below were shaking, some of them even more so blasted flat. One had to understand that this was earth and stone formed from the flesh and blood of ancient supreme beings. Even though there were no great emperor laws contained within, essence blood exhausted, completely turned to dust, long no longer considered emperor bodies, it was still a terrifying substance. Under normal circumstances, when battles were fought here, it was extremely difficult for mountain peaks to collapse. However, in this type of lightning tribulation, within the terrifying lightning radiance, normal reasoning was shattered. A few mountain peaks were uprooted, blasted apart below. Meanwhile, compared to the heavens, this wasn't much at all, because there were large amounts of stars that grew dim, directly exploding. The lightning in quasi-emperor tribulation was resplendent and terrifying. The sounds of mountains collapsing and seas roaring made even the great sage tremble in fear. The lightning radiance there was different, carrying a blood color, carrying killing intent. What is that? Who is he? Everyone widened their eyes, hiding in different regions, gazing into the void. Their mouths and tongues were dry, about to become speechless. This was a terrifying scene that left everyone incomparably shaken. A great purple dragon floated in the void, bound by countless chains, restricted there, suffering lightning strikes. It was tens of thousands of li in length, entire body covered in blood, purple scales flickering, but the radiance was gradually dimming, tangled up by many chains, locked in place. Draconic energy was oppressive, but it wasn't as heavy as lightning energy, hacking it until it trembled intensely. It wanted to struggle free, but it was extremely difficult. What is going on? Many people felt that this was inconceivable. How could there be a true dragon tied up here, suffering lightning tribulation? Everyone came to watch the quasi-emperor tribulation. Yet when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Could it be that this wasn't the quasi-emperor tribulation, but rather a transformation into a dragon? Or was it to say that a strange omen descended from the heavens? A dragon entering this world, suffering from heavenly punishment? It's this dragon that is crossing tribulation. Finally, someone spoke of the truth. Only this heavenly punishment was a bit strange, a bit different from what they normally saw. In reality, this was the quasi-emperor tribulation. Those iron chains looked material, but in reality they weren't. They were all divine chains of order, giant iron chains interweaving from the void. The quasi-emperor tribulation has evolved its own Tao, interweaving body restricting magical chains. As long as it breaks through the obstruction, breaking the divine chains, it will succeed. Yi Fan and the others arrived. The warship stopped in the void, hiding 100,000 li out through the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, not getting too close. In reality, everyone hid far enough, fearing that they would be affected by the quasi-emperor tribulation. Lightning radiance flickered about here, long scattering the red fiend. The world was bright. There was no need to worry about not being able to see the tribulation. It's a bit familiar. Yi Fan immediately frowned, vaguely having a bad feeling. Hong. Suddenly, a terrifying streak of sword radiance shone. It was 100,000 li in length, connecting heaven and earth, striking towards the great dragon in the void, about to kill it. Someone took action, taking advantage of its tribulation to take its life. The battlefield was extremely large, all types of people here. There was no way everyone was upright and upright. A fair confrontation had to be carried out. Hong. At the same time, a mountain peak flew up, resplendent and dazzling, smashing towards that great purple dragon. It was clearly a precious imprint, and now it enlarged, turning into a mountain peak. This was fatal. Two great experts took action, seizing the opportunity to take action. This was an extremely crucial moment, not allowing others to disturb them. If they truly struck or interrupted the great purple dragon's transformation process, it might cause its cultivation realm to fall, perhaps even directly die on the spot. This was the most dangerous situation. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, bell sounds rang out. Then, another great purple dragon tore through the sky from the distance, immediately shattering the sword radiance and mountain peak. In addition, a wave of tremendous power descended, vast and powerful, as if an ancient emperor was reviving. It really is them, this clan. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. This was an enemy, someone from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Back then, they had previously fought against them. In the end, they borrowed the power of the human devil elder to almost flatten this clan. The great purple dragon that appeared later didn't enter the Sea of Lightning. It was the divine mark purple 10,000 dragon bell, an ancient emperor artifact. In this era where almost all of the Emperor artifacts were destroyed, the appearance of this type of weapon seriously damaged the balance, threatening the safety of many people. Could it be that the dragon girl of the nest of 10,000 dragons is crossing tribulation? The aura isn't right. The others were also shocked, never expecting that there would be an ancient emperor artifact suppressing this place, protecting the one crossing tribulation. Who would dare act recklessly now? That was courting death. In the present world, there were only a few Emperor Path magic treasures that had survived. Many of them had been destroyed in that terrifying upheaval. This was the greatest deterrent in the present world. Ow! Suddenly, a draconic cry shook the 9 heavens. The purple dragon in the lightning tribulation struggled free, breaking all of the divine chains of order. Its entire body was covered in blood, almost hacked into pieces, about to turn into a bloody paste. However, it succeeded. From now on, this world has one more quasi-emperor. Rumble. An earth-shattering aura erupted. The great purple dragon's body erupted with radiance. It had made it through this trial, ending the heavenly tribulation. It began to recover its injured body. Moreover, at this time, it turned into human form. This was actually not a dragon girl, but rather a slightly stooped old man with purple hair draped over his shoulders. His age was truly great. Even though he was the quasi-emperor, his skin was also loose, his face full of wrinkles. Apart from his purple hair that could be considered lustrous, he could be said to be doddering with age. An old dragon, the nest of 10,000 dragons, still has such a peerless, ferocious person? Everyone was dumbfounded, not daring to believe all of this. It's him. Who would have thought that he would still be in this world, moreover becoming the quasi-emperor? It can't be avoided, we are fated to fight against him. Yi Fan sighed. This was the father of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the great sage of Qianluan. In the past, the great sage of Qianluan and his terrifyingly old father had taken action together, using imperial magic tools to suppress the human demon, Dongfang Tai. After a long period of time, only the great sage of Qianluan had appeared. His old father had always been in a half-dead state, thought to have passed away in meditation. Who would have thought that today, he would become the quasi-emperor? This old fellow had personally sealed the human demon back then. In order to obtain the ancient scriptures of extreme yin and extreme yang to comprehend the Tao, he had temporarily spared the human demon's life. All signs pointed to the fact that this old dragon was ridiculously powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive and even pass the tribulation to become the quasi-emperor in his old age. My son, your father has revived. I will take revenge for you. The first thing he mentioned after succeeding was revenge. In the past, the human demon had gone to settle accounts with their race, borrowing Yi Fan's green copper cauldron to break through the nest of 10,000 dragons, killing the great sage of Qianluan, and forcing their entire race to flee from Big Dipper. At that time, the old dragon was in a living dead state and hadn't revived. He was brought away by the dragoness, and now, he had truly returned. According to the legends, apart from the time he was sealed in the divine source, this old dragon's true age should be at least 8,000 years old, right? The 8,000-year-old great sage should have died a long time ago. Yet this old dragon defied the heavens and became the quasi-emperor. Breaking through at this age, even if it wasn't said to be the only one in history, it wasn't too far off. A purple figure flew over, and the dragoness appeared. The shrunken string of 10,000 dragon bells hung above her head. Her style was exceptional, and she looked down on the crowd. Step into the starry sky and kill all of the barbarians. I will wait for that human demon to appear. The old dragon roared loudly, and his killing intent surged over 100,000 li. Everyone was shaken. He had just become the quasi-emperor. Yet this old dragon was already so violent. His killing intent was so heavy, and this was indeed rarely seen since ancient times. Kill him, the Black Emperor said coldly. That's right, kill him here. Pangbo also said. This was a great disaster that had to be eliminated. As for the barbarians, their eyes flickered with cold light, and they revealed an incomparably serious expression. This involved the safety of their race. This old dragon was extremely dangerous, and he had to be eliminated. Yi Fan didn't expect that the first battle after coming to this battlefield would actually be against the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, it was an unexpected opponent. You want to wipe out the barbarians? Right at this time, an old man walked over from the distant sky. His upper body was bare, and he wore beast skin clothes. He carried a white bone club as he closed in step by step. The old dragon's eyes immediately stood up, and his body trembled with excitement. It's you, human demon. You're actually also on this battlefield. That's even better. Once we settle our grudges, I'll send you on your way. Chapter 1654. The human demon arrived. He was just as valiant as before. His black hair was still messy, and the muscles under his beast skin clothes were as sturdy as a horned dragon's. His bronze flesh was extremely hard, and the white bone club in his hand carried a savage aura. This was a ferocious person. This was everyone's first impression because they could feel his murderous aura. From that sparkling white bone club, one could vaguely hear the roars of various prehistoric beasts. This weapon was condensed from the essence of a saint's bone. Oho! The old dragon's body was tall and sturdy. His eyebrows were vertical, and each step he took covered 100,000 zhang. He was powerful and domineering. As the quasi-emperor, he was in charge of the life and death of the world. He had the confidence to kill the human demon as soon as he arrived. The human demon didn't seem to care at all. The white bone club in his hand moved horizontally to block his path. The ancient beast's roar shook the world. This bone weapon emitted a wild power that shattered the vacuum. He dared to take action against the quasi-emperor? Everyone was shocked. The human demon was extremely powerful, and the power he released was incomparable. If the great sage went up, he would undoubtedly die. This was not a power they could see through. The old dragon's body was extremely powerful. His body flowed with dragon blood, and now that he was in the quasi-emperor's body, his strength could be considered unrivaled. A pair of sharp and cold purple dragon claws reached out from his body. Dang! The dragon claws collided with the white bone list. Sparks flew in all directions, and the vast sky split open. There were great stars that directly shattered and fell down. Their attacks shocked the heavens and pierced through the heavens and earth. It was like a resplendent river of stars falling down. It was extremely dazzling and shocking. Quasi-emperor! Everyone cried out in their hearts. The human demon was also a quasi-emperor, and his cultivation was even more profound. His physical strength could contend against a quasi-emperor level archaic dragon. That club was a magical artifact of the quasi-emperor. It had been refined to an unknown level, and it seemed even sturdier than the old dragon's claws. This kind of attack caused the old dragon's nails to tremble slightly, releasing the sound of metal and stone. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the two exchanged dozens of blows. However, the demonic human's feet were like nails nailed into the void, unable to move even half a step. On the other hand, the old dragon circled around him and struck out 64 claws. The clanging sounds were deafening, but he was sent flying instead. Both of his claws were bleeding. Everyone's expressions trembled. How powerful were the races with dragon blood flowing through them? They represented a type of supreme evolutionary path, and their original bodies were like this. Moreover, the old dragon was already 8,000 years old. This kind of accumulation was too terrifying. Once he became the quasi-emperor, he would definitely reign supreme for a time. Even so, he was at a disadvantage in the first clash and suffered quite a bit. Blood dripped down from his claws. You, quasi-emperor. A look of shock appeared on his face as he was sent flying. He had thought that he would be able to massacre the berserkers and kill Dongfang Tai, but he never thought that the human devil had already stepped into this realm. Yes, many years earlier than you. The human demon stood there with a beast-like glow in his eyes. He was extremely dangerous as he stared at the old dragon from head to toe. Everyone was shaken. The human demon was like an ancient tribe leader who wanted to hunt down a large desolate beast. The old dragon's heart immediately sank. No one understood the human demon's terror better than him. Back then, he had gathered quite a few people to subdue Dongfang Tai. Now he was facing the human demon alone. His expression was grave. You've just crossed tribulation, so I'll give you some time to consolidate. Go bathe in the essence of the sun and moon as well as the power of the stars. That way, the dragon body will taste better when roasted, said the human demon. Everyone was petrified on the spot. This old man was too savage. He wanted to eat the quasi-emperor? What kind of person was this? He was truly like a primitive man hunting a dragon, ferocious to the point of being a complete mess. You're courting death. The old dragon was furious. His head of purple hair stood on end, and his purple pupils were like two spear radiants shooting out, sharp and oppressive. Don't waste time. I'm hungry, said the human demon. Everyone was stupefied. There was no lack of imperial princes among the experts in this area. They were all stupefied. What kind of enemy was this? If they were defeated, they would be eaten. Within the Black Pearl, the group of people were all excited. Dongfang Yi in particular almost shouted out. Old ancestor came at the right time, lest this old thing gets cocky. Now we're in luck. The Black Emperor licked his lips and said. Hua Hua was also drooling. She put her hands together and said, Amit Ba on the left, Sakyamuni on the right, and Master on the top. Wine and meat pass through my intestines. The true Buddha's Tao sits in my heart. Some of the formation patterns were restrained, and they were ready to attack at any time. A group of gluttons. When the people nearby saw them, they were all a bit stunned. It was because these people were like starving people waiting for rice to be cooked. Their eyes were all emitting green light, and it was a bit scary. Everyone was a bit stupefied. Why were all the people on the ship like this? It really was passed down from generation to generation. They all wanted to eat the quasi-emperor. The old dragon sneered and directly turned around to leave. He really went to consolidate. He had just crossed tribulation and could increase his strength, so why not? He wasn't afraid of sneak attacks because there was the deterrence of the 10,000 dragon bell not far away. With a hong sound, waterfalls filled the sky. It was unknown just how many stellar streams fell from the cosmos and poured down on his body, filling up his body that was like a bottomless pit and replenishing his energy. His originally shriveled body swelled up a bit, submerged by the essence of the sun and moon. His entire body was filled with an indescribable divine aura. After a long time, the old dragon roared. He was much more powerful than before. He had accumulated for 8,000 years, and after successfully crossing tribulation, the transformation was incomparable. It was extremely berserk, and all of his potential was unlocked. Kill! With a long roar, he slaughtered his way over, rushing towards the human demon. A large purple bell appeared above his head. That was his weapon, and he was going to fight Dongfang Tai to the death. Dang! The white bone club moved through the sky, colliding with that large bell. No one expected that the second clash would be a battle of life and death as soon as it began. There were no signs of a battle of attrition. This was going to decide life and death in an instant, deciding a victor. The methods were bitter. Bell waves spread out, and everyone retreated, not daring to approach. There were ripples of purple light erupting between the two. They fought into the cosmos, and those rays of light were all bell waves, shaking the stars until they fell down like ripe fruits, continuously exploding. This was the unreserved power of the quasi-emperor. It was boundlessly terrifying and impossible to defend against. After an intense collision, bell waves spread through the cosmos. Those purple Tao patterns surged in all directions, shattering all things. However, the human demon was even more ferocious. With the white bone club in hand, he brandished it with incomparable ferocity like a god of thunder. The large club descended, directly striking the old dragon's head. Every time it smashed into the great bell, it would destroy the bell waves and release a hurried metallic sound. The old dragon's eyes were cold as he activated the great bell to face it head-on. The blood of the dragon race flowed through his body, and this bell wasn't refined by him alone. It was a half-emperor magical artifact passed down from his ancestors that had always been nourished within his body. At this time, it completely recovered and was full of divine might. He didn't believe that a trifling bone club from the human demon could have that much power. Dang! The drawn-out sound of the bell resounded through the ages, hurting everyone's soul. All cultivators who heard it, no matter how far away they were, felt that their primordial spirit was about to collapse. Even though they were separated by the starry skies, Many people still found it difficult to endure the pain. They had no choice but to seal off their senses and not pay attention to the great battle. Otherwise, their primordial spirits would be destroyed by the repercussions of the old dragon's bell. The hurried great bell rang continuously for a total of 108 times. Then the sound of a riot could be heard. Like fireworks, everyone saw a purple ball of light blossom in the starry skies. It was like a mushroom cloud that covered the sky and submerged the starry skies. What? The old dragon's weapon was shattered by the white bone club. In terms of weapons, the old dragon's weapon was definitely superior, but it was still shattered by the human demon's weak weapon. This was a reflection of his strength. Moreover, the strangest thing was that the fragments of the bell had all shattered, turning into purple light that entered the bone club. This promoted its evolution, and it was truly shocking. This white bone club was unfathomable. It could actually evolve like this. No wonder it could become a quasi-emperor weapon step by step from a white bone. Its terrifying growth rate far surpassed many divine weapons in this world. A bell imprint appeared on the bone club. It stood side by side with the Kuan Peng, Azure Dragon, and Blood Phoenix imprints, forming a Tao pattern on the bone. The old dragon's expression changed greatly. This was not a small blow. Even after becoming a quasi-emperor, he was still not the human demon's opponent. Moreover, the disparity was not small. Suddenly, before the human demon could make a move, the aura of an archaic emperor erupted. The dragoness' purple hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were as sharp as sword radiance. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she flew over like a purple deity. The 10,000 dragon bell turned into a true dragon that suppressed the heaven and earth. The human demon shifted his position, and instantly retreated 100,000 li. Although he was ferocious, he did not clash head-on. He knew when to go all out. Everyone on the Black Pearl felt their hearts sink. This was an ancient emperor's magical artifact, the most terrifying object in the present age. Emperor weapons had almost all been destroyed in the darkness, so what else could they use to keep it in check? Yi Fan stood out with the primal chaos green lotus in hand. He was ready to fight. However, what surprised everyone was that the human demon was very calm. His eyes flickered, and he did not retreat. Instead, he stared at the dragoness with a faint murderous intent. The quasi-emperor was very terrifying. If one did not reach this level, it would be difficult to kill them even if they had an emperor weapon. The dragoness moved forward while the human demon retreated. He did not clash head-on, nor did he retreat from this place. He wanted to find a chance to kill the two from the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was the quasi-emperor's confidence. Even if he could not win, he could still deal with them. His magical power and cultivation were as deep as the sea and unfathomable. Let me. The old dragon's expression was ashen. The other party was too arrogant, and did not fear the ancient emperor weapon at all. He still did not leave, and even planned to eat him. This made him incomparably resentful. However, at this moment, Yi Fan moved. If the old dragon held the weapon, the human demon would definitely retreat immediately. In that case, he would not be able to clash head-on and could only kill in secret. With a wonglong sound, the heaven and earth trembled violently. Yi Fan tore open the void and held the primal chaos green lotus between the dragoness and the old dragon, cutting off their connection. Ow-ho! The dragon's cry shook the 9 heavens. The purple 10,000 dragon bell transformed into a great dragon and swooped down. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the ancient emperor's might was vast and shocking. Yi Fan's heart was not calm at all. After all, he was facing an emperor weapon, but he had to give it a try. He faced it with the green lotus in his hand, and erupted with a wave of chaotic energy. What? Haven't the emperor weapons in this world been destroyed? Why is there one more? Many people were shocked. However, the primal chaos green lotus had no offensive power, and could only passively block the 10,000 dragon bell. The surrounding starry sky collapsed as the great dragon shattered the heavens. At this moment, the human demon moved. He disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of the old dragon. He raised his bone club and smashed it down in a domineering manner. The old dragon was scared out of his wits. He turned around and quickly evaded. He charged towards the dragoness and sought the protection of the emperor weapon. However, Yi Fan held the primal chaos green lotus in his hand and blocked the emperor weapon's power. The dragoness had no time to care about him. The human demon's speed was too fast. The great Yin and great Yang divine arts interweaved. His body was half black and half white. Then he erupted with blazing light and caught up to the old dragon in a flash. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. The old dragon's bones and tendons were broken, and the primordial spirit in his head shattered. Although the quasi-emperor's laws were tyrannical, they were all defeated and his vitality was completely erased. Chapter 1655. Ah! The dragoness screamed. This was a quasi-emperor. Whether it was in the past or in the Golden Age, it was too difficult to cultivate. But now he was dead. This was the death of the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had just become a quasi-emperor. Yet the old dragon died immediately. The time was too short, and this was a great loss for the race. She charged forward with the 10,000 dragon bell, wanting to destroy the enemy. However, the green lotus was very special. It did not attack and only defended passively. It even broke through the imperial Tao laws. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This was too strange. There was actually such a weapon. Yi Fan charged at the dragoness with the primal chaos green lotus in hand. Since things had already come to this, he would go all out. He wanted to get rid of the hope of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The human demon also came over, ready to attack at any time. Being targeted by the powerful quasi-emperor, it was useless even with an imperial Tao artifact. After all, it could not be activated all the time. Without an ocean of magical power, one could always control this artifact. Boom! The dragoness was quite decisive. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, she shook the 10,000 dragon bell and broke through the void. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The purple dragon was tens of thousands of kilometers long. The dragoness stood on the dragon's head and entered the void. She shattered the ancient sky and disappeared. The powerful Yi Fan and the ferocious human demon chased after her, but in the end, they could not catch up. They could not keep up with the imperial Tao artifact, and thus disappeared into the spatial turbulence. The battlefield was deathly silent. Everyone was incomparably shocked. That was a quasi-emperor, and he had been killed just like that. Before this, everyone thought that the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to rise. That was because the birth of a quasi-emperor was enough to make all the races of the universe feel fear. Add to that the imperial weapon in their hands, who would dare to go against them? But this was a great irony. The old dragon had just passed the tribulation and was killed. This was most likely the shortest quasi-emperor in history. Everyone was dumbfounded. The old dragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons had created 2 records in one day. He was the oldest in history to become a quasi-emperor, but he had stayed at this realm the shortest in history. This made others not know whether to laugh or cry. They wanted to laugh, but they also felt a type of sorrow for him. This path was difficult to tread after all. The path of cultivation was heartless, but the path of humans was even more heartless. In the distance, the old man was dragging a huge purple dragon over. It was even longer than a mountain range. The mountains rumbled as he dragged it over. In the end, Dongfang Tai used a magic technique to shrink the old dragon down to a few dozen feet in length. Only then did he carry it on his back. His entire body flickered with purple and golden light, incomparably dazzling. Quasi-Emperor's aura pervaded the air, making it impossible for ordinary people to get close. Other than Yi Fan, who was unharmed, even the Black Emperor found it difficult, let alone Li Heishui and the others. It was because the old dragon suddenly died. When he had just died, the divine chains of order within his body collapsed. The great Tao fragments in his blood rushed about chaotically, able to injure nearby cultivators. This was the terrifying thing about the quasi-emperor. Even though he was dead, he still made people fear him. The demonic old man made his move, wiping away the murderous aura, and shattering some of the fragments of the great path in the blood. Only then did Huahua, Ji Qingdao, and the others feel better. Ah, ancestor, we finally meet again. Dongfang Yi laughed loudly. He also went up to greet the old man with his upper body bare. The two of them were dressed in similar styles. Demon Lord, we are so lucky to have good food thanks to you. Huahua smiled mischievously. The Black Pearl left far away, dragging a dragon body at the level of the Quasi-Emperor. It truly shocked many people in the dark. No one made a move, and they all had complicated expressions. There was no doubt that what happened today was a huge blow. Now that the conquest of this battlefield had been upgraded, only the Quasi-Emperor realm could move unhindered. Otherwise, it was simply not enough. The arrival of the human demon and the appearance of Yi Fan broke the peace here. Even though the Quasi-Emperor level of battle strength had long appeared here, and the balance had been broken long ago, it was not as shocking as today. This was the first time someone had killed the Quasi-Emperor. The starlight was dim, and a red mist covered the sky. However, a mountain peak was in full swing. The Great Dragon Roasting Project was underway. This time, it was presided over by Yi Fan. The dragon meat was golden and glossy, and the fat dripped into the flames of the way, making sizzling sounds. This was the flames of the way of the human demon old man. But his mind was not on the golden dragon meat. It was rare that he was not tempted today. That was because he was tempering his bone rod, making it evolve. That day for Elder Dongfang Tai, the harvest was too great. The bone rod had shattered the Quasi-Emperor divine clock and absorbed all of its essence. At this time, the human demon had even pulled out the entire dragon bone. It flowed with sparkling splendor, and was tens of thousands of meters long. Of course, this was the result of him refining it. Otherwise, it would have been far more majestic and long. He used the flames of the way to refine it, and Yi Fan used it to roast the meat. He himself was refining his weapon, slowly fusing the entire dragon bone into the bone rod that was less than a meter long. The moment the fusion was completed, a gust of wind blew, sand and stones flew, and waves crashed against the shore. This place was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, Yi Fan had planted the green lotus of chaos next to it in advance. It swayed with a white mist, stabilizing the situation. Otherwise, the Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui Li Tian, and the others would have been blown away. The human demon's weapon was extremely terrifying, but it looked even more crystalline. There were all kinds of bird and beast patterns on it. This was the key to the growth of this Quasi-Emperor weapon. Haha, this is great. A Quasi-Emperor has been killed just like that. This is really the beginning of a new era. A brand new era has arrived. Dongfang Yi laughed. It can also be said that the most cruel and tragic era has arrived. In the future, if your cultivation is slightly weaker, you will not have a good life. The Black Emperor held a wine jar and took a big gulp. This was all true. This battlefield had long had a Quasi-Emperor, and the prince's sons were also close to this level. Some had even entered this level. The battle in the future would be very terrifying. Unfortunately, that girl ran away. Li Tian was full of regret. When she appears again, that woman will definitely be the Quasi-Emperor. At that time, when she comes with the 10,000 dragon bell, it will definitely be a huge disaster. Pangbo said. Everyone nodded. Right now, they and the nest of 10,000 dragons would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. When they met again, it would definitely be a fierce battle, and blood would splatter the sky. If she appears, then think of a way to hunt her down. The old man tore off a large piece of golden dragon meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He began to eat, not caring at all. Everyone sighed. The old man really did not care at all. However, he had the ability to do so. So what if they were the children of the ancient emperor? Their bloodline power was indeed astonishing, but those who could reach the Quasi-Emperor realm were not easy to deal with. They were all ferocious people among the geniuses, kings among the evildoers. As one's realm increased, the effect of the bloodline power inheritance would become weaker and weaker. This was because people of this level were equally amazing. It was impossible to use the identity of the prince to suppress others. In a sense, those who did not have the bloodline of the great emperor might have a longer road in the future. They had to struggle step by step, and only after countless tempering did they achieve the golden body. Of course, at the beginning of the voyage, the prince's deterrence would still be terrifying. Oh my God, it's so hot! In the middle of the night, Huahua cried out miserably. She chanted ghosts and Buddhas as she scurried about on the Black Pearl. After eating too much Quasi-Emperor meat, his entire body glowed and became extremely hot. The murderous qi and harmful things in the meat had all been refined out by the human demon, but he was still like this. One could imagine just how tyrannical and nutritious the dragon meat was. On the other side, Dongfang Yi and Pang Bo were both groaning. There were 2 large barrels with blood boiling inside. They were buried in them, tempering their bodies and carrying out inhumane cultivation. Yi Fan and the human demon stood to the side and watched carefully, afraid that something would happen to them. This was the blood of the quasi-emperor, the blood essence released from the old dragon's body. How could ordinary people endure it? Even these 2 could not. Their bodies had been smashed to pieces many times. Moreover, this was because the human demon and Yi Fan had refined 90% of the killing intent and great Tao fragments in the blood. The quasi-emperor's blood was astonishing. Even though there was only 10% of the killing intent left, the great sage could not endure it at all. He needed the human demon and the human demon to personally protect and take care of him. Although it was painful, their gains were great. Their bodies broke apart several times, and after being baptized by the dragon blood, their flesh gradually became crystalline and tough. It was difficult for swords to injure them. They were the first batch, and the others were waiting anxiously, because the 2 of them were lab rats, treated as experimental subjects. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, Ji Qingdao, and Li Heishui also wanted to experience this. After seeing the results, the group was extremely excited. The path of cultivation was endless, and they had to find ways to increase their strength. 3 days later, the group finally broke through. Their bodies had been tempered to a terrifying level, and ordinary Dao soldiers could hardly injure them. Even Li Heishui, who had the worst aptitude, was refined by the old man as a treasure. He wailed like a ghost for 2 whole days before being freed. Hong. 5 days later, Yi Fan and the others suffered an ambush. The quasi-emperor's power erupted, a powerful quasi-emperor suppressing them. The black pearl erupted with radiance, blocking the attack. If not for the immortal tears green gold and phoenix blood scarlet gold mixed in, this ship would have been blasted apart. One could well imagine how powerful the one who came was. He wanted to detonate the warship and blood hammer, ignite the 2 quasi-emperor artifacts, sacrifice this group of people alive. Yi Fan, in this celestial being battlefield, only one of us can survive. The game of death begins. A cold voice rang through the sky, but this person already left into the distance. Shenming, it's Shenming from the life-restricted region, Immortal Mausoleum. Li Heishui was shocked. Back then, when Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue got married, Shenming had previously come to stir up trouble, incredibly powerful. At that time, Yi Fan, Sacred Prince, and Ji Zi all came out, almost about to face Shenming and Impu, fighting for supremacy. After all these years passed, they finally met again. When they met again, a great battle was about to unfold. Now, everyone was already sure that not all of the supreme beings in Immortal Mausoleum came out, that it wasn't just the long-life celestial being alone, because he didn't have any heirs. Meanwhile, Shenming came from Immortal Mausoleum, the child of an Emperor Realm expert. The human devil looked towards the void sky, saying to himself, I've never eaten the flesh of an emperor before. I wonder if their children are truly similar to them. The originally tense atmosphere was washed away by his words. Even Flower and the Black Emperor clenched their teeth. This old man's personality was great, his way of thinking different. He seemed to be extremely direct, going straight to the essence, giving off a bit of the great Tao's simple feeling. Shenming already left. He came to issue a letter of challenge. In the future, when they met on the battlefield, life and death would be decided. There's still me. A streak of lightning radiance flew over, hacking towards the black pearl. However, it was shattered by Yi Fan's finger. This was a divine sense message sent over by Thunder God. The day he became the quasi-emperor was the day the bloody battle of life and death would begin. Hong. The same day, someone crossed tribulation in the distant Great Earth depths. News spread that Huang Voidao broke through tribulation, turning into a quasi-emperor, shaking up the ancient battlefield. The flames of war swirled everywhere. The day of a bloody great battle has arrived. Dongfang Ye's eyes revealed radiance. As this place became more and more tense, the increase of quasi-emperor would inevitably shatter the heavens. Brat, Do you want to know how great Emperor Wuxia faced it back then? The Black Emperor said. How did he do it? How was my master going to face it? Flower asked. What could he do? It's just 2 words, sweep through. Great Emperor Wuxia swept through everything in his path. On the battlefield, he was truly the enemy of the entire world. The Black Emperor said enticingly, but he himself became excited first. Chapter 1656. It was impossible in this world. Huahua firmly believed that in this world, the sons and daughters of all emperors would appear. No one would be able to sweep through everything, viewing the emperor's path as smooth and level. The present world is too difficult, no one can truly transcend above. It is many times more terrifying than great Emperor Wuxia's era. There are just too many imperial prince-level figures. Yan Ishi also shook his head. The so-called Golden Era wasn't just for show, gathering all of the most powerful bloodlines from ancient times until now, all of them fighting for supremacy in the same era. No one could truly transcend the world, rise above the kings. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, Do you all think it was easy for great Emperor Wuxia to achieve the Tao? He has also experienced many great battles, encountered exceptionally terrifying great enemies. He corrected unhappily. The so-called sweeping through referred to normal situations, but great Emperor Wuxia had also faced a mortal domain's bloodline before, fighting until the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. TCH. Everyone looked at him with disdain. In the past, even a mortal domain's existence couldn't be confirmed, so how could there be that type of bloodline? I'm not speaking blindly. If there really is such a great enemy, based on my speculations, even if it isn't an immortal domain bloodline, it is most likely an ancient emperor who severed his own cultivation. Otherwise, it would be a chaotic body, or an emperor sovereign's descendant. Either way, they are the most courageous under the heavens, their potential limitless. Even great Emperor Wuxia paid the price in blood. The Black Emperor said. Everyone raised their middle fingers at him. This bastard's words were too unreliable. However, there were still some misgivings inwardly. Everyone unanimously believed that no one in this era could sweep through everything. One has to understand that those were the descendants of archaic emperors, all of them gathered in this era, their potential definitely shocking past and present. It isn't as simple as just imperial Dao bloodline, there is another precondition, and that is the one with the greatest potential. Dong Fangyi said. This was a fact. The princes were chosen and sealed. Every single ancient emperor had more than one descendant, leaving behind the children with the greatest potential. There were 2 reasons for doing this. The first was to become an immortal in this era. The second was to compete against the other ancient supreme beings, carrying out a great decisive battle. It was difficult for great Emperor Wuk to meet, and they couldn't encounter each other. Who exactly was stronger and who was weaker? No one knew. A single person became an emperor in a single era. There were too many restrictions, making those past supreme beings feel regret. Meanwhile, how were they going to compete? Whose Tao was higher and who was lower? It was difficult for them to verify it themselves. They had left behind their children with the greatest potential, so it wasn't as if they didn't have the desire to end the regret in their hearts. The outside world isn't calm at all. 2 divine generals have appeared, informing everyone that they want to kill Yi Fan and the sacred prince. They really are arrogant. They received a piece of news. At the same time, in an ancient city, a silver-colored war god descended from the sky and patrolled around. The aura of a supreme being was oppressive, and his entire body was flowing with moonlight. You don't need to be afraid. As long as there are clues, build an altar and inform us. We will definitely slaughter our way over, and take the head of the divine body. The dignified voice reverberated in the sky, filled with a terrifying aura. The silver war god was like a terrifying monument that stood there, intimidating all those who came after it. Everyone was horrified. This person was too powerful. Fluctuations scattered outwards, almost making the great sage go weak. Just what kind of cultivation did he have exactly? During these past few days, news spread in all directions. The entire battlefield wasn't calm. It was rumored that the experts who wanted to kill the sacred prince and Yi Fan weren't people of the present world, but rather from the archaic era. There were some who were extremely sure that they had previously followed a true imperial Tao supreme being. These people's experiences alone already left others horrified. They experienced the most terrifying tribulations, not dying after 100 battles. When they appeared in this world, gods would kill gods, Buddhas would kill Buddhas. It was difficult for them to find opponents. Compared to them, many people felt like they were bean sprouts that grew up in a greenhouse. Those who personally experienced that type of murderous aura would all feel great fear. Sacred Prince Yi Fan, if you dare appear, you will be killed without exception. Victory is inevitable. Death is inevitable. These were the shouts they released when they appeared, shaking up those ruined cities until they couldn't withstand the great pressure, quite a few of them collapsing. There were 2 great war gods patrolling the lands, wishing to eliminate Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. Too fucking arrogant. Are they trying to purge us? They just said they were going to sweep through everything, yet someone really did it. However, it was the other way around and we became the targets. The Black Emperor was extremely unhappy. They knew the other party's origins, that they came from the Phoenix Nest. In the past they had some suspicions, but now it was confirmed. That group of people really did appear. There was definitely going to be an endless calamity in this world, a heaven-shocking great battle. The other party's high and mighty attitude angered everyone. So what if you were powerful? In the end, this wasn't the archaic era. Did you still think that you could command the world? Several days later, the Silver War God patrolled the skies, sweeping through many vast battlefields. He shouted the names of Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince, telling them to come and receive their punishment. This kind of attitude, this kind of power, it was as if a celestial dynasty was facing a foreign country. There was a type of indescribable high and mighty attitude. At this point in time, who would dare to act like this? After wasting so much time, we have already finished tempering our bodies, and the quasi-emperor's treasures have more or less been digested. Let's take the initiative to kill them. The Black Emperor and the others decided to attack. That's right, take the initiative to kill. The human devil old man also spoke. An operation was decided. They didn't like to be passive. Since they were destined to be enemies, there was nothing to hesitate about. They were going to kill them all. By Li City, in another historical remains. The city was in ruins, and more than half of the city walls had already collapsed. This was the second city Yi Fan and the others encountered. Red mist covered the city. There weren't many cultivators going in and out, but there was enough information to circulate. Every single person who came here was extremely powerful. As expected, there was a bounty notice on the city gate, targeting Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince. As long as someone provided their whereabouts, they would be able to obtain an ancient scripture scroll. The temptation was extremely great. Arrogant. Pang Bo and the others all had unkind expressions. They tore down the bounty notice and tore it into pieces, causing the surrounding people to reveal expressions of reverence. After they left, there were immediately people who built altars and chanted incantations to establish a connection with the 2 war gods. They wanted to obtain an astonishing bounty. In reality, Yi Fan and the others didn't leave. They were waiting not far away to completely settle things. After the altar was built, strand after strand of strange fluctuations spread out, entering the starry sky. It was as if starlight illuminated everything, like ripples shocking everyone. The Black Emperor said, "In the ancient times, there were people who used the blood of countless creatures to nourish the altar and summon the ancient sacred ancestor. Perhaps this is the reason. As long as the people of the past haven't passed away, they can sense them and descend." Suddenly, the sky split open. Silver light shone. And it was still that war god, releasing a terrifying radiance that suppressed the universe. Everyone's hearts jumped. This person was definitely the quasi-emperor. Moreover, he was someone who had experienced the baptism of countless battles, and climbed out from a pile of corpses. That kind of killing intent was even stronger than the human devil old man's. Heavens, just how many creatures has he killed? Li Heishui exclaimed. Even ants are greedy for life. Who would have thought that you guys would come to throw away your lives? It was obvious that he had discovered Yi Fan and the others. His entire body surged with divine multicolored light like a divine moon shining in the sky. The surroundings were dyed in a layer of white radiance. Against such an opponent, it was useless to hide. He was too powerful, and a single sweep of his divine will covered hundreds of thousands of li. It was as if he had descended from the immortal realm. What are you pretending for? The human devil old man erupted, and was the first to attack. With the bone club in hand, he soared into the sky and faced the expert in the sky head-on. At the same time, Yi Fan also ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, and the others entered the Black Pearl and made preparations for battle. This was an extremely powerful quasi-emperor artifact that could unleash tyrannical attacks. Boom! High up in the sky, silver radiance blossomed like an exploding moon. A vast expanse of whiteness scattered over hundreds of thousands of li. Everyone was shocked. The newcomer was too powerful. Even the brute force of the human devil old man seemed to be at a disadvantage. The sky was filled with the other party's Tao patterns. So terrifying. Everyone was stupefied. This isn't the newly advanced quasi-emperor. He has a great background. The Black Emperor's expression was unsightly as he said in a deep voice. Boom. Another violent tremor sounded. This time black and white chi rushed up and transformed into a primal chaos. The human devil old man was furious and used all his strength to attack. The Great Yin and Great Yang complemented each other. Both of his hands struck out, shaking down one after another. As for the white bone club, it hung above his head and condensed the Yin and Yang chi. The two merged into one and attacked forward. The heaven and earth were in an uproar. The resplendent silver radiance dimmed. The newcomer was forced to retreat and revealed a shocked expression. So powerful. Regardless of whether it was the people on the Black Pearl or the other cultivators watching the battle, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This kind of confrontation far exceeded their imagination. The faces of the cultivators who had just built the altar and summoned the Phoenix Nest troops were pale. They were incomparably frightened and regretful. They were afraid that Yi Fan and the human devil would settle accounts with them. In reality, the people on the Black Pearl didn't care about them at all. Even without these people, they would have built the altar themselves and taken the initiative to summon this person. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. A golden war god appeared in another direction. His entire body was enveloped in dazzling radiance. This person was like a sun that people couldn't look straight at. The aura of the quasi-emperor erupted and cut off the Black Pearl's path of retreat. Another quasi-emperor? A pincer attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Since when were there so many experts of this level? It was simply incomprehensible. Moreover, they all came from the Phoenix Nest. What kind of power did the Undying Heaven Emperor leave behind? There was no doubt that the Undying Heaven Empress was sleeping in the Phoenix Nest. This was an unimaginable opponent. She hated Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince so much that she wanted to eliminate them. Naturally, it was to avenge the Sacred Prince. The Sun and Moon twin quasi-emperor's appearance made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. One of them could fight against a demon, or even someone of a higher rank. They occupied the absolute advantage. Now another one had appeared. What should they do? The enemy's strength surpassed their expectations. Who would have thought that the war gods that had followed the Undying Heaven Emperor would appear again? They were peerless and terrifying. Their killing intent was stronger than anyone else in this world. The war gods that had gone through the baptism of the flames of war and were emitting the splendor of the sun had slaughtered their way over. They wanted to join hands with the experts shrouded in moonlight to thoroughly flatten Yi Fan's group. Hong. Yi Fan took action. His palms and fingers moved about like short halberds. Every time they vibrated, the void would collapse and the sun, moon, and stars would tremble. The one who came revealed a look of shock, but he didn't seem to mind. With a clear roar, divine chains of order erupted from his body. He was like a golden immortal phoenix, resplendent and dazzling. He immediately used natural laws to suppress Yi Fan. This was a powerful and tyrannical attack. Normally, an elder would take action with a high stance after seeing the younger generation and carry out an all-round suppression method. Yi Fan's expression was cold and indifferent. He was neither anxious nor impatient. His palms and fingers were like heavenly blades as they cut through the void of the cosmos. He broke apart all the divine chains of order. His physical body was extremely powerful and could endure the attacks of the quasi-emperor's laws. What a powerful body, compared to the Heaven Emperor's descendant. The difference in strength isn't that great. The newcomer sighed in admiration. He was quite surprised and said, if the prince was still alive, he would have long opened up his body's treasury and would be even stronger than you. Your King pretending again. On the Black Pearl, Huahua was in a bad mood. He released a Buddhist lion roar. His appearance was dignified and his voice rumbled like thunder. This left everyone stunned. This type of Buddhist voice should have been dignified and supreme. Yet he used it to curse others. Everyone was stupefied and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kill him. The Black Emperor was also in a bad mood, because Great Emperor Wuxia also had half of the divine body's bloodline. How could he allow others to look down on him? Pretending. On the Black Pearl, a group of people used the Buddhist lion roar to shout. Their appearances were dignified and solemn as they cursed in unison. It made everyone stupefied.